Well, hello everybody, and welcome to day two of our special GDQ at PAX East presentation. If you weren't hanging out with us yesterday, my name is Conception. I hosted yesterday's program, and I'm going to be hosting today's as well. Essentially, what we are doing is a couple weeks back, GDQ had a large presence at PAX East where we got to rather feature a lot of different speedrunners speedrunning various games on the speedrun stage. And because we didn't have internet access, we didn't have the ability to stream those runs, but we did record them and we wanted to use those recordings and share those with you today. Now, you're going to see some runs on your screen with a schedule. Don't worry about the times, those are not accurate. That is when the runs took place during the event itself. So that was for the live audience schedule, but don't worry about those times now. I will say, as you can see on the screen here, Super Monkey Ball is the first run that is listed. Unfortunately, we do not have the recording of that run, so we're not able to share that with you. Unfortunately, we do apologize. But we do have the rest of the runs from Saturday and Sunday to go over today, and we're going to be kicking off in just a moment here. Wanted to remind everyone of a few things, just real quick. If you're unaware, SGDQ 2023 is right around the corner. It's going to be May 28th through June 4th in Minneapolis, Minnesota as a live event. If you're interested in attending the event, registration is now open until May 3rd, so feel free to go on over to gamesdonequick.com for some more information. If you're somebody who happened to have been waiting for the games list to come out before deciding on if you wanted to come, the good news is the games list is now out. Feel free to, again, go on over to gamesdonequick.com, or you can even use !SGDQ in the chat for some more information. The schedule will be released next week on April 11th, so be on the lookout for that as well. But without further ado, let's get started with our runs from PAX East 2023. Again, unfortunately, we don't have the Super Monkey Ball recording, but we're going to kick it off right away with Portal Glitchless, and Portal Glitchless is run by Zoochable. So enjoy the run.
My name is Zoochable. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna be running some Portal Glitchless for y'all today. So I'm gonna hit start new game here. And after the loading screen, I will give you a countdown for time. 3, 2, 1, go. Woo! Alright, so this is Portal. If you haven't played before, I'm surprised. If it's been 10 years since you played last, I'll remind you of the story. But we just woke up here in Aperture Laboratories, and we are going to get run through a series of puzzles called test chambers, while this AI, GLaDOS, that's talking to us now, is going to mock us through the whole thing. So, little fun fact, the voice actor of GLaDOS, Ellen McLean, is here at PAX this weekend, so shout out to her. But as far as speedrunning goes, just a reminder that this is a game on the Source engine, so we'll be utilizing strafing, going left and right in the air throughout the whole run. So we'll be bunny hopping, and the portal is going to open in a second. So just using that left and right movement in the air. And this first chamber, chamber 00, is just telling us that we can put a cube on a button and it opens the door for us. Simple enough. Thank you, thank you. That was a hard one. But just to mention, the left and right movement in the air is not some big gain of speed like you might see in some other games. In this game, every time you touch the ground, your feet touch the ground, your velocity gets reset to a certain level. So we're not going to be flying around or moving too crazy like it's Half-Life or something like that. But once again, cube on a button, and the portals were switching for us, so just another simple one. But just to mention, if you've seen a portal run before, and you've seen people flying around, going backwards and going wild, that is accelerated backhopping, and that is not allowed in the glitches run. So I won't be doing any of that, but I'll be moving pretty quick through this game anyway. There's the portal gun we're gonna grab. And I just want to mention, you're going to be seeing that saved text box a lot. That's because quick saves are allowed in this run. So I'll be hitting it all the time. Hopefully we won't have to use it too much, but I'm going to come out and grab this portal gun, immediately shoot under me, and shoot towards the elevator. So these beginning chambers are admittedly a little slow. It's kind of tutorial. This next one is going to tell us that we can cross gaps with the portal gun. We're just going to swing out, shoot right to the elevator, not even see the gap. Thank you. So coming up, there's going to be a big pit in which the cube will drop. But hopefully we're going to get there before the cube falls and catch it in midair.
Welcome to test chamber 4. You're doing quite well. Once again, excellent work. As part of a required test protocol, we will not monitor the next...
That worked out well. A lot of times the cube can actually drop on your head and kill you, so I'm glad that didn't happen. But if you thought that one cube and one button was cool, wait until you see this chamber. We got 2 cubes and 2 buttons. Gonna portal over here, drop this cube on the first button, shoot under the second cube. It didn't fall through, but you can just grab it out, shoot to the end. And this is some downtime area in which we can just throw around the cameras and waste some time. But this next chamber, chamber 06, is going to introduce an orb puzzle in which there's a floating energy pellet going around and there is a orb catcher. And they want us to put the pellet into the orb catcher and it makes a platform move. But we don't want to do that orb puzzle, that's slow. So we're going to shoot on the ceiling and then we're going to do a big 180 strafe to that platform. So a lot of this early game is actually just going to be avoiding actually doing the orb puzzles. We only do one orb puzzle in the whole run, which is a little later. But we'll see that. This is kind of the opposite of the last chamber. We're just going to jump out of the top of the stairs and fling towards the end. So rather than coming from the ceiling, we just came from the floor. Chamber 08, you guessed it. Another orb puzzle. And this time there's deadly goo, so hopefully we don't slip and fall. We're going to shoot to this little top corner of the map and jump off this block that Valve just randomly decided to put there. But we appreciate Valve for that because it helps us speedrun. Chamber 09, we're going to introduce something called a portal peak, in which we're going to have a portal next to us. We're going to shoot a new portal, and before that new portal lands, we're going to walk through that portal that was next to us. So, portal next to us, shoot and walk through. Now the cube fell behind us, and throw to the button. So, a lot of the times, portal peaks can, most of the time, they're used to just move throughout test chambers quickly, but there it was used to kind of have the cube fall through behind us. Chamber 10, we're going to do a portal stand, in which we'll stand between 2 portals. So now we're on the orange side, we're going to shoot blue and hold backwards and just pop up out of right where we shot. Valve actually tried to patch out portal stands because they didn't really want you to cheese through chambers. And they did that by pushing you a little when you're in between 2 portals and you shoot another one. But you can easily just hold against that push. So in that case, I was holding backwards. Chamber 11, we are going to grab the portal gun that allows us to shoot both the orange and the blue portal. And we did a little swim through the goo there. Did our best dolphin cosplay. This is one of the hardest chambers in the game, Chamber 12. We're going to do a trick called Untitled Strafe, which might take me a couple tries. I'm going to shoot up here. And then do a big strafe to the left, and then fling. Yeah, a little short. There we go. And then I'm gonna try this really long cube throw. I'm gonna try and get this door to open and shoot through immediately. Let me try this side. You know, there's a little glitch in this game. I know it sounds like I'm crazy, but it actually matters what side of the cube you grab. So I'm gonna give it one more try. Yeah, I'll just drop down. It's a tough one, but gotta go for it at PAX. I'll just do a classic little fling. Coming into chamber 13, we're gonna see another chamber that's pretty quick. 2 cubes, 2 buttons, but this time we have both portals. So we're gonna come put this cube on the button, and instead of going and grabbing the second cube, we're just gonna throw this first cube to the other button and stand on the other button. So you just pretend to be a cube there. Chamber 14 is a really physically big map. Let me redo that. It's physically big, but luckily for us, the first elevator, the starting elevator and the end elevator are right next to each other pretty much. So we just use momentum to fling. Chamber 15 is going to be, like I mentioned earlier, the only orb puzzle in the game that we solve. So we're on a bit of a cycle here, so I'm going to try and keep it pretty quick. There we go. Shoot under me and do a little fling over this wall. And do a portal stand like we did earlier, avoiding falling into this goo. And then a cute little 360 finish at the end. Up next, Chamber 16, which we're going to set up a Spider-Man strat, we call it, while we're waiting, because there's a little dialogue time. So I'm going to shoot 2 portals as even as possible against this sign. So now I'm standing on the sign, and you can see there's a blue portal. We're sticking our head out of the blue portal. Now wherever we shoot blue is where our head's going to be sticking out of. So now we are kind of hanging on the ceiling and walls throughout the chamber.
Well done, Android.
And Richard. There's lots of dangerous turrets in that one, so I'm just glad to have made it out alive. Chamber 17 now. We are going to see a familiar face that many gamers love. And the companion cube is going to help us in the speedrun. We're going to use it to block some orbs that would otherwise kill us and make it through this hallway safe. I'm going to shoot a portal on that camera on the wall. I'm going to detach it off the wall and grab it. Then I'm going to come over here and place it in a particular place. Then place the companion cube on the camera, jump up and grab the cube.
You did it. The weighted companion cube.
And since the companion cube helped us, we got to repay it by throwing in the incinerator. I know, I'm a monster.
Than any test subject on record. Congratulations.
Chamber 18 is one of the more difficult chambers, but it's a personal favorite of mine. I'm going to start out hot here, do a little portal peek to that corner, and then I'm going to inch out and shoot on the ceiling. Do a big strafe to this button. Now this is a big puzzle room here, but we're just going to come in, grab a camera, and get out. Push it up against this door. And now when we stand on this button, the door is now lodged open. Whoops. Now we can shoot through. Ooh, just barely got that. Whoops, missed. So I'm gonna go for a strafe that kind of saves some fling time here. Just missed it. There we go.
Well done. Be advised that the next test requires exposure to uninsulated
Thank you.
electrical parts that may be dangerous.
So
under
now
certain
we are coming into
conditions.
Chamber 19, which
For
is the
more
last
information,
chamber
please
of the
attend
game,
an enrichment
and that means we're
center
gonna start
electrical
escaping
safety
Aperture
seminar.
Laboratories and looking for GLaDOS. And we're gonna see another Spider-Man strat right off the start, and I'll probably focus for this part.
Welcome to the final test. When you are done, you will drop the device in the Equipment Recovery Annex. Enrichment Center regulations require both hands to be empty before any cake.
Oh, I got stuck.
Both hands to be empty before any cake.
And now I'm stuck crouched. But that happens when you get stuck in the pipe. There we go. So that was the hard part that I had to focus, but we're through. And now we're where the cubes travel through.
Okay, the test is over now. You win.
You may notice this is kind of a broken version of 09 here, now that we're getting out.
It was a fun test, and we're all impressed.
GLaDOS
with
is
how much
audibly
you
stressed about us coming for her.
Come back.
And now we are in the first of 3 escape maps. Couple portal peaks here to start. Just backing up into the portal behind me. Now there's a really quick shot here off this piston. Right as I stick my head out, but I missed it. But that's okay, we can just do a quick backup. So usually these pistons are moving, but we were able to skip the trigger that causes them to move, so makes it so they're not moving out from under our feet, which is good. And we're in the second escape map of 3. We're going to be doing a trick called Flippy Skippy, because we're going to be flipping and skipping, believe it or not. I'm going to do a little fling here, and then shoot into this room, and one behind the turret. Now, we're behind the turret, we can grab it. I'm going to get it to shoot at me and break this glass for us, because it's a little faster than using this sentry turret here. Sentry turret will get the 3rd piece of glass for us, though. We'll fling into this vent, go for a jump shot through this fan, and a couple more portal peaks, and we're in the last map of the game. There's a big catwalk here you usually walk behind, but we're just going to fling and shoot into the room at the end of the catwalk. And just a couple more hallway shots. There she is.
Well, you found me. Congratulations. Was it worth it? Because despite your violent behavior, the only
So if you don't remember the boss fight of this game,
maybe
it is all about taking our cores and throwing them in the incinerator.
isn't going to have
This first one drops off just by herself. We're going to hit the button, shoot under her,
time out for
grab it and toss it in.
taking. Kidding me.
So the whole fight will be about a turret popping up out of here, and then we got to hit her with a missile, and a core pops off of her, so there'll be 3 to throw in the incinerator. But she's talking for a little bit longer, so I'm going to use this time to shout out M Sushi, one of the greatest portal runners of all time, Portal 1 and Portal 2. He is running Portal 2 right after this run, so in like 11 minutes or so. So I encourage you to watch that. It's very different from this run, but awesome in its own way. So I'm standing right where the turret is aiming immediately, so it locks on as fast as possible. Shoot a portal under her. Now I'm going to shoot over the incinerator, hit the button, do a portal peek to the core, grab the core, and toss it in. Now there's only 2 cores left. Once again, turret locks on, shoot under her. This core pops all the way up to the catwalk. We're going to grab it and just jump down, throw it in old school. That means one more core left, which means time is coming up in like 5 seconds maybe. Shoot up here, hit the button. Shoot above the incinerator and below the core. And time. Thank you for all the claps. I appreciate it. As far as streaming, I don't do it. So just want to say thank you to GDQ for having me. This was really fun. And thank you to the audience for watching. And I hope everyone has a good rest of their PAX.
Whew, well, sorry, I blinked. Did I miss a speedrun or something? Yeah, I thought we were supposed to be watching Portal, but I blinked, so I must have missed it. But I'm sure it was great. No, I'm just kidding. That run was incredible. Thank you to Zuchable for providing some excellent commentary for one of my favorite games of all time. That's going to be a pattern. You'll see that there's a lot of my favorite games of all time on this list. There is some really, really good games. We're going to keep rolling around here, but first we are going to take a little break. So feel free to stand up, get a stretch, get something to eat, maybe a slice of cake if I could recommend, and we will see you back here in a few short moments. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the GDQ at PAX East presentation. If you're just joining us as well, the times you're seeing on the screen are not accurate, and do not worry about those. Those are the times that the runs occurred live at the event, but these are recordings of the runs that took place a few weeks back. We unfortunately did not have the video of Super Monkey Ball, so we started out today with the excellent Portal Glitchless run by Zuchable, and we're going to be staying in theme and moving on to Portal 2 here. Before we get started with that, just wanted to remind everybody as well, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you are enjoying the Hotfix content, or you're a regular watcher during the week, or even on the weekends when we have events like this, for example, feel free to consider subscribing. We appreciate it. So we started with Portal 1 today, and naturally we have to roll right on into Portal 2. This is going to be a Portal 2 inbounds run by M Sushi. So please enjoy.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Games Done Quick at PAX East. My name is M Sushi, and I'm going to get right into Portal 2 here. We just saw Portal 1 ran by Zuchable, which was awesome. Portal 2 starts with about a 5-minute cutscene, so I get to talk to you guys about all the awesome stuff you're about to see. So we're going to get right into it. Time's going to start in 3, 2, 1, now. So, welcome to the world of Portal 2. You just saw Portal 1, and that was a glitchless run by Zuchable, which had quite a lot of awesome tricks, and here we are in Portal 2. The game's a lot longer, and also, you might notice the category there is not glitchless, it is inbounds, which means we're going to have access to a lot of cool glitches to beat the game faster. It's worth noting that the category is inbounds no save load abuse. What does that mean? You won't see any crazy game-breaking out-of-bounds glitches. You're only going to see crazy puzzle-breaking glitches. You're still going to be able to recognize the puzzles. We are going to blitz through them, though, so unless you have a photographic memory, you might not remember them too well. But, as we'll go back to sleep here with some classical music, it seems like such a normal game. And then we wake up, and we meet one of the most, not the most notorious characters, but a pretty notorious video game character.
Good morning. You have been in suspension for...
And I'll let them introduce themselves.
This courtesy call is to inform you.
Anyone in there? Oh, God. You look...
Who said orb? Who said orb?
Good, actually. Are you okay?
Okay, well, to explain some quick Portal 2 stuff, the first thing is bunny hopping. This is on the source engines. We're going to be looking left and right really fast. And fun fact, going left and right really fast makes you go forward really fast, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's how it works. There's going to be a lot of dialogue in Portal 2. This game, compared to its predecessor, is much more story-driven, and as a result, the game writers want you to hear that dialogue. So at the end of every level, at the end of most levels, there are elevators. And a lot of times, I will stand right in front of an elevator, wait, and do nothing. and that is because I'm waiting for a certain dialogue cue. The elevator will quite literally loop over and over again until the dialogue is over. The game will not send you to the next puzzle until the dialogue is over. So if you ever see me waiting in front of an elevator, that's why. I know, waiting in a speedrun, so contradictory, so boring, but it's unfortunately what we have to do.
Try to hold on to that feeling, because that is the proper reaction to being told.
But yeah, we literally
Do you
like
understand what I'm saying?
3 more minutes. We're not doing anything, so if you need to go to the bathroom, we're just gonna watch an awesome scene here of
What you're doing there is
the
jumping. You just
actual laboratories in absolute ruin.
say apple. Apple.
And with that, we set Apple by jumping. Wheatley's gonna go up into his little room up there, and this container is gonna go through absolute HE double hockey sticks.
Okay, look, I wasn't going to mention this to you, but I'm in pretty hot water here. How you doing down there? You still holding on?
And this gives you some awesome time because I have not speedrun in an audience for a while, so I get to talk to y'all. How's PAX so far? Is today's anyone first day at the convention? Yeah, I saw a couple. People, Friday was a lot busy, but Saturday is a lot more busy. It's crazy. What was I gonna say? Anyone has been to a GDQ before or seen it on Twitch at all? Yeah. If you don't know for some reason, GDQ on Twitch, biannual charity speedrun marathon, and they also do the Hotfix show, so it's on almost every weekday. Definitely recommend checking it out if you like speedruns. And I get to plug myself at the end of the run, so I get to earn that, don't worry. Once we get to the end of Portal 2. And like you take your eyes off the game for a second, and all of a sudden we're just decking other containers like we're playing hockey.
Okay, listen, we should get our story straight, all right? If anyone asks, and no one's going to ask, don't worry, but if anyone asks, tell them as far as you know, the last time you checked...
You can't even see Wheatley up there. You can see the little rail, but...
Not dead.
All right, here we go. We have the docking station 500 feet below.
On the other side of that wall is one of
And
your testing tracks.
I don't see it. Wheatley doesn't see it either. And we're going to do a quote-unquote manual override.
Get ready.
And just like everything in video games,
That is not a docking
it
station.
takes 3 tries to do something. If it's a boss, it takes 3 hits. If it's a puzzle, you got to do it 3 times. So for this wall, we got to hit it 3 times. I'm not even doing anything. I don't know why I'm saying we.
Almost there.
It's the parasocial streamer in me. Anytime I'm playing a video game, no, we're playing the video game.
Don't worry, you'll figure it out.
All right, and we're gonna be going into the chamber. Boom. Touchdown right through the glass. That probably hurts a little bit, but who cares? You probably recognize this from 20 minutes ago. This is the vault from Portal 1. And the first couple of levels where we get the single portal gun, spoilers, there's a portal gun in this game, where we get a certain magical weapon that'll help us out later. Once we get that, we're going through a lot of the puzzles that were in Portal 1, but obviously in this completely destroyed archaic state. So once this announcer stops talking, we'll do some bunny hopping, and we get to put a cube on a button.
Emergency testing will begin in 3, 2, 1.
And I failed my first bunny hop. Through the door, and here's the hardest test chamber in the game.
Tool for science.
Oh my god, first try.
Emergency.
That was awesome.
Just transfer an aperture science material emancipation drill, which motorizes most aperture science equipment.
Awesome, and I know what you're saying. That chamber was so hard. You put a cube on a button. We're gonna take it to the next level, okay? I know you're thinking, how's that possible?
Relax. Lie on
What
your
if there were
back and apply
portals?
immediate pressure to
Okay,
your
so
back.
now
You are simply
there's a portal,
experiencing a rare reaction
we get a
in which the
cube,
material
and you
emancipation
won't
drill
guess what we're gonna do with this cube.
emancipated the ear tubes inside your head.
Oh, it fell off. All right, that's what I get. That's the speedrun gods telling me to hurry up already.
Good. Because of the
And now we have to wait for this dialogue to end. So I can sit in the elevator, I can loop around, I can
Before re-entering a relaxation vault at the
playing with tilt
conception
controls.
please take a moment to
That's
write
not
down
tilt
the
controls, that's
results of
arrow
your
keys.
test. An Aperture Science Reintegration Associate will
And yeah, as a
revise
result, it's actually faster to enter the elevator at a certain time, right before a dialogue check occurs. It's really complicated, and I won't explain it, but that means I have to memorize a lot of the dialogue lines in the game.
body that either refuses to
And here is a pretty flashy chamber. This is called Portal Gun, because it's where we get the portal gun, but it's not there. We have to fall all the way down here, bunny hop down this corridor, grab the portal gun off the pedestal, shoot a portal down the office, and we're gonna navigate this office with some bunny hops.
Are you alive?
Oh, stubbed my toe on that.
Do you know what I'm
Thankfully, there's a dialogue cue you have to wait for.
You're still alive.
and I'm just going to wait for you up ahead.
Some
So cool dialogue skip there. The announcer has the last line of dialogue at the end of the level. And since Wheatley's talking to us, like, are you okay? I'll see you later. Like, hopefully you're fine. You're not dead. And if you time Wheatley's speech right when you fall down there, he'll actually interrupt the announcer, and it saves about 10 seconds. And now we can listen to some smooth jazz.
To help you remain tranquil in the face of almost certain death, smooth jazz will be deployed in 3, 2, 1.
I hate jazz.
Congratulations. The exit door is now open.
So yeah, there, if you put a portal next to a surface like that, like a door, you can just slide the cube in. Really weird glitch. It only comes once more in the run, so don't worry about it. But as a result of the cube getting in the door, the game thinks we're soft locked, so it opens the door for us, which is quite kind.
If the enrichment center is currently being bombarded,
And here's another really fast chamber. We're going to do a portal stand after activating that button. Failed the portal stand. And we're up at the end of the chamber. We put a portal below the cube and then grab the cube through the portal while it's falling. And makes it pretty easy.
All Aperture Science personality constructs will remain functional in apocalyptic, low-power environments of as few as 1.1 volts.
And basically what we just did right there, a portal stand into grabbing the cube as it falls, we're going to do the exact same thing again in this chamber.
To movement through portals.
Portal, portal, cube, cube, grab cube while it falls through the portal. It's quite slick. And this chamber we can completely ignore because we can glitch this button with a cool lineup. And that'll keep the door open for us so we can send our way over to the end.
Future starter. That said, if you are simple-minded, old, or irradiated in such a way that the future should not start with you, please return to your primitive...
Right, and this next chamber is a pivotal point in the story. This is where we stop going through... Or I guess this chamber actually wasn't a Portal 1 chamber, but we're going to screw up the story. The screen will look a little weird right now. I'm doing something called a mini snap, which I will explain later once there's some cutscene time. But I'm basically lining up a super precise shot through that door there, and that skips a huge cutscene where Wheatley jumps off his management rail. All that went out there was a pancake shot, which is that door has a super, super, super small gap. You can't even see them in these doors. And combined with turning my hardware sensitivity, oh, hi Wheatley, I don't know how you got there. Combined with turning my hardware sensitivity down super low and my in-game sensitivity super high, we're able to manipulate where our cursor goes to perfectly get that precise shot.
Okay, I'm gonna lay my cards on the table. I don't want to do it.
Okay, here's GLaDOS.
Don't go into. She's off. She's off. Don't panic over. She's off.
And yeah, worth noting that skips Wheatley, but Wheatley is really persistent about wanting to be with the player, so he just teleports in.
Like a proper maniac.
We'll bunny hop through GLaDOS's corpse here into this room, where we will hopefully get the escape pod out, and we can finish the run an hour under estimate. That would be awesome. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry for the spoilers. We are going to do a really cool trick here called Bets Rider, where once we get to the ceiling of this escape pod, which isn't really an escape pod, there's a massive invisible wall surrounding the chamber, and we're going to try to jump on top of the pod here, and if we can get a pause boost and jump on top of it to get over the wall, and then we're going to go to an incinerator, and then we're going to put a clipboard on the incinerator, and if we do everything right, we save 6 seconds, and we get invincibility for this run. What? We get invincibility for the rest of the run. We don't take damage. It'll make sense. I'm going to do everything. It'll probably take a couple of tries. And then I won't take damage, and everyone will call me a cheater. I think. That's what my YouTube comments normally do. Alright, so we need to time this jump here quite precise, and we're also going to fit in a pause. First try! Jump way over that invisible wall. And this incinerator is the end of the level. This is where GLaDOS drops you off at the end, and we want to fall into it early. However, if we just stand on top of it normally, the incinerator will push us to the side because the physics engine is weird. So you need to stand on top of a clipboard, and this clipboard has killed so many runs. I hope this works. You basically have to stand on the clipboard, and sometimes it shoves you off, but if you stay on it, you fall down the incinerator. And it's really weird because you get to see GLaDOS in third person. It also sucks because each attempt of this trick for the clipboard part loses 30 seconds if you fail it. So hopefully I get it first try, fingers crossed, and you get to see Chell in third person. But yeah, now GLaDOS grabs us back way over here. We're back in track of the cutscene. but our player position is actually still over the incinerator. So if all works out, I don't touch everything, we finish the level early, and you get to see yourself in third person. For science, you monster. And yeah, you can see the clipboard all the way on the right of the screen over there.
But since you went to all the trouble of waking me up, you must really, really love the
And
taste.
oh, did you see Chell just for a second there? Where you fell in the incinerator early, finishing the level, got that first try, which is awesome. Now that saves 6 seconds just then. But I said it gives you invincibility. Now what does that mean? I will show you exactly what it means. Right here. As we fall down. Those are long fall boots. We don't take fall damage in this game. That fire pit looks really scary.
Be careful not
So of
to
course we go
forget
swimming.
parts of me that didn't get
And we're,
when
granted you
you
can't do anything here. There's no place to shoot portals, so I have to reload a save. But I could stay there for as long as I want. We're completely invincible for the rest of the speed run. Which you might be like, wow, that's pretty broken. It saves like 6 seconds, or 10 seconds maybe.
Once you find it, we can start testing.
Surprisingly, we're actually too fast that a lot of things that hurt us, we can just go faster than them.
There. But the
Anyways,
important
here's
thing is
the dual
that
portal device. We just absolutely blitz through the incinerator level here, just by shooting a ton of portals. The game's a lot easier when you have 2 portals, fun fact. You're able to go a lot more places that you want to go.
After that, who knows? I might
And
think of a
into the
hobby.
elevator, we'll go up to the normal test chambers, now proctored by GLaDOS, and we go into Chapter 2, The Return. Where's the title screen? The Cold Boot. Oh my gosh, I don't even know the game.
I've really let the place
The
go
Return is
since
Chapter
you
3.
came.
Anyways, here's laser intro. I don't know where the laser is, but
Good you are.
maybe they'll find it one day. A quick fling against the wall will get you right to the end of the level.
We have a lot of tests to do.
And because these first couple levels are so simple, it's honestly like we cheese them, quote unquote, but it's really just using these portal mechanics very cleverly. Here, we're just going to shoot a portal up
I just finished
to
building
get a portal to the end, which I actually missed. Oh,
episode.
where'd that cube go?
So
Right
now
here.
We'll both get to see. Well done.
Put it right there, and it's a pretty easy level.
You are a horrible person. That's what it says. A horrible person.
Allegedly, I'm a horrible
You
person.
weren't even testing for that.
I don't know how we got there, but...
Don't let that horrible
And here's
person
dual
be
lasers. We're gonna use a glitch called the laser switch
Just a
glitch.
data point.
After changing your portals, a laser actually stays stagnant for like exactly 1 frame.
Mother's decision to abandon
Oh.
you on a door.
And we can use that to open the door for us if we push against it, just like that. Even though you're supposed to use a cube to get another laser, again, 1 frame between when the laser disappears and appears somewhere else. So we can use that exact 1 frame to push against the door. And into laser overview.
You are navigating these test chambers faster than I can build them.
Oh, what a compliment,
So feel
GLaDOS.
free to slow down.
We're gonna do a cool trick here called Wet Maker.
Whatever it is you do when you're
We're gonna
about
grab
to
this cube
fly
and do a
is specific.
re-portal glitch. Oh. Oh. Make sure I gotta get those cubes and... This guy's being very stubborn. There we go.
I'll give you credit.
And you throw up the cube in air, do what's called a re-portal glitch,
But for the record,
and you shoot a portal while going through a portal. And if you do it properly, you get a speed boost. It's called Wet Maker because if you fail it, you get wet in the water. Now this is Catapult intro. This is a really cool example of abusing dialogue. Here we're gonna put a camera on the ending button, and you see GLaDOS changes her dialogue. That actually saves 10 seconds. GLaDOS starts her ending dialogue early, and as a result of that, you're able to finish the level earlier because we have to wait at the ending elevator less.
So you'll be breathing the same room full of air for the rest
So
of
normally
your
if we
life.
didn't put the camera on the button, we'd be waiting an extra 10 seconds here. But thankfully, since we did, we can go right into the elevator. Takes us to the next level to Trust Fling.
Let's see what the next test is.
It's so weird, even though all these chambers have numbers like they did in Portal 1, this is Chamber 6 apparently. We refer to them all by their names given to them in the challenge mode
Pick up 15 meters of broken glass.
subcategory thing. If you ever played Portal 2 before, you know that after you beat the normal levels, you unlock challenge mode where you can like speedrun or do least portals for all the individual levels. It's a lot of fun.
Sorry, I'm still cleaning out the test chamber.
And here, GLaDOS is going to throw some trash out of the dispenser. Thankfully, we can use the trash, specifically the ball up front, to hit the button here.
Hurtling towards you.
and touch down.
Remember before when I was talking about smelly garbage standing around being useless?
and into the next level. And this is actually this is the longest elevator in the game, so we have to kind of snooze through it. The next chamber is where we get the companion cube, which is so exciting. I'm sure nothing is going to go wrong.
That's why I had to call you garbage a
Believe it or not, we actually don't need the companion cube at all because we're going to use a glitch called a super reportal. Check this out.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that went off. Anyway, just an interesting
Hold up.
fact.
That was just a demo. This is a super reportal.
Every test chamber is equipped with an emancipation code and encrypted so that test subjects cannot smuggle test.
And also, fun fact here, we didn't get the companion cube. If you go back to get the companion cube, it soft locks the game. So you either have to keep the companion cube trapped here, or you have to trap yourself in here with it. Really interesting moral dilemma. Thankfully, because I want to complete the game, we will leave it there. But yeah, that glitch we just saw there, the super reportal. As I mentioned before, the reportal glitch, if you shoot a portal while in a portal, you get a speed boost.
Remember?
We're just going to shoot into the chamber here to finish that one. Quite slick. But all we do there is we get in a stuck position. We get stuck in the floor. And that way, when we shoot portals, we compound those speed boosts so it's a huge amount, and then we fly up through the to the end of the chamber. Here we're going to do a speedrun skip. You're not even going to notice it. And did we get it? We did get it. That saved 30 seconds. All I did was crouch in air. Really, really precise crouch inputs that you can barely even see if you don't know what to look out for. And it makes GLaDOS lower the ceiling 30 seconds earlier, which is really nice because otherwise we'd have to wait so long.
What happened, right? I was just lying there. You thought I was done. Right? Couldn't believe it either.
So we'll hit this button that activates the cube dropper. Grab the cube, bring it over here, aimed against this portable surface, and now we're going to do a cool... Oh, that's not where that portal should be. Do a cool reportal. Boom, boom. Oh, I missed it, so we'll do a backup strat. We'll fling to the end here, grab the laser, connect it, and that's that chamber. Now that we're in Chapter 3, the puzzles are a bit more nuanced, so we do a lot more cool things. Like this chamber, this is my personal favorite in the game. Start a stopwatch, because there's a Steam achievement if you beat this chamber in under 60 seconds. Let's see if I can get it.
Yesterday I saw a deer. If you solve this next test, maybe I'll let you ride an elevator all the way up to the break room. And I'll tell you about the time I saw a deer again. Well,
all right.
passed the test.
I think that was a little under 60 seconds. So there's actually a cooler route there that I actually messed up, but if you time the panel perfectly, you can slide off the panel while it activates. Unfortunately, I just had to knock myself against the cube, which is quite weird that a cube has that much strength, but you're able to skip the normal trajectory of the faith plate. These are light bridges. They're just floors and walls that go through portals. I'm going to use it to come over here to get this cube. Since we're invincible, we technically... Oh, there's putting the cube through the glass, but messed it up. Since we're invincible, we technically don't even need to use the bridges. We can just swim through the acid, but it's not faster, so don't worry about it.
Speaking of which, I was researching sharks.
And GLaDOS will tell us about her latest endeavors of researching sharks.
People who are only trying to help them. Did you guess sharks? Because that's wrong. The correct answer is nobody.
And yeah, again, we're waiting in front of elevators for dialogue. If we didn't wait, we'd probably lose milliseconds here and there. Here's a really flashy chamber. There's a cool skip called door skip here. It's because you skip the door. This door right here. We skip the cutscene, and then we do a reportal. Grab the cube. Oh, I missed the cube! Okay, hold on. Reportal, portal below you, grab the cube, bounce over the level, destroy it at the button on the end. Very, very flashy. That was first try.
Did well enough.
And then we're into turret intro. Now, normally this level anyways, we're going to do it so fast we don't get hit by the turrets, but we are invincible, which is nice. Yeah, blink and you'll miss it.
Good luck.
And there's that level. Unfortunately, the ending is a little destroyed, so we're going to be sent through an alternate route here to the next test chamber.
To maintain maintain a constant testing cycle, I simulate daylight at all hours and add adrenal vapor to your oxygen supply. So you may be.
And this is laser relays. Normally you have to figure out how one laser can fit through all 3 of these laser relays. But I pre-planned it out, so it's as simple as... Oh my god, I definitely hit the DPI button on my mouse. Hold up.
Well, I've been working on a belated birthday present for you. Well, more of a belated birthday medical procedure. Well,
Technically, it's a medical experiment.
What's important is
Okay.
it's a present.
Next chamber is turret blocker. We're gonna utilize our invincibility here to just bunny hop through the level, basically. I'm gonna
Right here
turn
in
that
the
up.
file. On other people, it looks fine. But right here, a scientist
Grab
has
this turret,
noted that on
use
you
it as a
it's
stool,
stupid. Well,
and grab the cube here. Those turrets can shoot me all they want. It really doesn't matter.
He probably. Oh, I'm going
And
to
after the
lose
cube's on the
10
button, we can just
seconds
bunny
in
hop into the door.
cryogenic Storage. I managed to find 2 with your last name. A man and a woman. So that's
Alright, and as
interesting.
GLaDOS
It's a small world.
starts bullying us on our family, which is a really weird spot to hit, we'll continue with the speedrun.
For you after this next test.
Here's an awesome one where we actually save time with an invincibility strat. These turrets are ruthless,
It involves meeting
but
2 people
thankfully I do
who
not
haven't
take
seen
damage.
each
Have I
other.
mentioned I'm invincible? I think I bring it up too much. Oh, and after we teeter against the laser, and aim the laser cube down here, and again, those turrets try, but it's no use. I'm sorry. Alright, and this is the last level of Chamber 3. It's called Pull the Rug.
This next test was designed by one of Aperture's
Because we're going to pull the
Nobel
rug out
Prize
on a
winners.
cube here.
It doesn't say
The
what
rug
the prize
being
was for.
a hard light
Well,
bridge.
I know it wasn't for being immune to neurotoxin.
And here we pull it out. It falls on the button, opens the door for
I
us.
think I forgot about your surprise.
Get
I
money
didn't.
or something. I don't know.
In fact, we're headed to your surprise right now. After all these years, I'm getting choked up just thinking about it.
And now we're into Chapter 4. I know it's gone by so fast already, but we're in Chapter 4, the surprise. And I wonder what the surprise is.
Initiating surprise in 3, 2, 1. I made it all up.
That's pretty lame.
Surprise.
So I figured I could make it up to you guys by showing you something cool,
If it makes
which
you
is
feel
maybe the
better,
most
they
broken
abandoned
skip in
you.
this run.
So I very
This
seriously
is
bet
called
anyone
Chorus Fruit Skip because it's basically we're gonna down warp into the end of the chamber here. It's gonna involve a frame perfect portal shot here, which might take a couple of tries. Here we go, and now we shoot a portal, and now we're in the end of the level. We completely skipped that one. And stop clapping because right now is another skip. This is called Jerry Skip. We're able to clip through this elevator. It might take a couple of tries. This is the only true random trick in the speedrun. But if we clip through the elevator, we skip a 40-second cutscene. This is actually where we reunite with Wheatley. There we go. Say hi to Wheatley, and also say bye because we fly through. That's the only chamber in the game we can do that in. There's a 40-second cutscene where Wheatley talks about Jerry the nanobot discriminating against him. Hence why it's called Jerry Skip. Oh, I missed the cube, so we'll grab that here. This is laser chaining. Oh, I am pumping this up a little bit, but I'll actually just drop down here and make it a bit more easier for myself. So just gotta connect these lasers. Normally there are 3 laser cubes because there's a receiver over there too, but we'll actually skip. Wow, that was a backup and a half. With those 2 laser relays, the door is open, and usually there's a panel here you need to fling to, but since we can air strafe, we can just get right to the end.
I came up with a solution that I honestly think works out best for one of both of us.
Okay, next is called Triple Laser. It's a level with 3 lasers, so what are we gonna do? Solve it with only 1 laser. This is one of the coolest solutions in the game, I feel. Cooler cheese speedrun solutions. We're gonna grab 1 cube, pull it to the end door, grab the laser, and just do that. And that activates all of them at once.
See what you don't need anymore.
Yeah, really novel idea. If you just, trust me, if you just spin it fast enough, like you just activate them all at once. That sounds like something that you'd read on like a forum in like 2004. How to unlock Luigi in Mario 64, but it actually works. Okay, anyways, this is called Jailbreak, and that's because we're breaking out of jail, which happens to be this test chamber. And we can get way up close and personal with Wheatley here. Get in his little business.
That is beyond her range
Of hearing. and bunny hop across this gap, and now we're on the move. As a result of that little skip, we get no, usually there's like epic music playing here. We don't get any of that. We're just doing some movement. Bunny hop along these catwalks. Oh, couldn't make it over that catwalk, that's fine.
The irony is you're almost at the Pyrenees.
And there's the decoy test chamber that if you go in, something bad happens. But you get an achievement on Steam. And now into escape. Wheatley somehow teleported in front of us. He's a better speedrunner than me, I guess. And here are turrets, which I don't know why GLaDOS keeps throwing turrets at us. They still don't hurt us. Bunny hop around another turret on the left that you didn't even get to see. And yeah, normally epic music is playing here, which is why Wheatley is screaming like, "Run! Go!" But like we're well ahead of whatever death trap's going on here. Oh, except for that, where'd you get there? Oh my god. Alright. Well, we made it. You'll see Wheatley here will canonically die as he gets crushed by that. But don't worry, he's fine. He's a trooper. He's going. Okay, this next level is called Turret Factory. This level is actually completely in the dark, so I did the pleasure of turning on the lights for you guys so you can see. Not to flex, but I can do this level in the dark. But I figured you guys would like to see a bit. First trick here is flashlight skip. We're going to navigate this level on the top because there's normally a cutscene where we have to wait for Wheatley to turn on his flashlight. But by going over there, we skip it.
It's dark down here.
And now we're going to bunny hop through. Wheatley is talking in our left ear. I don't know where Wheatley is. He's way back at the start of the level.
Chopped up his entire staff of robots. All of them robots.
Stubbed my toe there.
You can still hear
They're bunny hopping down.
of their replicas. All of them functionally indistinguishable from the originals.
Didn't get the cycle. That's okay. We have to awkwardly go around these panels. This is why they call it Turret Factory. This is where they make the plates for the turrets.
In manufacturing. But guess who the foreman went with?
And this jump's called the Big Z.
Duplicate of himself.
Why? I don't know. Actually, I named it. I would know. I think I one day was learning that strat, and I asked someone if it had a name, and I was like, no, I don't think it has a name. I'm like, okay, we're calling it Zimbabwe Jump. Why? I don't know, but it's shortened to the Big Z. Oh, I didn't shoot that portal. And that's the end of Turret Factory, so the lights will go back down after the level load. And this is Turret Sabotage. To catch up with the story here, we're planning to confront GLaDOS. Oh, I'm going to do a cool jump here. Watch this. Watch this. Boom. Yeah. We're planning to confront GLaDOS, and to do that, we need to turn off her turrets and neurotoxins so she can't hurt us. Which, again, we're invincible, but they don't plan the story around speedrunners, unfortunately. So if you play this normally, you have to replace that turret there with a decoy turret. There is a faster strat where you do... If you remember way back when at the start of the run, I did a pancake shot. You can do that there and it's faster, but I'm going to show you the infinitely more cooler route where we make a literal flying machine off of 2 defective turrets. These guys do not like colliding with each other, so much so that they programmed big collidable boxes so you can do stuff. Am I on top of it? Like this? Oh, not quite, not quite. We need to go even higher. Here, I'll try redoing the setup. To place it quite precise, push it over, grab the other one, and lift off. No. All right. We will try the setup a third time. Okay, now I feel like I'm trying to get Luigi in Mario 64. Why'd they patch my speedrun skip out? One more time, and then I will do the infinitely less cool, faster strategy. Okay. Sorry, guys. No cool strats today. Unfortunately, you cannot get Luigi in Mario 64. All right, so we're gonna do a really precise lineup to shoot through the door. I know, really lame.
And which to toss, and it's using that master turret there as a template. Now, if we pull out the template turret, it'll shut down the whole production line. Right, I'm gonna have to hack.
Guys, they're patching out my glitches. What's happening? Okay, it's probably just a bad setup. Guys, they actually patched out my glitch. Hold up. One more try. If I have to do this chamber normally, I'm gonna cry. I won't cry. Just probably go overestimate. There we go. I need to turn my mouse sensitivity back up. All right. And fun fact, that was first try. Everything I just did manipulated the game's internal memory values. So yeah, joke's on you guys.
40 potato batteries. Embarrassing. I mean, I realize they're children, but still, you know, low-hanging fruit and all that. Fairly science, really.
All right, and we're actually gonna get ahead of Wheelie here on this railing. I and bye.
She can't use her turrets, so let's go and take care
Off into the next chamber, neurotoxin sabotage, where we will sabotage the neurotoxin. There's the big neurotoxin generator. We're gonna bunny hop to the catwalk. Now, this is where, if I did have self-confidence in myself, I would do another cool skip that's infinitely harder. But the cool skips have not been working out today, so we're going to do it normally. So yeah, there's a skip here where you can actually avoid destroying the neurotoxin generator. Completely missed that. But it's much, much harder. I think like only like 20 runners have done it before. But I'm one of them, which is pretty cool. Okay. And now we're going to the big midpoint of the game, where Wheelie will yell, "I'm not a moron!" But we'll get to that part when we get there. We actually won't get to that part. But we'll get stuck in this tube here. Let me make sure I don't have my cutscene skip thing on. No, when we run this game for PB attempts, you're allowed to skip these cutscenes because for the next 50 seconds, I do not have to touch the keyboard. But we get to have a nice shot with Wheatley here, who's been our pal through all of this. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to him. I'm sure it will remain that way for the rest of the game. And yeah, we're going to confront GLaDOS here in GLaDOS' chamber. You might remember that we did the turret sabotage level, where we're supposed to sabotage the turret line, but we completely skipped that and just shot through the door and left the turret line intact. The good news is that's not a problem, because they didn't check for that. So we're all good there. Yeah, the glitch I was talking about earlier, you can also skip destroying the neurotoxin generator, which again, not a problem. They don't check for that. Wheelie will get another tube. And now we're into the level core, where we will have a core of Aperture Laboratories present, which happens to be GLaDOS. Here's the cake dispensary in GLaDOS shutdown room, which unfortunately was a bait. Really disappointing.
In fact, I devised a much more elaborate trap further ahead for when you got through this easy one.
Well, the walls close in on us as this trap gets more and more ominous. So scary. What's happening?
From the ceiling.
Fall down right into the toilet. It was really nice that they gave us a toilet in this room.
Nice catching up. Let's get to business.
They actually put this toilet in the game, fun fact, because this is the speedrunner's level of choice to go to the bathroom, since this is a cutscene. So, it's actually Valve giving a subtle shout out to speedrunners.
Seriously though.
And here's the turrets that are defective, because we definitely sabotaged the turret line.
Big chance. This is trouble. Not again. Here comes
I feel bad for the guys. They like maybe have the most personality in the game and just to be made fun of.
You were busy back there. Well, I suppose we could just sit in this room and glare.
So we're chilling for like 3 minutes, so good bathroom time if you need a bathroom. That's not a verb, but go to the bathroom is the proper way to say it. Here's the neurotoxin. We did turn off that one, so we should be in the clear here. And Wheatley will come down. If you're better, you can bounce him on your head for like a solid 30 seconds, like a circus act. Unfortunately, I am not a clown, so I'm not very good at circus acts.
Alternate core detected.
Oh, that's me they're talking about.
To initiate a core transfer.
Alright, we're gonna put Wheatley in the core transfer device here. We're gonna try to substitute Wheatley as GLaDOS for head of Aperture, which Wheatley says, and GLaDOS says,
"Are you ready to start the procedure?"
No.
Oh, yes she is.
No.
So just like in real life, to settle arguments, we're going to hit a button,
Cannot continue.
Yes.
Unless a
which is gonna spawn over here.
is present to press the stalemate resolution button.
and GLaDOS will try to stop us from hitting the button, but since we've played the game before, we're one step ahead.
Think about this.
Stalemate resolved.
Here we go!
And here we go. This is where,
What if this really hurts?
fun fact, I know Zuchable mentioned that Ellen McClain voiced GLaDOS in this here, but did you know T-Pain actually voiced this part? You'll see coming up here.
Aren't you? You're just no, you're not. It is gonna hurt, isn't it? Exactly how painful are we? Ah!
Get your hands off me. No. Stop. No. 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 No.
It's quite the high note. And that's it. Wheatley is in charge.
I'm in control of the
And
whole facility now.
I would say nothing bad to go happen, but you know the game. He punched us down this pit, yada yada. It's a really long cutscene. I'm gonna skip it.
It's not just
Sorry.
like I am bloody
We're gonna get on
massive.
top of the elevator here. Normally they expect you to go in the elevator from the bottom.
There we go.
That's quite stupid. I prefer the top here. So we'll get on this elevator.
I tell you, I knew it was gonna be cool.
And it closes in. The game thinks we're in the elevator. So as a result, once it starts rising, we'll just jump out of it and jump in the pit.
Check this out.
We can't jump out of it now. There's a huge invisible wall. But yeah, this is called elevator skip. It's actually the biggest skip in the game. It skips a 2-minute
Like I
cutscene.
said, but I can find out. Oh, sorry, no, the lift. Yes, sorry, I keep forgetting. This body's amazing, seriously.
And it's very, very ominous because right when we
I'm huge.
finish the level, you'll hear Wheatley maniacally laughing. Then all of a sudden, GLaDOS' potato. We skipped a lot of story stuff. Wow.
How are you holding up? Because
And yeah, this is another minute of cutscenes. We can chill for a bit. Fun fact about this level, we're falling down. You might notice I have a little thing. You guys can see. Oh, can I get my shadow? You see the little numbers up there. I use that for some precise items, but you can also see I have the position, the angle, and the velocity. Now notice the velocity actually says 0. Fun fact in this level, you are not falling. The level is moving around you. Yeah. I didn't know that until I speedrun this game for like 3 years. But other than that, we're falling all the way down to Old Aperture, which I think is like the fan favorite part of the game. I think we meet a certain character. I forget what his name is. This one character. He likes a sort of like citrusy fruit. Yeah, not coming to me. Pretty unimportant. Alright, coming up here, we'll have some wooden planks, break our fall. And now we're into, well, we've been into Chapter 6, the fall. Now this is the aftermath of the fall, where we're in Old Aperture. Of course, we don't start out in the Old Aperture chambers, we're just underground in this abandoned facility. I turned on the lights here for you so you can see. You're welcome. And we're gonna bunny hop a lot through this debris. And shoot some portals. That's typically what you do in a portal game. And we're gonna do a long shot here by getting on top of this sign. You can see a portal surface all the way at the end of the chamber. And this is a huge vault that you're supposed to activate with 2 people, hence why there are 2 buttons. But with a portal device, it's really easy to do that. Here's like my favorite scene in the game. You have this massive vault opening. You're like, oh gosh, what's behind it? I don't even know where I am. What's going on? And it takes this huge time to open. Even it's black, like you can't see what's behind the vault. I don't even know where I am. I don't know where GLaDOS is. I got punched down here. Wheatley's now in charge. Thought it was my friend. It's just a door. It's a really small door, really big vault, really tiny door. This level's called Cave Johnson. This is where you get introduced to Cave Johnson if you played the game normally. Oh, I don't play the game normally because I jump into acid pits apparently. But we're going to do a couple of speedrun skips. The first is called Cliff Shot, which we're going to go all the way at the end of the railing here, and we can shoot a portal shot on the cliff. Like that. And then the next one is a scripted momentum abuse, where we're going to gain a lot of speed out of nothing by abusing scripted momentum. It looks like... Not that. Hold on. I'm trying to tie in a reportal as well so we get a stupid amount of speed and we can just completely skip the ending of the level. But it's not the easiest trick in the game. There it is. We go all the way up to this pipe, which we jump off of. Gets us perfectly to the end. Thanks, guys. All right, and now we're into the chamber 6 test chambers. This one's called Repulsion Intro, and Cave Johnson will start talking to us about all the awesome things he's made that his legal team has told him he can't make.
All right, let's get started.
He's really mad about
This
it.
test involves something the lab boys call repulsion gel. You're not part of the control group, by the way. You get the gel. Last poor son of a gun got blue paint. All joking aside, that did happen.
Let me put this cube on this button. So yeah, there are 3 gels in this game. The blue gel is bouncy. The red gel is speed. And the white gel is portable, makes surfaces portable. Fun fact, despite orange gel being the speed gel, we don't use it at all in the single player speedrun. Oh, here's a glitch called Stepdad. We're gonna glitch this button. Usually takes a couple of tries. And I know you're thinking, why is the trick called Stepdad? Well, one, shout out to my stepdad, Jim. Secondly, I don't have a stepdad. But thirdly, when the trick was first found, you had to step on the button and press left. Wait. Yeah, left, right, left. No, right, left, left. You spell dad on the keyboard, okay? You guys know WASD. You DAD, it spells dad. Step on the button, DAD, stepdad. The setup we use doesn't do that anymore. We press W and A. So I suppose I should be calling the glitch step wah, but that's not as fun.
Let us know if you feel a shortness of breath, a persistent dry cough, or your heart stopping.
This is bomb flings.
Part of the test. That's asbestos. Good news is the lab boys.
We're gonna do a reportal glitch, get up to the top here, and catch that blob while it's flying. We get to see it land in midair, which is pretty cool.
Your own rules, just like me. Just a heads up, that coffee we gave you earlier has fluorescent calcium in it, so we can detect the neuronal activity in your brain. There's a slight
Guys, I'm gonna be so real. You guys were clapping, and I couldn't hear the game, so I'm probably gonna like have an awkward fade out here. It's my fault. It's my fault, guys.
Actually triggers the reaction.
Yeah, now I have to wait. So sad. Okay, this next chamber, if I was doing a PB world record attempt, I would use something called view snap, but that's kind of lame. It was the same glitch we did earlier in the game, where we turned our sensitivity like really low and then our hardware sensitivity really high. So I'm going to instead do a really flashy glitch here called a stuck launch. Oh, that is not the setup. So I'm going to try to air strafe to the top of the chamber here. Not quite. We have to get on top of that little beam there. Oh, this is not a good save. Oh, and we hit our head on the ceiling there. This was quite tricky. I do really not like that save. I really just got to commit to it. Oh. Awesome. Now that we're up here, we got gel up here. Don't clap yet because it's going to be really cool. We're going to shoot a couple of portal shots, get a ton of speed, bounce off the ceiling of the level right to the end. Yeah. Something that's called a stuck launch. You'll see it again later in the run, but by getting stuck between 2 pieces of weird geometry, also since we didn't do the level normally, there's no dialogue, so we have to wait for it to end, so a little bit of sleeper time. But stuck launch gets stuck between 2 weird geometries. The game thinks we're falling, but we're not, so we gain speed as if we were falling, and we fall right on the blue gel, bounce up, trigonometry, hit off the ceiling, blah, 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 right to the end, magic, profit, whatever you want to say. This level is called Potatoes. This is where we reunite with Potato GLaDOS. Thankfully, we can skip that reunion because I do not like people. I guess she's not a person, she's an AI, but they were able to shoot that portal through the wall. Don't ask questions. Don't worry about it. But yeah, GLaDOS is in that room up there, the control room, which normally you have to use to get this catwalk down. But we can actually do the cooler version of the fling here. Never mind, I won't. We'll do a fling to go over the Aperture logo and get the ending elevator. Cool. And now we're into Chapter 7, the reunion, where we reunite with Potato GLaDOS, who really, really wanted to join the journey so much she manifested herself on my portal gun. Here's a quick chamber. We shoot right to the end through that little decal, jump through, reportal glitch. That's the chamber.
War hero and or Olympian, with your help, we're gonna change the world.
Look at all these test puzzles we skipped.
This on?
So silly.
Hey, listen up down there. That thing's called an
Anyways,
elevator.
next chamber is
Not a
propulsion
bad word.
flings. Oh, this is propulsion intro, by the way. We get introduced to the orange gel, which again, speed gel would be good for a speed run. We don't use it. Too slow, apparently. I'm gonna use another super reportal glitch here to get to the end of this chamber. When I gain a lot of speed and like slide off of this slope here and go right to the end.
In case
Yeah.
you're interested, there's still some positions available for that bonus opportunity I mentioned earlier. Again, all you gotta do is let us disassemble you. We're not banging.
And
rocks
next
together.
chamber
We
is
know
called
how to put
conversion
them
intro,
back
and I have some really, really bad news for you guys.
New vitals.
It's that chamber where that one fan favorite speech occurs, the one with the lemons. So anyways, on a completely unrelated note, we're gonna do a trick called lemonade skip. Now, why is it called lemonade skip and not lemon skip? It was called lemon skip. We found a better version of it. It's now called lemonade skip. It skips the lemon speech and also saves like 45 seconds. It's gonna involve another super reportal glitch, and it's really complicated. And we're gonna disable a scripted momentum trigger here. I have to do a precise lineup, shoot this portal in a precise place, line this up just right. We get stuck in the wall. I shoot a lot of portals. I might shoot extra portals this time. And we fly all the way up to this catwalk here. Now, in that dome there is the chamber. Thank you, thank you. In that dome is the chamber where after you beat it, the lemon rant starts going on. But unfortunately, since we never enter that chamber, it never plays. So now we're just gonna finish out this chamber with some cool flings. And this next chamber is called 3 Gels. This is the last chapter of, last chamber of chapter 7. We're gonna do another stuck launch glitch here. You see all the way up there, that's where we're going. So I'm gonna set up some gel precisely on the ground. Oh, don't bounce, don't bounce. I have to angle this quite particularly, and then I can aim it down here, and I'll put some gel down there, and then I get stuck in this panel and pipe, and we go all the way up. Hopefully I got that portal, and then we can ramp off that pipe right to the end of this level. And folks, it does not stop there. We're gonna do another super reportal because the vault, the end of the level is above us right now. And if you play the game normally, you have to take an elevator up there, and it is super slow. So we're going to make our own elevator. It's gonna get a ton of speed here by shooting orange portals, and then rocket up and get right in here. And that saves about a minute. I keep accidentally hitting my sensitivity button, but it's okay. And now we're into Chapter 8, The Itch. There it is. There's the title screen. And that's because we're back in the normal test chambers, but now Wheatley controls them. So scary. And you see he's gone insane because he's invented turret cube abominations that can try to walk onto buttons. Fun fact about Wheatley, those things are hard programmed to not walk on a button. They can't, no matter what. There was one small instance where 2 cubes working together can hit a button, and it ruined like a -1 minute world record speedrun. Very funny moment. But just throw the cube on the button and go on with it. Fun fact there, that cube throw saves a minute. Normally after putting the cube on the button, Wheatley comes back and closes the door. But since we're already against the door, a panel comes up, closes against the door, but since we're already right here, the panel just pushes us into the door. So it saves 50 seconds, which is pretty nice. And this is the hardest test in the game. It's like the Dark Souls of tests, the Elden Ring of tests, I suppose. You have to hit a button and it drops the cube already on the button. And Wheatley wants us to do the test again.
Why don't you just keep solving this test? Same one. And I can just
So I guess we'll do it again.
solve it. Yeah, but and no. bad thing. All right.
All right.
Can't blame me for trying. Okay,
And we'll go along
new
here.
tests,
A small dialogue skip here.
new tests.
It's gotta be some
Gotta
press
tests
time.
around here somewhere.
Cool. Right there at the end, Wheelie usually says disappointing, but since we did that, we saved a whole half of a second. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. All right, this next chamber, we're introduced to excursion funnels, which are one of the cooler things of Portal 2, and they also happen to be the most broken. You won't see too much of it here, but we're doing something called the excursion funnel crouch fly glitch, where by crouching in a funnel, we get 0 gravity. You barely see it there. I kind of glided down into the floor, but don't worry, we'll see more of it later. By crouching in a funnel, the game thinks we're in more funnels than we are. And as a result, like weird collision occurs, and right now the game thinks we're in a funnel. And because we're in a funnel, we should have 0 gravity. So what does that mean? That means if I walk into this chamber and I jump, I'm in a... Hold up, that kind of ruined my moment there. I'm in a funnel, so I fly. And I can fly through the chamber and solve it super easily.
Oh, yes. Well done.
And yeah, retrieving the cube is super easy. Right now, entering a funnel would cancel the glitch, so I'm trying not to do that. But we will do that later. And here's wall button. Now, if you have doubts that like, oh, that flying glitch, that's just a magic trick, that's not real, like, fixed deck, everything's fixed, fake computer, fake game, fake everything. Look at this, haters. Whoa, there's no floor, how'd that happen? Yeah, excursion funnel crouch fly glitch. Fun fact, it was found on day 1 of Portal 2's release. It's still in the game, it's unpatched. Go home on your copy of Portal 2, come to a complete stop in a funnel and crouch, and you get 0 gravity.
And there we go. Be honest, you can't...
And again, you know, when you don't have to worry about things like gravity, for some reason chambers are easier. I don't know why. We're still crunching the numbers on that one. And this is like the pinnacle of like, chambers must be easier, right? Yeah, you can just fly to the end. There's a turret, a cube, I don't know. And by entering a funnel, we cancel the glitch, but we will get it back later. Don't worry about it. And like right now, I'm just a kid trying to play the game, and my parents, GLaDOS and Wheatley, are arguing. It's quite annoying. Here's a cool glitch. This is called the portal cut. Boom. You can place a portal on that thing. A portal should not be there, but a really precise portal shot lets you put one on there. I made it look easy because I got it on the first try, but it's not that easy. And I made here some Wheatley lore. I'll summarize for you because the characters are boring. They're not boring, but like, needed some Coco Melon, like Subway servers going on below, Portal 2 lore explained. All that's happening is that as the like CEO core of Aperture Laboratories, you have the itch to test, and that's why Wheatley wants to test. And it basically makes them go crazy to test. Thankfully, these tests are really easy because this feels like a test out of Chapter 1, the way we just put that cube on the button, but... Alright, next chamber. That was the solution. Next chamber, we're going to get the fly glitch back. This chamber is called Laser Catapult. There's a cooler route that I'm not going to do because it doesn't get you the fly glitch. We're going to portal over to the funnel. We're going to get into the funnel. We're going to get the crouch glitch. And now we can fly. We're going to jump off this panel, slope off of this tube in the ceiling, and get right into the door. All right, next chamber is called Laser Platform. There's a platform, and there are lasers. Fortunately, we only need the lasers since we have 0 gravity. But we'll shoot a portal down here, activate the cube dropper, go fly toward grab it out of air. And this is my favorite thing in the game. The laser's right there, but you can angle this perfectly to line up like that. You just kind of place it against the corner of the portal. Oh, I'm forgetting my skips. This is a little improv. But yeah, since we have invincibility, we can kind of go off course there with that funnel and come inbounds to the next chamber. That's not out of bounds. Sorry, this is an inbound speedrun. It's like quote unquote out of the bounds because like we're not supposed to be there, but it's not like game engine out of bounds. I know my speedrun man explanations are not that convincing, but trust me, guys, it's allowed.
There is no exit. Not a problem. I'll make an exit for your test.
Here's where you get to see Peabody make a cameo from the co-op gameplay. Fun fact, you have to look at him. If you don't look at Peabody, the door won't open until like 30 seconds.
I'll be honest.
So that's why I'm always surprised when people are like, I never knew Peabody was there. You have to look at him. Unless you get so like involved in the puzzle that you just forget.
To love it to death.
Actually, most people don't beat the chamber in 30 seconds, so what am I kidding? That is pretty easy to not look at him, but...
Alright, I don't know whether...
We're almost done with Chapter 8, and after Chapter 8 is Chapter 9, and after Chapter 9 is the end of the game. So, we're getting close to the end of the run here. And now Wheelie's gonna spill his white goo all over the chamber.
Sorry, my fault.
I think that was a pretty accurate description.
Only 3 more chambers to your big surprise.
Now we're gonna go into this funnel and get the crouch glitch one more time. And this is the most important crouch glitch in the game. We're gonna keep it here at the end of Chamber 8. Those are turrets there, bye. We're gonna keep it at the end of Chapter 8, and we're going to keep it with us basically until the final boss fight. The next chamber is the start of the finales, otherwise known as the part where he kills you, which is Chapter 9. These are not test chamber puzzles. These are purely Wheatley trying to kill us and us trying to avoid his traps. And as a result, the fly glitch is super helpful in here. Like for example here, there's a trapped faith plate in this room,
2 more chambers.
but we're gonna completely ignore it. Well, actually, I'll show you what happens. If you hit the faith plate with the fly glitch, you don't fall down. You just keep going and you soft lock. So that's not good. So we're gonna come over here and kind of get stuck on like a pixel walk. And this wall doesn't have collision, fun fact, you can just fly right through it. And now we're flying through this kind of corridor here. And normally there's a funnel over here that catches you over there. But we're just kind of chilling. And GLaDOS is completely stunned. GLaDOS doesn't know what to say. This is like a pivotal moment in the game. We just got through a trap. Wheatley's trying to kill us. GLaDOS doesn't know what to say. They're confused. I wonder what Wheatley has to say. He doesn't believe it either. He's like, am I seeing this? What's happening? We're gonna disrespect him, bonk his monitor, come over here. Wheatley flashes to his senses,
Okay, look,
says something.
I'm not gonna kill you, okay, if you come back.
And we slope off the underside of that gate there. We hopefully land. Oh, we didn't land quite where we wanted to, but that's okay. I just kind of need to do some improv. This is the problem with the fly glitch. Gravity's actually nice sometimes because it gets you back down on the floor. I need to be short enough to go through this door, and I'm not. Let's do some labbing here. All right, this is great. Yep, now we can go through the door. Thank you.
Hold on.
All right, in here,
Almost there.
we're gonna fly through this chamber.
Don't mind me. Continue escaping.
Pretty standard, pretty par for the course. That chamber only has collision where its final location is. So if we go to the right of it, it's quite easy. Now we're gonna keep flying. We're gonna hit the underside of this catwalk to lose height and land on this catwalk over here. Now he's gonna spill his blue goo everywhere, but we're too fast for that. It's actually the pipe's more dangerous. You can get hit by that pipe. Those are a ton of turrets. We're still invincible, so we don't need to worry about them. And into Finale 3, there are only 2 more maps left in the game. We're gonna jump up. Normally you have to wait for bombs there, but again, we can fly, so we're just kind of cruising through.
10 years in the chamber I built where all the robots scream at you. Then,
Okay, I'll take that as a no then.
Yeah, just some cool maneuvering. Here we're gonna go through this wall and hit a cord. The wall is non-solid. When you play the game normally, that wall is meant to collapse, so they just didn't bother putting collision. And now we're gonna go into the funnel, lose the crouch fly glitch. And then load the last level of the game. This is Finale 4. This is where we confront Wheatley in the most epic boss fights ever known in a puzzle game.
stun him, I'll send you a core, and then you attack
So now our goal here is to corrupt Wheatley with cores, so the system thinks that he's corrupt and needs to be replaced, and then we replace him with GLaDOS, and then Portal 3 is made or something. So I got a minute here before the boss fight starts. Shout out to everyone here at PAX East. Shout out to Games Done Quick. Yeah. They're doing more runs after this and more runs tomorrow too, so you can check it out. Also, if you want to try speedrunning yourself, we have some retro games set up over there. And if you want to try speedrunning any game you see, speedrun.com is the leaderboard website, and there are Discord servers linked for most games. I recommend just trying it out. Portal Glitches, which if you were here an hour ago, you just saw. My recommendation if you want to start speedrunning, super easy game. You can get it under an hour within a day. But enough of that, we have a boss fight. Alright, quiz, PAX East. How many hits does a boss in a video game take to kill? 3, yeah, nice! Alright, so we're gonna have to hit Wheatley with 3 bombs to shut him off and then attach a core to him. Now what's awesome is that Wheatley will shoot out bombs in flurries of 3. So what we're gonna do is here, we're gonna pick up the flurry of bombs in one portal, have one of them hit him, and then juggle the other 2 between our portals. Lots of words, it looks like this. We have those bombs in perpetual motion. And now we're gonna grab the first corrupted core, which we chuck onto him in style. And now, right when Wheatley wakes up, we can just murk him with one of these bombs.
Reactor explosion in 4 minutes.
And we can hopefully preserve the next one.
Okay, great. Here comes another core.
Grab that. And now we just have one more bomb hit before the boss fight is over.
Destroyed. Reactor explosion uncertainty emergency preemption protocol initiated. This facility will self-destruct in 2 minutes.
And again, right when he wakes up, he will unfortunately find a bomb in his back. And we'll grab the last core here through this wall. Oh, didn't quite make it in the portal. And boom. Now all 3 cores are gone. Last skip in the game. We have one more skip. It's called Early Moonshot. Iconic scene in the game. There's bombs in that room, the stalemate room. Remember the button we hit half an hour ago? Wheatley put bombs in that button, so we get blown away and we have to shoot the moon. There's like a 0.10 second gap between when you get blasted away and when you can shoot the moon. So I'm going to do a lineup here, and we can shoot the moon before we get blasted away. It bugs out the ending cutscene, and it finishes the game 16 seconds earlier. So if I get it, that will be time. So hopefully I'll get it first try. It'll be coming up in like 10 seconds. Oh, we can place a portal here. Don't ask questions. That's okay.
Stalemate resolution associate. Please press the stalemate resolution button.
Go press the button. Go press it.
Time. Yeah, so this cutscene now is super bugged out. Willie goes to the moon portal, and then we get control of our character here. And then also, weird, really lunar constellation here. Don't know what's going on there. Now we have 2 hands on Wheatley, and our third thing is holding the portal gun down here. I don't know how logistically that works, but Chell is just another level. Silent protagonists. And yeah, that's Portal 2. Inbound no save load abuse. Thanks for coming out, guys. We're doing more speedruns after this. Actually, next is a Celeste speedrunner, and I heard the speedrunner doing it is really handsome and awesome and good at it. So I'd recommend sticking around. Otherwise, enjoy your day at PAX, guys. Thanks so much.
I wonder who that handsome speedrunner M Sushi was talking about is going to be running Celeste. I can't wait to find out personally, but I'm still a little bit reeling over at just how cool and fun and engaging that Portal 2 run was. Again, I keep saying this because the schedule was absolutely stacked, but one of my favorite games of all time, just super, super fun. And M Sushi really knows how to make it a fun time. So much appreciated to M Sushi for that. We are going to hop on over to Celeste right after this, but before we do so, we're going to take a quick break. So feel free to stretch, be sure to get some water, be sure to, whatever you need to do in the next few minutes, but make sure you stay in bounds. That is very, very important. Don't go out of bounds in your own home. But we will see you back here in just a few short moments with Celeste. All right, welcome back, everyone, to our special.
Yep. Okay. Sorry. I heard a sound in my headphones that was like when you unplug a USB. I thought my mic went out for a second, but I think we're okay. Apologies for that. You'll see here on your screen a list of scheduled runs that took place at PAX East 2023, which was just a few weeks back in Boston, Massachusetts. You'll see some times on the screen. Feel free to ignore those. That was the times at which the runs took place live at the event. Unfortunately, we did not have internet at that event, so we weren't able to stream them. However, we did record them, and we're now showcasing them to you here. We unfortunately did not have the Super Monkey Ball VOD. So we started right away with Portal Glitchless and followed that with Portal 2 Inbounds, a nice little portal block there for you. And it was an absolute blast. And we're going to be continuing right along with the speedrunning hits with Celeste any percent. But before we do so, just want to, of course, remind everybody that if you are watching on YouTube, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. And also feel free to come on over to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick if you're interested in learning and looking at our live content starting weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern, just like this special event here. So without further ado, M Sushi left us off with a little tease about a really handsome and super cool Celeste speedrunner. I wonder who that is. I think we just got to look for ourselves. Please enjoy the speedrun of Celeste any percent.
My name is M Sushi. I just ran Portal 2 for you guys, and I'm about to run Celeste any percent. Now, for those who don't know, Celeste, a 2018 indie game released by Extremely OK Games. This indie game was so good, it was nominated for Game of the Year, and I think it should have won. But unfortunately, it didn't, so still one of the best games ever made. And it's also an excellent speedrun. What's awesome about this game, the controls are so simple. There are only 3 main actions. Dashing, I'll actually go into a level so I can do this while I talk about it. That's a smart idea, isn't it? So I can brief you guys quickly for what you're about to see. There's dashing, which is this. There's jumping, which is this. And then there's climbing. Keep in mind, everything you're about to see in the next half hour, 35 minutes, it's all those 3 things. They combine for some crazy things like extended hyper dashes, extended super dashes, reverse hyper dash into corner boost. There's a lot of interesting movement things, but for the most part, it's just these 3 things going in the game. And of course, Madeline has cool hair, and when she can dash, it's orange or red, and when she can't dash, it's blue. That's about all you need to know. But it'll get even if you know that, it's quite hard to keep pace. So I'll quickly rename my save file back to PAX East 23. And you guys, how about we count me down starting from 5, all right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Welcome to Celeste. This is the first level. It's called the Prologue. We cannot dash yet, so we're just kind of maneuvering through these things. Here's Granny. What's awesome about this game, it has an integrated skip cutscene feature, so you can skip every cutscene. Good for speedrunning. Bad if you just want to play the game. Although you can't do it your first playthrough, so don't worry. You can do this. It's a good message to keep in life. And we're going to go into the first chapter out of 7. This is the Forsaken City. And already, those 3 simple actions I showed you are going to lead to something like this. Oh, bonked my head there. Do a corner boost off of that platform with a spring. Wall bounce up here. Wall bounce, extend hyper. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of the same stuff, but it comes down really fastly. Those are what you just saw there. That's a red berry. Those are the collectibles in the game. They impress your friends, but since this is any percent, we won't be getting them. We'll jump up here to this platform. Do an ultra dash here. So the basis of what you're seeing right here is that down diagonal dashes in this game give you speed. So it's what's called a hyper dash, is when you dash down right or down left and then jump. And when you do it a lot, you can get a lot of speed. Ooh, did not mean to do that. We'll navigate these levels here. Wall bouncing, also known as up hypers, is when you dash up parallel to a wall. You can kind of jump off it with a lot of speed. Ooh, one of the rare deaths you'll see. Actually, I'll probably die a bit. What's awesome about this game is that dying, everything is one-hit KO. Ooh. Everything's one-hit KO, but deaths barely lose any time. That's the first chapter, by the way. Yeah, everything's one-hit kill. You can die to almost everything, but the most time loss you lose from a death is maybe 20 seconds at most. The average death is probably 4 or 5 seconds. Now, as we'll go into each chapter, you'll notice each chapter will kind of have its own gimmick to influence the platforming elements of this game. This chapter is called Old Site, and the gimmick we will see is called Dream Blocks. I shouldn't call them gimmicks, they're more like features. But here we go in the mirror, and that activates all the dream blocks. When you dash into a dream block, you kind of keep your dash speed out the other end, or through it all the way. I'm gonna come over here to meet our alter ego, Goth Madeline, aka Battleline. Yeah, and she'll chase us through here. She's the main antagonist of the game. Unfortunately for us, well, unless you mess up the strat, but we're speedrunners, so it's really hard for her to catch us. But if she does touch us, we will die and have to restart the room. There we have to activate all those coins, and now she multiplies. So there are more of her. You barely even get to see her, but you'll see more of her here. And Battleline copies all the actions we do, so it's basically a phantom image of ourselves for the last 4 seconds. Take a little secret shortcut there. Fall all the way down to the bottom. We have to activate these coins. Oh, I definitely messed it up. I kind of have to wait. Yep. See the whole train. Oh, I also messed that up. Hold up. Okay. Kind of thread the needle there. And that's the end of the Battleline chase sequence. For the rest of this chapter, it's just a movement. As we'll wake up from the dream, which will turn off the dream blocks. And this sequence is called Awake. It's like the most notable part of the game for like cool movement. Unfortunately, I don't know the most like up-to-date stuff, but it's still pretty cool regardless. Because there's basically no conditions that's met here. You just have to get from the left side of the screen to the right. So, pretty cool. And when we get to the information booth, that's the end of Chapter 2, Old Site. Now we're going to go into Chapter 3, the Celestial Resort. If you played this game before, you know this is the huge difficulty spike in the game. The first 2 chapters are kind of child's play. Be proud of your death count, of course. But Celestial Resort is not only much longer than the previous 2 chapters, but it's much harder. The big thing here you'll see is these dust bunnies, those red enemies there. Of course, like most things in the game, they kill you in 1 hit. And also they all run on cycles. If you've speedrun yourself, or if you've ever met a speedrunner, cycles are annoying. Picture this, like you're driving to work and like you hit the red light and you were like, man, if only I was there 2 seconds earlier, I hit a green light and I can go first. Cycles are basically that in video game form. These elements all move around, and we want to be able to do a strat that's based off of a particular alignment of the enemies in the level. So a lot of times if I get off cycle and I don't know where the enemies will be, it makes it a little hard, but also there we just talked to Oshiro. He's the manager of this hotel that we're so rudely crashing. Oh, I don't have my dash here. So I'm just talking about how you're seeing us dash, how you're seeing me dash so often. There's actually a discrepancy between when you can leave a hyper dash to get the speed boost and when you get your dash back. Do not quote me on this because I'm not like a tasser, but I think it's 15 frames will get you your dash back and 20 frames after you jump to get the speed. So it's got fair amount of frames where you can jump and get your dash back, but also use the dash speed. This is called Huge Mess. I think you can see why. I'm going to talk to Oshiro in the middle of a huge mess, and we're going to help him clean his hotel. Which is just as simple as we have to go through all these little parts here. Oh, barely make it over that dust bunny. Oh, here's a spike jump. You can jump off that little corner there. Spikes don't kill you as long as you're going the opposite direction of the spikes. Or I guess the same direction. So since those spikes were facing left and we were traveling left, they don't kill us. It's not something we use too often, but it is in our arsenal. And by hitting that little chest there, we help clean up a little bit, but we need to hit 2 more things. I believe this is called towels. And there's books. But yeah, we're just kind of masterfully dodging all these dust bunnies. And here's the book. Sorry, this is called books, not towels. Talk to Oshiro again. There's Theo. Hi, Theo. Good side character in this game. I suppose technically one of the main characters as well, but he's a consistent character. We don't really touch on the story of the game in the speedrun because of the skip cutscene features. But here's the towels, and now that cleans up the huge mess. Fun fact, this checkpoint has like a $1,000 bounty on it. If you can find a skip for it, that'll put a pretty penny in your pocket. But glitches in this game are far and few between. Coming up here, and this is the elevator shaft checkpoint of the hotel, you'll see one of the only real glitches in this game, which is called a demo dash. Which you see all these red dust bunnies here that we're kind of trying to avoid. Those obviously kill you on one hit. But however, there's a button there. Because sometimes, if you believe hard enough, I didn't believe hard enough there. If you really believe, you can dash right through. That is called a demo dash. The way these, some of these blockers are made, these dust bunnies here, is that they have 4 pixel gaps in them. Fun fact, Madeline, when she's crouched, is 4 pixels tall. So it used to be a kind of glitch that if you like hit, oh, I didn't get my dash there. If you hit down and then immediately dash, ooh, I'm really screwing this up. You can dash in a crouch state, and that makes you 4 pixels tall. So it's a pixel perfect gap. It's not quite a frame perfect trick, but it is pixel perfect. So now this is the Oshiro section. This is the hotel manager. We hurt his feelings, so now he's really mad and trying to kill us. So he dashes from the left side of the screen. Barely avoided him there. And these are refresh gems if I haven't mentioned them. They refresh your dash. Hey, this is... Oh. I'm kind of off my cycle here, so I have to wait a little bit so I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna not have Oshiro kill me, and that is Celestial Resort. So the main thing there was all the dust bunnies and cycles. Now we're into Golden Ridge. This level has clouds, which are cool to bounce off of, you'll see here. And also it has wind later in the level, that's quite cool. These clouds give us a little bump, kind of like a bounce pad, a little trampoline. Say hi to Granny, and also say bye, Granny. Because we gotta go. We got a mountain to climb. Yeah, what's awesome about this game is what you're seeing is obviously a lot of inputs, but the game kind of speaks for itself in some sense. It's just an auto watch sometimes. Here's a cool coin skip. If you demo dash into that bubble, you can get a weird trajectory and avoid the spikes. Oh, that is not what I want to do. And yeah, just to talk about how like common deaths are in the speedrun. Yeah, you can just climb the right side there. There's something called neutral jumps where if you just jump off the wall without holding climb, and as long as you direct yourself back towards the wall, you can climb the wall without using stamina. Okay, my up dash was struggling there. Here's an auto scroller skip. This saves like 2 seconds. We're gonna use something called a corner pop, which is a really weird like sub-pixel thing. You pop off that corner, you're able to slide right under there with a dash. And now we have some wind going. So the wind you can see as the little white particles on our screen. It's pushing us to the left. It's basically like I have a small force pushing me that way. Now it's pushing to the right, so I have a lot more speed to the right. Makes everything just a little bit more annoying. We'll hopefully snag the second bubble here and get into this one as well. Bunny hop off of that one. Yeah, pretty cool. And here's another auto scroller. There is a full auto scroller skip for this one, but it's too hard, so I could do another slightly slower but cool one. All right, ultra. You want to grab that right wall. We'll try it again. You can dash off it. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, we just get the coin. It's okay. Climb up this wall. And now the wind like phases out in this room, so we're able to use it to our advantage. And now we're into the last part of chapter 4. Here we have super heavy wind, as you can see by the music. We're kind of in a state of peril here. So we have heavy wind going to the left for the entirety of the chapter, or for the entirety of this checkpoint. And we also have snowballs coming from us to the right side of the screen. The snowballs do kill you. Oh, I almost went right into the spikes. I have to be careful for the snowballs as well. Oh, snowball actually went to my advantage there. Let me jump up the wall. And right here as well. Bounce it in midair. Ooh, barely missed that bubble. And this is the last screen of the chapter. The wind is now going to the right, so we have a lot of speed this way. Get through the bubbles. And that's the Golden Ridge. All right, PAX, who here has played Celeste before? A lot of people. So you might know how this game has B-sides, the harder secondary levels that you're supposed to play them after you beat the normal game. However, did you know beating a B-side gives you the same progress as beating the normal level? Fun fact number 2, completely unrelated. Did you know Chapter 5 B-side is faster than Chapter 5 A-side? Yeah, you see where I'm going with this? So we're gonna go through the first like minute 15. Oh, didn't get my dash there. Of the Mirror Temple, which if you see the gimmick here, we have these dash blocks. They go between 2 different positions and they switch positions based on when you dash. Got the key here. But yeah, right now we're making our way not to the end of the, well, the levels are more or less linear. So yes, we are making our way to the end of the level, but we're making our way to the, I'm stuck. There's a cool skip there if you do that right, but I didn't. I did not. There we go. Here's a cool trick called Depth's Corner Boost, if I get it. It used to be called Yeet because you yeet. I didn't get the thing fully there, but it's good enough. Okay, and now normally you'd go to the right, higher up. Oh, but I'm taking the lower path because this is where the cassette is. And through these rooms usually have berries in them, but here's the cassette room. The room has platforms that move in rhythm, as you can see. But obviously I have a strat for them, and now we get the cassette. Now, if you've never seen a B-side before, think of how you've seen the first part of this run and you thought, wow, there are a lot of things that can kill you. Imagine that times 3, and you get the B-sides. Also, you get banging music. I mean, come on. I love all the B-side remixes, but yeah, just look at all the sheer amount of spikes. We are going to do a cool skip here called Bub's Drop. Hopefully I can get it. I'll try for it a couple of times, but it saves around 20 seconds, one of the few big skips in the run. You have to do a 2-frame jump here on the right side of this room here. It works based off of like the death respawn triggers. It'll put you on the right side of the room when you're not supposed to be there. And I got it first try. Awesome. So yeah, you're not supposed to be on the. You're supposed to take a bubble. You're supposed to take a bubble to get to the right side of that room. This is not the death cycle. You're supposed to take a bubble to get to the right side of that room, but oh my gosh, if you sorry, so hard to talk while trying to think. Oh, what's my backup strat here? But if you exit that room from the top side, which you're not intended to do since there's a platform there, the game doesn't know where to put you, so it just puts you on the right side of that room. And saves around 20 seconds, skips getting a key. And here's a really long room with a lot of spinners. And we'll probably narrowly avoid a lot of these. Activate these buttons and go into the mirror. Now we're in the second half of Chapter 5, B-side. We have this big fall room that's really punishing. Here we have 4 coins. These are seekers. These are like enemies in Chapter 5. You can use them to get the coins for you, which is quite nice of them. And you can also use them as step stools. Jumping on one of them does get you your dash back, which is really helpful. And fun fact, when they respawn, they actually have a huge explosion around them that you can use to boost you. So you get cool strats like this. Right, now this is the last checkpoint. This is the Theo section. This is honestly one of the cooler sections if I get the strats right. Because you can... Oh, don't throw Theo into the dome, or the void there. If you get speed into Theo, it like stores your momentum in a really weird ways that gets you a ton of speed. But basically our goal is to escort him to like the end of all these rooms. The ending door, that gold door there, won't open unless Theo is near it. Fun fact, this room is actually named the M Sushi room by speedrunners. There was one time in a race, I lost 25 seconds, and I would have gotten a PB if I didn't make any mistake. No other runner in the history of Celeste has ever messed up that room that bad, so I unfortunately have it named after me. And yeah, oh no, Theo! Yeah, if Theo dies, you die as well. You're kind of like soul-bound. But these work the same as the cassette rooms, but since it's the B-side, you get a heart at the end instead of, thank you. You get a heart at the end instead of finishing the level normally. And yeah, that's faster than completing the A-side. All right, and now we're going to Chapter 6, Reflection. This is a really pivotal story moment for the scene. And what's awesome is that, well, not awesome. We skipped the cutscenes, first of all, so it might be a little confusing. But also, you might notice that the A-sides, the normal levels in the game, have a lot of cutscenes and a lot of story. The B-sides do not. Fun fact, I'm killing it with the fun facts today, but Chapter 6 B-side is faster than Chapter 6 A-side. So we are going to see some more B-side gaming. And there's leg skip, by the way. That's just a really precise wall bounce. You can kind of bounce off the spikes if you have the pixels just right. Yeah, fun fact, so this category is called Any Percent. There's a Celeste category called Benny Percent, called BNY Percent, which is Celeste Any Percent, but you have to play all the B-sides. Clever, right? We still don't know whether it's called Benny, Beanie, BNY Percent. Everyone kind of says something different, but... Anyways, the normal chapter finishes to the right. Well, not finishes. There's like 5 more minutes down there. So we're going to get the cassette to the left. I'm going to try to get a cool boost here. Looks pretty cool. Thanks. There is an even faster strat where you absolutely like blitz to the left side of the room, but it's really hard. And now, back to more B-sides. Chapter 6B, in my opinion, is much harder than Chapter 5 B-side. Oh. These are called Kevin blocks, by the way. Shout out to Kevin. Oh. The sound designer for this game, Kevin, made the noise for these blocks that you're hearing. And there's a really funny clip. If you hit these underwater, they sound muffled because they're underwater. But there's a really funny Twitch clip of Kevin making the underwater Kevin sound, where he physically dips his head in a bowl of water and then does the noise. And these are feathers. These are another important part of Chapter 6. When you get them, you you become a light ball and you're able to ignore gravity and just float around. They're introduced much better in the A side, I swear. But here on the B side, they say, oh, figure it out. Because obviously you're not... The cassette is supposed to be hidden enough that you're not supposed to find it in your first playthrough, but... And these are bumpers. If you hit them, you get bounced back. Kind of like pinball. And here we're going to follow this Kevin block as we collect these coins in this room. And that's the first part of Chapter 6 B-side. Now this next part is the fall, because we're going to be falling a lot. The lore for this part of the game is that, like, Battleline, who you saw in Chapter 2, has gone, like, absolutely crazy. So she's the main antagonist. We're going to be giving her some hands later, but right now you see the big, like, strands, purple strands at the bottom of the screen. That's actually her hair. Yeah, we're kind of just going through these really tight passages. Another Kevin block. And I mean, this is one of my favorite parts. Not to run, but to watch. Running this sucks. Because especially, there's something in this game called fast falling, where if you hold down, you fall faster. The best speedrunners, you hold down all the time for this, and that is so scary. Here's a demo dash. Yeah, you can dash that spike. Fun fact, that was a strat that was originally like pixel perfect, and then developers saw it and said, hey, that was cool, and then they made it easier. So they kind of patched that in. Thanks, Maddie. All right, now we're giving Battleline some hands. She'll try to fire lasers at us. But yeah, the goal for these rooms is just to hit Battleline, and she gets knocked back. Oh. I want to jump on the side of that platform there as it falls. That is not how you want to do that. And yeah, these rooms are really long, so they're, when you're going for PB attempts, they're some of the worst in the game because one death can reset. Oh, I didn't get that cool. I have to reset. Yeah, see, like stuff like that happens, and you just have to fight your losses. Bite your losses? That's not a phrase. Cut your losses. Don't bite your losses, please. And hopefully we'll masterfully avoid these orbs. Get done with this room. Just to die right at the start of the next room. Twice. Now we're going to wait for this refresh time to come back to do a cool strat where we just skip the right side of this room. Here's another really cool strat if I can get it. You preserve speed like that off of the moving block. And pinball around these bumpers to hit Battleline, take the feather. You would eat all these coins here if you're slow at the game, but you can just jump over right here. Little cheese. Barely get Battleline before she gets the laser off. Hit the bumper. Oh, don't get hit by the laser. Awesome. Oh, I was gonna say I'm off cycle there by barely missing that feather the first time. Yeah, this room, Battleline is sniping you like... I don't have a good FPS comparison here. Well, like I don't know, someone who camps in Counter-Strike. I think people like bullying people in Valorant more, but anyways, not my place. I'm a speedrunner. I think op crutch is the word. Anyways, there's the heart. That's Chapter 6 B-side. Yeah, we were able to overcome Battleline's op crutch, a skill issue. I'm going to get back to indie gaming now as 9 deaths. Jeez, embarrassing. The Summit. This is the last chapter of the game. It's also the longest. Since we did the B-side, we skipped the story element where Battleline and Madeline merged into one like a Dragon Ball Z character, and now we have 2 dashes. Awesome. And honestly, one of the best songs ever made, TBH. But yeah, this is the final level of the game, and it's going to take us kind of on a down memory lane through all the levels you already beat. It's sectioned into how many parts? There's 0 meter, 500 meter, 1,000 meter. They're all increments of 500 until 3,000 meter, okay? Mental math while speedrunning is hard. And fun fact, I actually did the math out. I calculated, this was like way back in 2018 when I first started speedrunning the game. I have a whole document about it. I calculated how tall Madeline would be if you assume the 500 meter mark is true, and like all these screens in pixels like equate to 500 feet. And that obviously doesn't work because they're variable in height despite all being 500 meters. So I calculated like what Madeline would be at height at each like floor, and I think she's like 8 feet tall. That's the end story. That's all you need to know. Now the developers have not confirmed this, but they also have not denied it. So also my name's in the credits, so I think I can say what's canon or not in this game. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Shout out to the developers of this game, by the way. Right before they shipped the big Chapter 9 update, they basically gave it to a bunch of speedrunners and were like, make sure we didn't break anything. We want this to be our last update. And they put our names in the credits, which is super awesome. Well, I mean, one of the best games of all time. It's an honor to be included in it, even a little bit. Here's 1,000. Oh, we just completely blitzed through 500 meter. That was the Forsaken City part of Summit. This is 1,000 meter, as you see with the dream blocks. This is Old Site. However, Batteline's not chasing us because she's with us. If you don't know the story about the game, if you've ever seen like memes about people overcoming their demons, it's basically that, but like less edgy. That's not the best way to put it. It's about mental health. But Battleline is quite literally Madeline's demons, and she fought her off pretty well. Alright. Yeah, you can see Battleline, these orbs give us the boost here at the end of all these levels. So we couldn't even complete it without her. And they like have a sappy moment where you're like, oh my god, we're doing this at the end of every chapter. Or at the end of every like subsection. But obviously we skipped that. And yeah, this is some really cool rooms here in 1,500 meters. This is actually my favorite part of the summit. Oh, okay. Jump over the last dust bunny. Okay. This is not my favorite room. I hate this room. This is one of my favorite rooms. There you go. Thanks, guys. Yeah, these cycles are pretty tight. Here's the dog room. Franker Z in Twitch chat. This event isn't streamed. That's really sad. Alright, that's the end of 1,500 meter. Now we're into 2,000 meter, which is the Golden Ridge section. So we'll have bubbles and wind and clouds. Oopsie. This is actually a berry path here, but it's faster. Oh, it's not faster if you do that. It's faster than the normal route, so we'll get a strawberry. Yeah, I have 3. When did I get 2 other? You're supposed to only have 2. Okay. My bad, I guess. This is a good thing. Here's another really cool room. Some a lot of speed while snowballs are flying at us from the right side of the screen. Oh my god, I have to jump out of one. This is an auto-scroller room. This skip is called auto-scroller skip. Don't abbreviate it, please. And you skip that little block right there. Yeah, there's a really precise dash through those crystals that like I couldn't even point out because it was so fast. It's problematic when you try to explain speedruns and you're a little too fast. Suffering from... Never mind, I have all the time in the world because we have to do this room again. Wow. That's convenient. Yeah, we just ride this one up and then climb the right side of the wall to go a little bit faster. However, it's not faster when you die at the end. Fun facts, deaths generally lose time. I think you can actually skip all those blocks there, except for this one. Yeah, we didn't see a lot of those in Chapter 4, but they exist. You jump on them, they move in a direction. Oh, that is... It'll respawn, guys. It'll respawn. Don't worry. I'll just stay... I'm losing stamina. Get me... Okay, that was not a good idea. It did respawn, though. I didn't lie there. And that's the end of 2,000 meter. Now we only have 2,500 meter left and 3,000 meter, and we'll climb the mountain. Fun fact, Celeste Mountain was a mountain in Vancouver that was created after the success of Celeste the video game. These are dash blocks again. If you dash, they go in different directions, so we just try to manipulate them towards our advantage. Oh. You can do cool stuff like that. Here you normally have to go downstairs to get this key, but you can just jump off the spikes there. Very, very slick. Right, and here's a cool room where we'll thread the needle between that. And this is called door skip because there's these doors that you normally have to open. It's kind of a meme in the community. They say this trick saves 9 years. When we first found it, it was kind of a swag shot, and people were like, no one's going to go for that. Now it's standard course for all of our runs, but the meme is that it saves 9 years. You have to go for it no matter what. Your speedrun would be so slow if you didn't go for it. I've lost like 2 speedruns to that trick, by the way. Anyways, welcome to 3,000 meter. It's marathon tradition to count down the flags. As we get up the mountain, there are 30 of them, and we will skip some of them. I won't tell you which ones, though, so you have to be on your feet. Okay. So now we're going to the downdraft section. We're going to have downward wind that's going to push us down, basically enhanced gravity. Oh, I didn't get the refresh gem. Oh, I wanted the berry, guys. I just wanted the berry. Oh, that was disappointing. Yeah, you have to be on solid land to make sure you hit the flags. You can't just like hit the decal. And now with all these dash crystals, we're gonna piece out of this section. Badline will give us a boost. Hope you weren't planning on saying 18. And they come so fast. Oh, I'm not fast though. I'm dying in my speedrun. Ooh, barely avoid those spikes there. Yeah, this is updraft, by the way, so we have less gravity. Oh, nobody said 10, did they? That would have been embarrassing. Good thing I didn't skip 9. Oh. I don't think anyone said 8 there. Good job, guys. All right. Another boost to flag 5 or 6. And here's the last screen transition in Celeste. Oh, gotcha, guys. Gotcha. Some feathers back up. Time will be coming up here. Time. So yeah, thank you guys so much for checking out this. This has been Celeste 90%. I am Sushi, and there's our very sad pie because we only got 3 strawberries. Everyone's a little disappointed. But 32 minutes is pretty fast time to make a pie, just saying. Yeah, if you like Celeste, it's in my opinion, one of the most speedrunner friendly games. This in-game timer is completely in-game. I mean, you probably played the game casually and did like, man, it really took me 12 hours to beat this game. Like, it kind of motivates you to speedrun. Very awesome game. I recommend learning it for everyone else. But yeah, as always, I've been Sushi. You can find me on, you guys know how social media works. Go enjoy the rest of the convention or stay right here. We're going to have a Sonic Frontiers run coming right up after this. And thanks so much for having me on, guys. Hope you have a good day. Good day.
All right. Well, just an absolute wonderful speedrun from one of the best games for speedrunning of all time, in my opinion, Celeste. I was just talking to our producer about how I really need to go back and play that game because I am nowhere near skilled enough to beat it that fast, but I should beat it in general someday. Would be ideal. Well, I hope you all enjoyed Celeste. We have one more run that was on the Saturday schedule, but don't worry because we're going to be going all the way through the Sunday schedule today as well. Before we do that, before we jump into the Sonic Frontiers run that Sushi just teased, we are going to take a quick break. So feel free to stretch, get something to eat, maybe some strawberry pie, for example, and we will see you after a few short moments. All right, welcome back to GDQ at PAX East. If you're just joining us, this is a showcase of all of the speedruns that we had on the speedrun stage as a part of PAX East 2023 in Boston, Massachusetts. We did not have internet there, so we weren't able to live stream it at the time, but we recorded every run, and now we are showcasing them here for you now. The schedule you see here on the screen was the schedule of the live event. It is not our current schedule, so do not pay any attention to that. So far, we have gone through Portal 2, Celeste, and we are about to do Sonic Frontiers. Unfortunately, we do not have the VOD for Super Monkey Ball, so we were not able to showcase that for you today, but we do have an excellent run of Sonic Frontiers coming up just after. I remind everybody that if you happen to be watching on YouTube at some point in the future, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, feel free to come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in looking at our live content. That's going to start weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. We appreciate it. Without further ado, I think let's finish it off with the last run of the Saturday of the event, which is going to be Sonic Frontiers Any % No DLC. That's going to, of course, be run by Alpha Dolphin. And don't fret because we have all of Sunday's runs coming right after we conclude the Saturday schedule here. But without further ado, Sonic Frontiers Any % No DLC by Alpha Dolphin.
Hello everyone, my name is the Alpha Dolphin, or Alpha Dolphin as you can see on the main screen right now, and I'm a Sonic Adventure Series runner and Sonic Frontiers runner. Right by my side I have 2 amazing runners and commentators with me, if you'd like to introduce yourselves.
My name is Spacebar, I also run the Sonic Adventure era games, and we are also here with...
What's up, I'm Witherman, I run Adventure era games as well, but primarily I stick to the Dreamcast hardware.
And yeah, today for y'all we're going to be doing Any % No DLC. This is a pretty awesome category, and we go really, really fast, so don't blink because, yeah, this is going to be impressive.
It is a super, super fast run, very, very fast paced. There is a lot of hub world jumping in this game. That's why we use the high-speed style.
Absolutely. So, is everyone in the crowd ready to count down? All right, follow my lead. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, so Sonic Frontiers is a pretty new game. Just came out, less than a year ago. The category is ever changing. Constantly new things being found, new routes.
Speaking of new routes, with the 1.20 update, the game's kind of changed a little bit. We're not going to be using the new blue boost in cyberspace today, but that is something that you can do now. So the game's going to look pretty different from today onward. This might be the last time you see a pretty traditional Sonic Frontiers run, as far as we know.
So for anybody who's unfamiliar with this game, there is sort of the hub worlds, and then there are cyberspace stages that are within the hub world. So the game throws you right into 1-1, mandatory to beat the stage, and now we'll be seeing some tutorial section and the first world.
Yeah, we're going to be starting off on the first island, Kronos Island. This island is the second island in the game overall to be completely busted open, but by far the fastest island in the game. We don't play really any of it. This island has completely changed. Like from the first week of the game, and then every day since, something has been found that makes this island significantly faster. So many different strats have been found and outdated, like after one or another. But I think at this point, it's going to be really, really hard to find anything that's even faster than this.
So you'll see Alpha doing a slide tech here, where you slide into the enemies to kill them. It's the fastest way to get rid of them. And a lot of little sections here kind of teaching you how to play the game. We're coming up to the first mini-boss, which you see a lot of unique ones on each island. First one being Ninja.
Nice parry.
So we have a sequence of abilities we do here to quickly dispose of the Ninja and collect our first gear, which is a collectible item that helps you unlock the cyberspace stages.
So there's a couple different main collectibles we're going to be looking for. The gears are used, as Spacebar said, to open up the cyberspace stages. And the reason we want to get into those is because we need to get the keys. The keys are the primary way we get the Chaos Emeralds, which are the main MacGuffins we need to clear most of the islands, not all of them. And the other main collectible we're going to be looking for is data tokens. Data tokens are going to be a necessity, especially to route in for the final island.
So this island, you'll be seeing the heart memory tokens. They are Amy's, as this island has Amy trapped in between the cyber worlds. And yeah, I think we need to collect... Oh, I don't think we need to collect any in this island, but you'll see us collecting a lot of those.
So here we're just going to skip a lot of the tutorial section using this portal here. We're going to try to get a lot of height to go above the invisible ceiling that is above the map right there. We got on it.
Nice.
And we're going to try to align ourselves with a little rock that is right there in front of us. This is a very hard trick, so this might not be first try. And we got it.
He's just that good.
Yeah, so that is the Joshua method. It's an extremely difficult tutorial skip. Normally you'd have to go through an entire rest of the section of the tutorial. You're going to see Alpha routing in some experience points here as well, because we need to unlock some abilities in order to do some skips. So you're going to see he's collecting some experience here in these boxes and some memory tokens along the way.
And we're going to be getting these purple coins. That is going to be absolutely crucial for the end of the run. We're going to stop by and say hi to our friend Big the Cat near the end of the run.
Yeah, and earlier you saw Alpha is going to be doing a lot of these trick launches where Sonic will just kind of boost off of a solid floor and just kind of fly off into the distance. Call that a trick launch.
Oh, here we have our first slingshot going straight up into the air. This trick is, there's like 3 different things you need to do this trick, but we're going to be using a ton of slingshots to get basically everywhere in the overworlds. Now you may be wondering, why are we heading straight into the Giganto boss arena? We haven't collected any Chaos Emeralds. We haven't really done anything yet.
Where's the boss?
Where's the boss?
Where is it?
Where is he?
Okay, we'll just search this way, I guess.
There might be a problem.
Huh? What? Oh, no, it's right there. It's right there.
We're good. No problems. The boss just really likes that section of the wall there. It doesn't show up unless you go over there.
So essentially, since we skipped a lot of the tutorial, we're not able to climb the boss, so we'll have to do that manually right there. and get on the top of his head to get the emerald.
And it doesn't matter how many emeralds you have, as long as you collect the last one, you do get to turn into Supersonic.
And of course, it wouldn't be a Sonic game without an absolute banger of a soundtrack for the bosses, so...
Slam him down into the Family Guy death pose.
So now we have a couple lasers thrown around at us, but it shouldn't really matter. As we most likely will have the manipulation, we need to do 33 combos exactly for the damage output to be exact. So the boss has only one way to attack us, and it's the hand. But we might be unlucky. No, we got lucky. Let's go.
I always find it so amusing that you can use the side loop ability on the bosses to make them fly into the air like that.
Yeah, they just kind of get owned. They have no counterplay. They have like one attack, you parry it, and then the fight just kind of ends.
And that's the first island.
That was a fantastic Kronos Island. Give it up for Alpha. Blasting through the first fifth of the game in only 6 minutes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Sonic Frontiers has seen, as we were saying before, a lot of huge optimizations. Kronos Island being the first stage of the run. As you'll know from pretty much any speed game, the beginning of the game is typically extremely optimized, especially in Sonic games. Very notorious for having extremely difficult first stages.
So here you're going to see Alpha doing a lot more of these slingshots, which really only require some kind of enemy to lock onto, and the abilities we already have unlocked. And you'll be using this to fly all the way across the entire island to... in this island, we only need to collect a single emerald. So we'll be seeing that, and a little bit of routing for some gears and some memory tokens.
A nice trick launch off the box to make it to the other island.
And here we are going to do 2-2. It is a very quick stage that allows us to get 4 keys very quickly, which will then allow us to get that emerald that we need.
Oh. We'll have to go into the menu, I think, because there's a couple of things that we're not included in your version. I'll do that right after the stage. Hopefully, we can get it for sure.
This is a very difficult stage. It's very quick, but this stage is very hard.
Yeah, they've really put a lot of effort into their soundtracks for the cyberspace stages and everything in this game. We only see about 20 seconds of this stage, but this song is very unique and goes on for a good 2-3 minutes of non-repetitive tunes.
That was crazy. That was a really good 2-2. And if you've played this game recently but haven't played since the update, you might be asking yourself, what is that little asterisk next to the time? So now Sega officially has determined that using mag dashing is cheating. But instead of patching it out of the game, they just tell on you now. So if you use a magnet dash at any point in time during a cyberspace stage, they add an asterisk to your time just to make you feel bad. I don't know why they did that.
Just go through the options real quick.
And for those who are wondering what a mag dash is, that is a homing attack, but you cancel it by dashing out of the way. So it's just, that's why they call it a magnet dash.
Oh yeah, we will need this, absolutely.
I'd turn off the power boost scene too. Might as well.
Oh yeah, true. No need for that. Training, notifications. That sounds good. We're good to go. Alright. So now we're going to go back to Kronos, because essentially there's a long road to go to get back to the Blue Emerald, which we are able to unlock essentially with the Blue Emerald right now. Or with the keys that we collected into 2-2. And we're going to try to go to the Blue Emerald as fast as possible. And map warping is a lot faster than going there on barefoot. This is a little bit scary. Nice.
Nice.
You'll see Alpha doing a lot of the sidestepping movement here. This is just a slightly more optimal way of getting around. And we always want to have the 400 rings, because that gives Sonic, what is it, the power boost, right? What do you call that?
Yep.
Yep. So there's quite a difficult trick coming up here.
Huh?
I don't
know if we can activate Shark again. Oh, I guess we'll just go through. What? Yeah, we cannot really do anything. Okay, we're gonna do the chase normally.
Okay.
Okay.
So normally you're able to kind of move whenever you have some text boxes right there on the screen and everything. If you go into a boss sequence, pretty much the boss will take a lot of the game automation, pretty much, and just take it away. So you can basically move while you're forced to go into a cutscene and be restricted from movement, and you can reach places. Normally you would be able to set your position differently on the chase and get to the end and then go off the edge and pretty much get a try again scene as you're ending the sequence, which saves around a minute. But here we got a little bit unlucky with the settings and everything, so we're gonna have to do it alone. But it's a really, really cool chase. I really like this cutscene and the other one after, so don't mind it at all.
I think it's a pretty neat detail that in most of these cutscenes too, we don't get to see very many of them in the run, but you do get to see Sonic's new cosmetics from any DLC you have applied. And just, you know, as we're doing this cool little chase, shout out to the SA2 shoes. They look so cool.
So each boss in the world usually has a section early on when you enter the worlds here. Kind of like an old auto-scroller type section like this. We're going to try our best to skip as many of those as possible, but it's more like just a little introduction to the boss of the island. This is my personal favorite one, the Wyvern. It's very cool looking. It's great music when you fight him too.
It really shows you how much of a threat the Titans actually are. They really do show up and mess you up at least once per island before you get to their boss fight.
Nice shoes.
Thank you.
You cannot run forever. Final warning. Leave.
That was a warning?
That's the only warning we're going to get. First and last.
So normally we would be a lot further back here where these soldiers are, but since we got respawned onto another way, we have to go back to the soldiers and then skip a lot of this island. And by this, I mean a lot of the island. And the boss is not there? No, it is.
Yeah, just like Giganto, if you touch the right part of the ground, their little favorite speck of dust, you can make them appear and just instantly fight them.
Yes, and now that all the groundwork has been laid out, we can really...
Beautiful. That is frame perfect.
That was amazing. Alpha switched to 30 FPS to make that trick a little bit easier, which is such a cool strat. I'm really glad we have a manual frame rate toggle in the setting.
So normally you can't access that section, but of course we use some tricks to get there, and now we are fighting the final boss. Or, I mean, there's a little auto-scroll section before you can fight him. So you guys saw Sage in that cutscene. Sage is kind of like the villain being manipulated by Eggman in this game. It's kind of sweet sometimes. But yeah, she is the one pitting these Titans against you. And has Knuckles trapped in the cyberspace in this island.
which you can find more about actually on the YouTube short that Sega released about how Knuckles got here, as it's not explained in game. I really like the Wyvern. If we're going to be talking about our favorites of the Titans, I think the Wyvern has the best song in the game. I think the Wyvern has the best fight in the game.
Absolutely.
Ares Island is my favorite island in the game. It's so sick. Everything about this island is so cool.
So here we're going to try to get very good RNG. Beautiful. These missiles can take a lot of time to show up. Like, I've seen some missiles not show up for around 30 seconds, so this is great RNG.
Nice.
For all the metalheads out there, this is Sleeping with Sirens, I believe that.
The lead singer, yeah.
Made the whole soundtrack for the Titans in this game. And boss entering the desperation phase now.
Break through it all.
Wow, this is the best RNG I've ever seen.
This is crazy good. Nice fairies.
This fight is so epic. A little bit of a quick time event right there.
So for attacking Wyvern, we used a lot of the cyclone kicks, followed by a dodge stomp. This is really fast because you can cancel a cyclone kick directly into a stomp, and the stomp directly into a cyclone kick, so it's just a never-ending cycle. And also spamming time.
Oh my god!
What was that? I don't think I've ever seen that done that fast before.
I'm in disbelief. That is the fastest mashing I've ever seen, and I used to play competitive Mario Party.
Shove another shot.
That's not fair.
So we found recently that the stick, if you rotate it around really fast, can also work instead of the X button right there. So if you roll really fast the stick, it will be pretty much instant.
Oh, you shouldn't have told me that.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well done. And 2 islands down just like that. This run is going so well. Fantastic.
Now we're moving on the probably the hardest island I think in the game.
I would say kind of without a doubt. Chaos Island is very fitting to its name. It is very hectically designed. It is also massive.
Absolutely. Ooh.
This island's going to be a lot different than the other two, as there is no major way to skip the whole thing yet, but we will have to go and do some collection here to sort of do the world linearly.
Now, will you be switching back to 60 FPS at some point?
Oh yeah, very soon.
Nice.
We'll just do a trick right here. So we have 1 portal gear, now we have 2.
Wait, what? How? How did you duplicate a portal gear?
So for some odd reasons that we don't really know yet, if you switch to 30 FPS and you have a lot of distance in between the portal gear drop and when you catch it at the very end, because it only locks on to you getting it very late, right?
Okay.
So when you get it, the time difference in between the distance and also where you were when you first got it has a weird bug with it that kind of just gives it to you twice if you're too far away from it. Because it kind of like wants to teleport it to you.
That's very odd. But speaking of very odd, here comes one of the most famous stages in probably Sonic history. Well, at least 3D Sonic history, in a very strange way. This is Green Forest.
Can't take it safe.
Yeah, so this stage being 3-1 is a play on the famous Green Forest stage that everybody knows and loves. Just like that, we've collected all of the red rings, we have cleared it within the time, and we have collected enough coins to get, or rings, to get all 4 missions done.
This is arguably the hardest stage in the run. It's very easy to die there. Multiple mech dashes that you will do will be literally out of bounds. You don't even belong to the stage for a while of it.
Yeah, 3-1 is an extremely difficult stage to do quickly. Doing it deathless at all is very, very impressive. And in the run, we have to do all the missions because that'll give you 3 extra keys. You collect the 4 vault keys, 1 for each mission, and then once every mission has been cleared, they give you 3 bonus. So that stage is worth 7 vault keys. Ooh. That is a low launch. Are you going to be a...
Yeah, I'm going to take it safe here, because dying also can screw up your angle and everything.
The memory tokens on this world are wrenches. This world is where Tails resides, so... Oh, that's unlucky.
Interesting.
We're going to get there.
This game is really weird because sometimes you can just run up walls. That's not really a speedrun strat at all, it's just kind of normal. So if you sometimes get put a little bit low, that's okay.
Another trick launch here. They're so cool to do these trick launches. You can you're supposed to do tricks in the air to get some experience, but we don't need any more of that in this run.
We have all the upgrades we're going to be getting, and we will not be leveling up at any point in time in this run. We do everything at level 1 because, you know, we're just so good in the community that we don't need any extra bonuses.
Here we'll be entering another cyberspace stage, I believe 3-5, unless I'm mistaken.
This is 3-2, just
3-2.
right before 3-5.
This is the first 2D cyberspace stage we've had in the run so far. These have slightly altered physics compared to their 3D counterparts, and for the first time in maybe modern Sonic history, Sonic can actually gain speed on a slope by rolling into a ball. Novel concept.
Oh, also, we're in 2D, but what if we just went in 3D for a couple seconds?
Yeah, go in 3D as well.
We choose what dimension we play in here.
Yeah, I cannot understate how smooth that 3-2 was, too. That was so clean.
So right now, normally, after collecting some keys, we're supposed to go to the blue emerald. But the red emerald right there gets unlocked after a second stage, so instead what we're going to do is we're going to try to get to red, but this slingshot here is very, very difficult. Yeah, this is kind of how it goes.
This one is a little tricky. Every time you got to realign it, you've got to do this launch off of the cyberspace portal. That is significantly more complicated than it seems. Alpha is just so good that he can just attempt it twice and then nail it when on his first real try.
So lucky for us in this game, Sonic can actually parry basically forever in the air. He just can float in the air parrying, and we can do side steps in between the parries to adjust where we are in the air. This way, we kind of get some better precision on where we want to go.
Ooh, that trick launch to get there was so sick. It's the small things. In a category this long, it's all the small things that just really make me just love watching this run.
Here we're just backing out and back in to get a better respawn. And so, side looping is when Sonic has a little trail coming out in the back, and if you make a circle while doing the side loop, it is what allows us to get these hidden items out of the ground, or trigger enemies to fly into the air and different things like that. There's also something really sus you can do. With, and extremely sus.
Doing a little bit of side looping there.
Didn't get lucky. Normally you want a lower amount of rings to be able to do exactly what would have happened on the second island, but we got the best possible RNG, which is the worst in this exact case, because you get hit on purpose exactly to get to 370 rings around. And then if you side loop twice and get 15 rings, because that's normally the ring count that will drop like the most commonly, I'd say. The power boost cutscene activates right as the game is trying to launch to you a cutscene, and then you pretty much can move within it and then get the try again thing. Is exactly the same concept as in the Wyvern Escape Chase. Skip.
The best I can.
Here we're being introduced to the third Titan and another mini boss called Squid, which will be supposed to be using to help us fight this boss right here in this introductory section. But
First try? Okay.
First try.
Man.
We just escaped a very narrow section that the game really doesn't want you to get out of. It forces you into an auto-scroller if you don't get out of that within like a couple seconds. So you kind of have to do that trick first try.
For a brief moment in Frontier's history early on, we thought that escaping the auto-scroller there would be impossible. But seemingly out of nowhere, a strategy was found to get us through that that night chase. That auto-scroller takes an absurd amount of time. It is several minutes. So being able to get around that and not even have to interface with it at all is a massive, massive boon for the community. It's really hard though, and Alpha, of course, nailing it first try, and every subsequent bit of movement following up to the next cyberspace stage. Going ahead and unlocking that before...
Ooh, I don't know if that's the correct spot. Will it work?
What?
Oh, it will reset. That's unfortunate. You have to kind of go around again. But first try.
First try twice.
Okay, well, this is good though. So since we already collected everything, we can just kind of go around, because we have to wait for the squid to finalize its path. Otherwise, the game will crash on us if we try to skip it, and we don't really want that happening with the save data kind of being corrupted and everything. So it's a bit precise and a little bit sketchy to do, for sure. So the squid is on its way. It's just taking its time, just going around. So we have time to stomp around, kind of. You see the map. This is a pretty cool map. You know.
Very difficult to navigate this world casually, at least.
Yeah, as you're looking around, you can see how everything is super disconnected. Getting between these islands without use of slingshotting is really, really hard.
There we go. I think we even got the cutscene skip. Beautiful.
Oh, how that's so sick.
Extremely difficult trick right there. That whole little section is very hard.
Sonic games do have a history of dying during cutscenes. Does seem to skip them.
So this is 3-5, one of the oddest cyberspace stages that exists in this game, no doubt. It involves this mechanic where you want to hit the dash pads, but avoid these green pads, which will make Sonic slide like this. It's the only time we'll see it, because we have to navigate these red rings in as well. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all there is to this stage. Just avoid the green pads and hit the red rings.
And that was a good 3-5.
It's a pretty simple stage.
And there's the squid just roaming around underneath.
So you'll be seeing a lot more of routing in these memory tokens for some. Oh wow!
What?
That's incredibly unlucky.
That is the silliest bounce I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, it happened yesterday to some player, and I just wrote "lol," and now it happens to me today.
Karmatic retribution.
So right there, essentially, what we're doing is a trick launch. So if you're getting off a platform in a particular way, Sonic will just kind of glide through the air. So if we do it from an angle, we can pretty much use that anywhere we want, and it's super, super effective.
Yeah, Alpha's doing very careful to make sure he counts the correct amount of memory tokens, the correct amount of keys, and the big coins that we are going to need in World 5. So we might see a little bit going out of the way to make sure we get all of those.
By any means necessary, we need to make sure we have enough purple coins, as those purple coins are going to be giving to Big at the end of the run are very crucial to finishing up the final island.
So right here is a section, they put one of these in each island, but this is the first time we have to beat it. It's sort of like a little asteroid section where you kind of do a little mini game here.
It's very much based off of the shoot 'em up Ikaruga, which has an identical mechanic of matching the color of the shot. You just kind of want to take this guy out, fill up the bar. Filling up the bar shoots out the missiles, and you fill up the bar by matching the colors. And that was a stick hacking minigame.
So here we woke up the Death Egg robot to build us a path to the Red Emerald, which we somehow already got by using a slingshot earlier. So Tails is pretty proud of this trial, but we don't really get to use it, unfortunately.
Unfortunate. While we have a little bit of time to talk about just Sonic Frontiers in general, I think it's kind of interesting how Chaos Island has the most continuity from Sonic Forces of any of these islands. As the Death Egg robot is one of the ones that was massively manufactured for the Sonic Forces campaign. There's like 15 of those in that game. And Tails himself even mentions Infinite from Sonic Forces as well. So it's interesting to see that regardless of reception, they're keeping the Sonic canon strong.
Yeah, speaking of callouts to the old games, the cyberspace stages, most of them at least, are based on various different older Sonic games. And Green Forest just being one of the ones we saw, but there are a ton throughout all of the Sonic games, I believe.
And it's also really, really interesting whenever you get to the ones like Green Forest and Metal Harbor and Skyrail, where you're playing through stages from Sonic Adventure 2 in a boost game. They feel really different.
And here we're coming up to a couple of...
We're good, we're good. We can sidestep,
It's okay.
So these are kind of like mini-game kind of things. They reward you with an emerald, so they are necessary to do, but It's kind of just breaking boxes and picking up gears. Got some fun music to go along with it.
So normally you're supposed to kind of attack the boxes, but if you slide and then boost, and then do it over and over again, you can basically break the boxes in a couple seconds, way faster than what you would do normally. So we're only going to use them on platforms that we don't really mind falling. For this one, we got unlucky there. There's despawns that can happen if we're not getting lucky, obviously. This is all RNG. Nice.
Ooh, okay,
we're good.
nice.
We're good.
For all the music enjoyers out there, hope you're enjoying the hi-fi beats and smash boxes too. And there we go.
And if you didn't get enough of that music, don't worry. We got more coming up. So we have another similar section after this really difficult trick launch right there. Good job.
Yeah, since that trick launch kind of sends you downward, it's really, really important that you hit that mount at the right angle, and hitting that, and Alpha makes it just look so easy.
So all the collectibles in this game, they wanted to give you different options on how you can obtain them. So of course you see Alpha digging up some treasure spots here with the side looping to get a lot of it. But you can actually just side loop in a circle and you have a chance of getting the memory tokens. So as well as fishing with Big is another option they gave you to getting these things. And even the Starfall event that we'll never see because it takes a lot of game time to see that happen. There's actually like day and night cycles that happen in the game, but obviously we're beating it a little too quick to see that.
Yeah, and I think it takes 3 day-night cycle rotations before a Starfall will appear on any given island. So yeah, you really don't want to see one of those in a speedrun. If you see one of those, something has probably gone horribly wrong.
True.
They don't particularly help us, but they are really cool to see.
They are very cool to see, this is true.
Is this enough? Ooh, that's a beautiful one, actually.
Wow. So a lot of people in the community have been trying their best to skip this little section here, but there is just a gigantic invisible barrier that prevents you from crossing this bridge.
Yeah, no one's quite found a way to skip this bridge section yet. But you know what? That's why you know, speed games are accessible. That's why there's a community. If you've got some sort of idea as to how we can skip this bridge section, join the Sonic Frontiers Discord and let us know. We'd love to hear it. Any new players breed new innovations.
Yeah, for any people that like to lab games out there, this is a lot of untapped potential still left in Sonic Frontiers. We have new things being found every week.
And with the new update too, as I was saying, this game, the next time you see it, is probably going to look completely different.
That last soldier in the air right there is really, really scary. If you go directly into it and you don't time yourself pretty much to the frame, you get directly stuck into the robot and then it's instantly failed the minigame, so you have to reset it all over again. And since it's just a falling minigame, then you have to pretty much lose 60 to pretty much 40 to 60 seconds depending on where you were in the stage. It's pretty sad when it happens, but we got it. And somehow there's a lot of sadness to these bridges. I'm not sure why the songs chosen for these are so sad, but...
The bridge is having a moment.
Oh yeah.
And speaking of the future content in this game, I believe they are releasing 3 more sets of DLC eventually to this game. Rumor has it we may be able to play as Knuckles, Tails, and Amy.
I'm very excited to see what that's going to be like, because as all of us are Adventure Series runners up here during this Frontiers run, and there hasn't been a mainline Sonic game to allow multiple different playstyles since the Adventure era. So it's going to be cool to finally see what it's like to play a modern Knuckles, a modern Amy, and a modern Tails.
I absolutely can't wait. As a huge Amy Knuckles fan. I'm really looking forward to playing as them. So here is another sort of gimmicky section called pinball. It wouldn't be a Sonic game without pinball. But for us, hopefully, we should be able to skip it. It's quite a difficult trick. I still don't even understand how somebody found out how to skip this. It's quite extraordinary.
It's very, very precise.
So what you want to do is you want to very precisely, at the exact right time, find your way off of this cliff and have the try again screen show up at the exact time that the pinball starts. The try again screen shows up upon death, so it is super tricky to get. And as we saw there, the pinball did start, so Alpha didn't quite get it on the first try. This trick is extremely difficult, but trust me, anything is better than playing the pinball in this game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, even if you get lucky, it's around 5 minutes or so. But right here, he's actually playing blind. You have to move Sonic around here without seeing where you are. So, and you got to go to the exact precise spot. It's very difficult.
Once again, it's a bit hard because you don't have that much time to roam around to get exactly to the spot where normally you would be able to go down and then hit the out-of-bounds section. So hopefully we can get it very, very soon.
Yeah, while we don't have an input display, Alpha is going to be playing blind during this small section here, trying to find the exact right position where he can fall off. That looks pretty good.
That looks pretty good, yeah. We'll see.
Oh, man.
Slightly off, yeah. This is really, really unlucky. This should be fun on the next try. Normally, we can use a keyboard to have more precision, but right now I'm kind of like left on controller. And I kind of have a setup normally, but it's very, very difficult to execute perfectly. That looks a little bit better.
That's pretty far out, yeah. What a strange trick.
Oh, yeah. We got it.
There we
Hey.
go.
Such a big moment in the run. It skips such a huge portion of the game. Pinball section.
Sonic, upon viewing pinball, screams so loud that he just finds himself back outside.
Just like that, we are staring at the Titan, and we are going to wait for a little bit of a cycle here. The boss likes to roller skate around this little crater. I always find it kind of amusing.
And his roller skating is RNG. Sometimes he can do it once, sometimes he can do it 15 times. It's kind of silly how long he can take at times, but Alpha with some pretty good RNG again. Only one little loop.
Just like that, boss is in his desperation phase.
Now we're going to play Beyblade.
That's true.
So we are using the parry mechanic quite a lot during this fight in order to repel this shield he'll be throwing back at the Titan.
Ooh, that was almost a perfect cycle. Just a little bit too much on the left.
A little bit off.
Pushing it again. Good, be good.
Maybe too right, yeah.
Too much on the right.
He's gonna, that's not gonna hit.
Perfect.
Oh, that did hit? That's crazy.
That
Go,
was
take
the
him
end of
out.
the cycle. And just like that, we're done with Chaos Island, I believe. We're gonna have one more QTE event with spamming a little bit again. We're gonna try to make it as fast as possible.
Let's go. Everybody get hyped for some of the fastest mashing you've ever seen. Let's go.
Sometimes it kind of stalls it, but it was not too bad. Not too bad. And also, this cutscene is probably the most epic in the entire game, I think, from a fan perspective also.
Peak fiction.
If you had to guess, how is Sonic going to take down this Titan? There's only one real way.
Yeah, if you've never seen this game before, I envy you. I wish I could see this cutscene for the first time too. So cool.
They timed the music so well with that.
Just perfectly.
All right, just like that. 3 islands down and 0% completion in the game. On to the 4th island here. This is my personal favorite. It's unlike any of the other worlds. It is an entire island. However, there are these 6 towers that we need to deactivate. So we need to get to the top, deactivate them one at a time.
Yeah, so this island, as Spacebar was saying, is not structured like any other island in the game. Ooh. This one is,
First try? Okay.
So sweet.
This is frame perfect, once again. A lot of frame perfects in this run.
This island is all about shutting down these 6 towers. So each tower is going to be, 1/6 of basically one big IL. So far, so good. This has been no way.
That is one of the hardest slingshots in the game, in my opinion. Super well done. You're seeing a combination of the slingshot tech we've already talked about and the Hedgehog space launch mission trip here.
The Hedgehog space program.
The Hedgehog space launch program.
The space launch.
It's got so many different names.
Whereas Sonic kind of just does a weird sidestep and just flies straight up into the air. It's really cool.
If you were wondering why Alpha seemed to run past this one, it's because we came right back. That slingshot is so impressive. Now soaring off to the 4th pillar. Keep in mind that this island ends on the 6th pillar, and this island could take you anywhere from like 1 to 2 hours casually, but...
Yeah, these towers are no joke to climb casually. Wow.
Ooh. That's so cool. Now we're moving on to the last tower. Setting up a slingshot off of this enemy.
Wow.
Gets it. Just making this look easy,
So
dude.
good.
This is crazy.
This is not an easy island.
Perfect. And just like that.
Yeah, a textbook Rhea.
Beautiful Rhea.
So well done.
So right now we're entering Uranos Island, which is another pretty difficult island. This time it's because you're collecting a lot of stream memory tokens, which are not really offered to you as much on Chaos Island or any other island. But this time you need to collect 190, which is a very high count. So everywhere that we're going to go into the island, we're going to have to collect them.
Yeah, most of the collectible counts in this game for most of the islands are pretty reasonable. But I guess they, I don't know what they decided at the end, because the amount of memory tokens you need to complete the game on the final island is more than all the other islands combined.
They reused a lot of the assets from the first world in this, including the memory tokens, so you're seeing the Amy memory tokens again, but there is no like new character being introduced. I think this is like a Sage.
It's Sage in this island,
yeah. Sage is the character of this island. Finally comes around and decides to start helping us.
Axel, that happens if you do a frame perfect slingshot. You get launched directly in the air.
Accidentally pulled off a frame perfect slingshot. This guy.
Whoops.
And soon we're going to see the payoff of collecting all of these big tokens.
And Alpha is notorious for having a famous magic trick. He can tell you what fish he's going to pull before he pulls it.
Oh, that's if I can remember the fishes.
That's true.
Yeah, as the islands progress, there is less and less sort of free memory tokens to get around in these those little like pits where they give you 10. They become less and less common, so there's going to be a lot more routing in these free air memory tokens that are just placed all around the map.
Yeah, but as you're supposed to be completing these challenges to get from memory token to memory token, Alpha has mastered this game's movement so much, he is just completely obliterating every challenge and not really stopping for any of them. The only challenge we are going to be stopping for is this cyberspace stage here. And I'm not... Which cyberspace stage is this? I'm not too familiar with this map.
This is 4-3.
Okay.
Probably the second hardest stage in the game. Super difficult with the airtime.
Yeah, I believe we get to see 4 cyberspace stages in this island, which is the most out of all the islands. It's almost a shame we don't get to see more of them, because they are so cool and soundtracks so good.
If you're a big fan of the cyberspace stages, you can run the arcade mode. We do have categories for that as well. Oh,
that was really
so good.
Perfectly done.
Beautiful 4-3.
If you get hit by one of the enemies there, you have to start over the entire stage because you need 70 rings to get all of the challenges. And you get hit twice, you lose 20, and you just cannot get the rings back, so it's really, really scary.
And one thing I'll say about that stage as well is, while it's not used too many times in the run, what we'll see in this final island more than any other island in the game is the Lightspeed Dash, for the first time in the series history, can actually go to any collectible, not just regular rings. So the Lightspeed Dash was used to collect the red ring. It also is used occasionally to collect a few of the memory tokens in the air on the stage. Oh, a little bit too far.
The lock-on is very hard on this one because there's a platform right next to us. Oh,
yeah.
We'll get it. Oh, we'll get it
Okay.
for perfect.
Frame perfect. I'm just going to go to space real quick.
Yeah, just a quick run back to space. So how are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good, you know.
I don't think I've ever seen a launch that high.
Yeah, so being too good actually loses you time. Who would have thought?
I think we're going to go back here to get the spring.
I really like this world because some of the routing you see is quite unique here is you do skip most of the free air memory tokens that are laid out, and then
hello
who's
there.
Shout out to Big the Cat.
Let's go.
Hey there. Would you like to try?
Would you like to try?
I'll give you a ride.
So here we collected 64 purple coins throughout the entire run to make sure that we can get exactly enough memory tokens and keys. And if I miss one fish here in terms of the grab, the coins stay gone, but I don't have the tokens that I need. So very, very careful here.
Yeah, so you can actually do big fishing on any of the islands, but with each further island to the game, so the second and third island, it rewards you with a lot more than it would on the first island, and you get the most out of it here in the fifth island. So that's why we save our tokens to this point, and we don't do this strat any earlier.
Yeah, it's very important to make sure you've routed in as many purple coins as you can to get to the 64 by the end here. As we said earlier, the memory tokens are extremely hard to come by on this island. They do not give out the free ones like they do otherwhere in the rest of the game, which is unfortunate because the amount of memory tokens you need here is huge. But I mean, that's why big fishing exists, right? We're here to collect these tokens.
So normally you would also need 33 keys, so we're going to buy 12 keys exactly, and then the rest we're going to use it to buy the memory tokens, which is, I think, if I'm not wrong, it's 26 memory tokens.
Excellent, it's a tire.
He's pogging out of his gourd for that. We love tires.
He's so excited, so excited.
Yeah, there's kind of a lot of cute things you can fish up here, like some gold posts from some of the original 2D Sonic games.
And a giant red isopod.
Some callouts to some fish from some older games as well.
Shoutouts to Hammerhead Sharks.
Not to be confused with Shark.
Yep, absolutely. We found a chest with a gold card right there. So this gold card makes you able to pretty much buy anything you want in the store. One individual value. So anything that costs a lot of money normally, or a lot of fish tokens, we are going to use it for that. So this will go to keys, because keys are drastically more expensive than memory tokens. Memory tokens cost 5, while keys cost 15, which is 3 times more.
And normally you'd be pretty happy with that gold ticket there, but it's only worth 15, and a lot of these other fish are worth 48 and 24. So actually, fishing up the chest with 1 gold ticket.
And there it is.
And there it is.
Shoutouts to Hammerhead Sharks.
How is Sonic holding that?
I'm
He's
not
really
sure.
strong.
Would you like to try? Would you like to try?
Apologies for any ear users in the chat. That menu is not very helpful.
Couple there.
So normally if you do it fast, you should be able to grab all of them, but if you get a weird angle, right as you start boosting, sometimes the memory tokens just can go everywhere.
Let's go, more Ikaruga.
Oh yeah. So here I'm actually going to be forced to mash a little bit more than usual. The reason for that is that this Ikaruga has a lot of cycles, and I kind of want to get the right cycles on time.
That was a very, very fast acting in the game. And once again, that's going to cause another very sad bridge.
They're so awesome. Majestic, the Majestic Bridge.
This game really does do a good job of giving you those vibes of feeling like you're in this massive world.
They nailed the atmosphere in this game. They really did.
Another bridge moment. I kind of like the first bridge better.
Yeah, this one's a little bit too long. And unfortunately, despite all that bridge's best effort, we don't actually take it.
After all the work we put in.
I'll try to save strat here. First try?
Wow, your first try on every one of those so far.
Those aren't easy. Those are really difficult to get down, especially in like a no reset setting. So just being able to nail every single one every time you want to, that shows a level of consistency that's kind of extremely impressive.
And yeah, just grabbing a couple of our last few memory tokens here. Gonna do a couple more of the cyberspace stages. And yeah, we're really just cleaning up the collection here.
Oh, another one?
Wow.
Oh my god.
We're getting lucky today with this.
It's a nice island from the top down.
Yeah. Great view from up there.
Wonder where that light goes up to.
I think we're gonna land on the bridge here. We're very close.
Oh.
We're gonna try to back it up here and sidestep. Nice. Okay.
So cool.
There are a couple more things to collect that we don't get, like the little cocos, which are cute little, I don't even know what they are. They look like little trees or something. Rocks.
They're like Chow predecessors. They're like rock things. I don't know.
They are meant to get your skill up, which we do not do. They are over on the bottom left of the screen, so we have one in everything.
And we do not pick up the defense or attack up seeds either, which are red and blue fruits respectively. We don't talk to either of the Old Men Coco, no Elder Coco, and no Hermit Coco. And
But
those guys
if you were interested in those, there is a 100% run that
sure
is required to collect all that. So there's a lot of these 2D and 2D sections throughout the islands that if you enter them, it'll throw you into sort of a 2D section that are kind of hard to escape unless you actually did what the game is trying to make you do, like go through that rail section. So we try to avoid those 2D sections as much as possible. You can kind of like get the memory tokens without actually doing the 2D sections.
And part of the reason that you collect, part of the reason the game wants you to collect so many memory tokens here, as there are a lot of optional sages just kind of positioned randomly across the island, and they'll be the ones giving the exposition to understand the mystery of what's going on here. So if you want the full plot of the game, you need to collect every memory token and speak to all the sages on the final island.
Now we're at 4-8. I think 4-8 is the quickest stage out of all of them. It's got my favorite song in the game, so just gonna let it ride.
Yeah, personally, I'm a huge 3-7 fan, but 3-7 does not appear in the any percent run, unfortunately. That would be my favorite song in this game. And huge uses of the Lightspeed dash to collect those red rings there, and a very beautiful 4-8.
Very well done. 21 seconds, all 4 missions.
So here we're going to do the last slingshot here, hopefully. It's probably the hardest one in the game to get the angle correctly, because you need to grab 1 memory token in the air. Okay, now that the boxes are broken, it should be a little bit better. You want to be very, very careful with that, so I'm just going to check the lineup again.
Now, this slingshot is incredibly difficult. It is incredibly precise, but this is one of the most important slingshots in the run.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's unfortunate. Alright, we'll go through the other way.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool movement tech that you don't necessarily see, or that we haven't mentioned yet, like that right there, being able to sort of do this weird boost jump tech to get up those green walls. As well as there's a lot of cool drop dash tech you can do, and a lot more in the cyberspace stages that you don't see.
The cyberspace stages and the hub world, I don't know if we've mentioned yet, have completely separate physics. They almost feel like 2 completely separate games that are connected by the open world. So there's a lot of stuff that's possible in cyberspace that isn't possible in the open world, and vice versa. There's a lot of stuff that's possible in the open world that isn't possible in cyberspace. So, like I was saying, that Sonic in cyberspace, especially in 2D, can roll down hills in a ball form and gain momentum. That does not actually work or apply that same way in the open zone. And that is the last Ikaruga section in the game, unless you're playing on the hard difficulty, in which you have a secret final boss, which is another Ikaruga section. But we are going to be approaching the final boss now.
As we're going to be collecting the last emerald right here, which is a gray emerald. And we have the main theme here. Great song.
Seems a little unfair.
Yep. And we basically don't even use the levels that you can have in the run. You can boost your attack, your defense, your speed, and your ring counts, I believe. And we're just on level 1 the entire time, so just imagine what it would be with the maxed out settings.
You would just decimate him in like one of those.
Yeah, I really like the design on this boss, how he gets the wings in the desperation phase. It's really cool.
And speaking about super cool things about Supreme, this sniper rifle is raw.
All of the fights in this game are purely raw. And that is Supreme.
And while the Supreme was the final boss of the game, we do have one final thing left, which can determine which category your run goes into, actually.
Oh, I hope we're running on easy.
Okay, then the three things. Because you can, there's QTEs coming up, and if you miss the QTEs, you do splat into the end.
Do we have enough time for splat %? I am very scared to do it.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes. Let's go for let's do.
Should we have a splat %? I'm not sure.
You get to see Sonic smash into a planet.
Y'all want to see Sonic smash into a planet?
Forgot that I had to explain it because. But yeah, no, this game is very, very cool. There's a lot of tech that has been found just recently with the new update that dropped that I was not able to pretty much showcase here today because I was doing the road, 8 hours of road to get here, while everything was kind of settled. So hopefully on a different showcase, I get to showcase a lot more because this game has a lot of deepness to it when it comes to speedrunning, and it's a great speed game. Great choice.
Yeah, the community for this game is really fantastic. They put in a lot of effort into keeping up with the ever-changing routes and tech and DLCs. But it's really good community, and yeah, just go check them out.
Yeah, Sonic Frontiers is a super sick game with a super sick group of people playing it. You know, be sure to follow Alpha Dolphin. Dude is so good at every game he plays, it's kind of not fair.
Aww. Stop it. And here we finally see the plot of the entire game. Sage, who pretty much is throwing at us enemies and a lot of stuff from the problems in space, is actually Eggman's daughter. And this is the end of the run. The end.
He took your home world. He took your lives. Are you going to let him do it all over again? I need your help. We can end this. Please.
So now with the help of the Titans, we would normally have to fight this last boss. But here we don't have to fight it. We just have to watch the cutscenes.
So we're going to splat % first, and then after that, on the second try, will be time coming up. So right here, we just need to miss all of these.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh. And that is splat %.
Yep. That's where the run would end in splat %.
So time is going to be coming up on the third QTE. There's going to be 3 of them, and then on the third one, that is when time is going to be.
Now or never.
Count it down with us. 2, 1. Time.
That is Sonic Frontiers, any %, no DLC. Great job, great run.
Fantastic category.
Oh yeah.
I love Frontiers. Yo, let's go, mouse cursor on screen.
But yeah, this was the run. It's pretty quick, but it's a lot to remember, just in terms of how a collectathon is as a speedrun also. But this is a very cool experience. I'm really glad that I chose this speed game when it came out, because only greatness has been coming from this game in the speedrunning world so far.
Please look after Father.
This is also really sad because you see the reaction of Eggman to kind of knowing that his daughter kind of disappeared.
Yeah, this game I'd say is for anybody that's ever enjoyed Sonic, because it really gives you the feels and it gives you the vibes and the atmosphere. Even if you're not like the biggest fan of the gameplay, there is something for you in this game.
Yeah, as all three of us have said multiple times, we are adventure series runners primarily. We stick within the more Dreamcast, GameCube, early Xbox era of games within the Sonic series. But all of us have had interest in Frontiers, and it's the first modern game that any of us have really put some serious time into outside of that era. Frontiers really does feel like a kind of return to form while also giving something super fresh. Very big fan of this game and its overall execution as a speed game.
So wait, you shouted me out, but where can we find you guys?
High fives, guys. High fives.
High fives, yo.
Yes, we
Let's
can
go.
high five.
Yeah. But also just, everybody, once again, follow Alpha Dolphin on Twitter and on Twitch. Dude is amazing. Plays so many great games, mainly SADX and Frontiers. Huge fan of Alpha Dolphin. And of course, follow Spacebar SR.
I work a lot on the SAESR events channel. You can check.
true.
You can find me there, and any other Sonic Adventure era games are showcased there very often. Go and check it out.
And if you're interested in Adventure era stuff, specifically anything with Sonic Adventure 1, my name is Witherman, and I'll be running tomorrow Sonic Adventure 1 to close out PAX here or GDQ here for PAX at around 12:30 with Sonic Adventure 1 on its original release. I'll be playing on the Dreamcast. So if you're going to be here at PAX, be sure to stop by. It's going to be a super sick run. And I'll do all my shouts and stuff, tomorrow. I'm not going to do that here during Alpha's run.
But yeah, that was Sonic Frontiers. Thank you so much for having me. I was really nervous coming up here. This is my first official marathon run, and there's been a lot of difficulties getting to here, including traffic, getting stuck in the middle of Boston, a lot of stuff just over and over on top of each other. So just glad to be here. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this run, because it's awesome, and it really means a lot to me. So thanks again.
Great job, Alpha.
We love you, Alpha.
Wow, an incredible Sonic Frontiers run from the Alpha Dolphin. First marathon run, and you put together that kind of showcase. I think you are doing something right. So very well done. Much appreciated to the Alpha Dolphin and the Couch for making that run so enjoyable. Well, that concludes the Saturday schedule of GDQ at PAX East. But as I have said a few times now, we are going to be rolling right along through the Sunday runs as well here. So I hope you all are ready for some more excellent speed runs from our PAX East showcase. But before we do so, we're going to take a quick break. So feel free to hit the bathroom, get a snack, maybe a chili dog, for example, and we'll see you on the other side. All right, welcome back to GDQ at PAX East. I almost said awfully silly, believe it or not, because I'm so used to saying that. My name is Konception, by the way, if you are just tuning in. We've been showcasing all of the speed runs that we were able to feature as a part of our PAX East showcase. We just went through all of the runs that took place on the Saturday of the event, and now here we are on the last day of the event, Sunday. So we have, as you can see, the schedule of runs right there is posted. The times, don't worry so much about those, is the time at which the runs occurred live at the event. But since we didn't have internet, we recorded the videos and are now showcasing them here now. So you don't need to worry about the times. Just enjoy the speed runs. Before we hop into our first Sunday run, of course, I wanted to remind everybody that SGDQ 2023 specifically is coming up May 28th through June 4th in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So it is in person. If you're interested in attending the event, registration is now open until May 3rd. So feel free to go on over to gamesdonequick.com for more information. If you are waiting on the games list before making a decision as to if you're going to go or not, the games list is now available. Also can be found at gamesdonequick.com, or you can use exclamation point SGDQ in the chat to get more information on that. The schedule for the event will be released next week on April 11th. Without further ado, let's jump into the Sunday runs. We're going to be kicking it off with a really cool run of Kirby Air Ride All Tracks by Pair Strike. So please enjoy.
Hello, are we live? Oh my god, we are live.
Are we?
Yeah, hey everybody. This is Kirby Air Ride. Welcome to Kirby Air Ride. And we're going to be doing all tracks, which is all 9 of these tracks in the Air Ride mode here. We're going to be doing them back to back and finishing them as quick as possible. So, are you ready on time? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm Pair Strike. Oh, thank you very much. It's very sweet. I'm Pair Strike. It's my friend Scoot.
Hey, I don't run this game, and I haven't watched it in forever, so I also don't really know what's going on.
So we're gonna expect some detailed explanation from him for most of the run. But we're gonna be seeing 2 Air Ride machines. We're gonna be seeing this first one, Rocket, only on 2 levels, and then we're gonna see Scooter, Wheelie Scooter for the rest of it. That is the fastest vehicle in the game, but this one is faster / more consistent for these 2 levels. And this is the first level, Fantasy Meadows. We're gonna go in order because it works out. It's like the easier levels at first too, so I kind of get to warm into it. When I do runs, when I'm doing reset heavy runs, I usually start from the end and go to the beginning because it's the hard levels first. But so that was Rocket Start. Not too much to talk about there, except for you get a speed boost when you kill enemies. And for some air rides, it's more than others. I got that jump.
You got that jump. We were talking about that.
Yeah, we were talking about that jump. I can't do that jump on this oh my god. I can't do this jump on this controller anymore. I don't know why.
How'd that randomizer work with the enemies?
So for that one, when you suck up those 2 enemies right there, watch this. That was so cool, wasn't it? Wow. When you suck up those 2 enemies there, and if you let the mix run out, then it'll always be sword there.
It'll always end on sword if you don't, yeah.
Because it's based on the enemies that you suck up for the mix.
Okay.
It's very complicated. Us Kirby Air Ride speedrunners are very smart mathematicians.
Yeah.
Educators, doctors.
Probably at this point.
Yeah, at this point, we're all 30 years old. Yeah. But yeah, so this is Wheelie Scooter. I screwed up.
We should probably explain spin dashing.
Yes, I was just about to get to that. So what I'm doing here against the walls where I'm spinning and then charging into the walls, that's called a spin dash. And you can do it for a second and get a quick blast of energy, and then you shoot off of the wall after it's done. And so we actually don't do it too much on this level. Really, only that one spot on that hill.
That's what I associate this game with, this speedrun with, is that strategy.
Yeah. I coined that the swag dash because
and it didn't stick.
I used to die, but it didn't stick, and also it didn't. I haven't really screwed it up. Well, I screwed it up that second time there. Also, there's too many enemies here, so I'm just not gonna do it there.
Okay.
Oh, now this strat's hard. Oh my god, I did it.
Okay, nice.
So good.
Congrats.
Thank you. Please clap.
Please clap.
No, thank you guys. Okay. So yeah, so Wheelie Scooter's all about the spin dash. It's all about getting these nice big jumps after you kill an enemy, and you get a lot of speed going. Dude, that's so bad. And you get a lot of speed going after it, and yeah. Now this is Sandula. Oh, this is the Japanese version of the game too. Usually in speedrunning, the Japanese version saves on text and it's stuff like that usually, but for this it is actually a gameplay reason why we use it. For some reason, it was the first version of the game, so for some reason in the later versions of the game, they programmed the air rides to like slow down just a little bit slower. So basically, oh dang it. So basically, oh come on. Basically, you go just a little bit faster by using the Japanese version. So you save like probably 30 seconds throughout an all tracks run. And there are some Japanese only strats that we can do, and I'll point them out when we do them.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I think the reason you brought that up is because of the names of the stages. Aren't
yes.
they like different?
Yeah, they are different. So in the American version, this is Sky Sands.
Okay.
But in the Japanese version, it's Sandula.
I like Sandula.
Yeah,
more.
the names are so much better in the Japanese version.
Also it uses kilometers per hour.
Yes, kilometers too, as well. Okay. So there's a spin dash. We did it on the edge there, and it kind of like shoots you off pretty good.
Yeah.
There's this cool strat with the tornado power up that I meant to do, but I messed it up, unfortunately. I shouldn't have even pointed that out.
I was gonna say
you wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
Now you know I'm a fraud.
I think what's the logic behind like the spin dash thing? Is it because like walls normally repel you?
Yes, yeah, they have like a bouncy property.
Yeah.
So by spin dashing, like you stick onto the wall, for some reason, and then you can like.
It's just like a consecutive series of you
getting
bounces,
basically, right?
Yeah.
I think that's.
That's how I imagined it anyway.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Might end up figuring real.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it could be real. It sounds good.
Scientists on it.
Yeah, we'll get the air ride doctors on
the
it.
Pan and Cook of the air ride.
Now we got a mix here by accident.
Oh, you got there you go. There's,
but we got
the tornado.
Yeah, there's my cool tornado strat. I got hit by a pillar and it turned into tornado. So this is cold. This is my favorite name of all of them, I think. And this normally is Frozen Hillside. So this is a hard strat, but it's actually not too hard. I just suck.
You're doing well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I feel like I'm doing okay, but my times are bad.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you.
That's the speedrun like expectation.
This is a Japanese glitch, Japanese only glitch. That's called a charge slide. Oops. So basically, I just hold a charge the whole time down that hill, and I chain it into other boosts, like those little what are those called? They're those little arches. They're all boosts that give you little bursts of speed.
Oh, okay.
And
kind of like these arrows.
Exactly, just like these arrows. And there is another little thing I could have done with those arrows that hopefully I'll do in the second lap here. But yeah, so I start holding charge at the end of this rail, and then I could keep the momentum, and I could chain.
Yeah, because normally charging
all the way down
stops
there.
you.
Yeah, and normally charging only lasts. Oh, come on.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's a dead pixel there that
okay.
Sometimes it hits.
Interesting.
Oops. Okay. Also, this game has one button that does everything.
It has a button.
A button.
Literally.
A button does everything. It stops you.
Uses power-ups.
You get power-ups with it. And then when you stop, you also power up you get a charge, or you charge up a charge. I don't know how to explain it.
You charge a charge.
You charge a charge.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about this game, so this is all tracks. This is just all tracks as fast as possible. We do another category called all tracks, no duplicate rides. And that one is we use 9 different vehicles. And it's really cool in this run because each vehicle is like very different. I think it's a lot different than your standard kart racer because of that. Each one like controls very uniquely, I feel like, for the most part.
If anyone's familiar with like fighting games, they're akin to like the differences between characters. I'd say they just like operate completely differently and have different goals and play styles basically.
Basically, exactly.
I mean, there are some that like carry over, but
we could even see that between the two right here. Like for Rocket, you want to stay grounded. You do the big boosts around the corners.
Yeah.
You.
This is charging.
Kill on. Yeah, you do the
This big charge.
The big charge up. Now for this one, you saw that there was a fork in the road, and I went down the middle path. And so that's on a universal cycle here. So we're going to try to get in the middle path every lap.
Yeah, the interesting thing when I tried playing this game for literally one level for $5, easiest $5 I made, like 12 hours.
Was it really only $5?
Yeah, I think so, maybe 10.
I'm cheap.
Yeah, I did the IL for like 12 hours. Anyways, what I didn't recognize going to this game was that everything is on like a global timer. So like, if you slow down for a second on like the first lap, something on like lap 3 will be different.
Yes.
And so like that, like, yeah, that thing he took right there that chose which path in the road he took is just always moving.
Yep.
So
on a global timer, and
even these like enemy placements and everything.
So far we got it. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, the enemy placements are always the same. The only tiny bit of RNG we'll get is sometimes they spawn like a little to the right or to the left. And that's only really a problem in the second track that we did, Celestial Valley, but we had no issues with that. So we're all good. Oh, okay. I brain farted for a second, but we're good. Also, I did miss the good cycle.
Oh.
That's okay. So we end up over here. Path, yeah. The middle path is just so much faster. Even though it may not seem like it, it doesn't even look like it's so much faster, but it really is. So, but that's okay. This is just one cycle slower.
We're past.
Not a big deal. And this strat is cool. I start charging up real early.
Oh yeah, because normally you have to like stop to charge with this vehicle, but because he's able to hit those arrows.
Yeah, you could just chain that momentum basically. All right.
Nice. I think it's all. Was it Scooter?
All Scooter from here on out. Yeah, those are your 2 rocket stages.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing this vehicle only for the rest of the run.
Now this one has a lot of spin dashes. The next track has a lot of spin dashes. Getting that rail is really annoying, but then the one big thing in this track is this Ferris wheel, this beanstalk Ferris wheel, and it's usually decently easy to avoid.
Yeah, as we were talking about, like the global.
Yeah, the global, exactly. So. Yeah, but if you do land in it, that's a good like 3 seconds lost.
Yeah, you just get like abducted. Hopefully it doesn't happen.
You do get abducted. It's true.
It just picks you up.
It picks you up and it takes you somewhere else.
You're going slow for 3 seconds. You can see the sights.
Yeah, there's nothing you could do. You can't really even spin dash or anything. You kind of just have to take in the view. Okay, good so far. We're gonna do a cool bomb strat here. I'm gonna throw the bomb. It's gonna kill those enemies, which is gonna give me a little boost of speed, like right then as I did that big jump. And that saves a lot of the time, like when you're just grinding out the IL. And IL means individual level. And so I have like times for all these tracks individually, not like just outside of the full all-track speedrun. And it's fun to,
Yeah, opposed to just like
out.
having a consecutive run like this where you go from one track to one track, one track. Sometimes just fun to stick and play one level for.
Yep, just grind it out for hours. That's why that's why I fell in love with this game. One, the gameplay is perfect for me. I just love how it feels. And then 2, practicing it is just doing a little speedrun, basically. To practice it, you just grind out levels. So, yeah.
Yeah, some other games are kind of hard to practice because
some are, yeah.
You need to have like certain save points and stuff like that.
Okay, so that's this level. This one went pretty good.
Yeah, you didn't get hit by the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, we didn't get abducted, kidnapped. Okay, cool. Now this one has a lot of spin dashes. This track could
Steel Oregon
go by pretty quick. Yeah, this one's called Steel Oregon. Another great name.
Is it like Machine Passage normally?
Yes.
Okay.
Machine
oh,
Passage.
No.
I fell.
Oh.
It's all right. I got backups.
Okay. Yeah.
Now this was the one track that you did.
This is the one track I did. I didn't use this car though. I used the
pyramid.
Swerve?
Yeah, Swerve Star.
Yeah, I called it pyramid earlier. It is literally a pyramid.
It is a pyramid.
It's cool.
And like we were saying with the vehicles, that one's very different where it can't turn unless you press A.
Yeah. You have to stop to turn. And this is the first GameCube game I played. that like really used the D-pad.
Yes.
And I actually really liked it because the GameCube D-pad's kind of, but in this scenario where you just need to make like a spin input, you go like up, down, left, right.
Yeah, you could do a quick spin in this game, where you could just do right and left. You don't even have to do up.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
You were doing hard mode.
Oh, yeah, I was doing a circle.
But yeah, you could just do left to right real quick and get a quick spin.
Yeah.
And so for some spin dashes, we use the D-pad. And for the final track, we're going to be using nothing but the D-pad for the most part. That one is nothing but spin dashes, so you'll get really used to it then. Oh my god, the Gordos. They don't want any of my nonsense. Oh no. My gosh. It's okay.
It's so odd because it's like you don't expect that to happen when it does happen.
Dude, I didn't do the cool jump once.
No.
Oh my god.
What's happening?
I'm falling apart.
This is basically swerve.
Yeah, this is a swerve.
That's what swerve starts. That's what the pyramid does.
The pyramid.
Yeah.
Okay. He hit me.
He hit you.
Yeah, even
I was
those.
thinking about those discs.
Yeah, those discs, they're on a cycle too. Everything's on a cycle, which is cool.
Yeah, I like that.
There's very little RNG in this run, if at all. That's why I like it so much. It's so execution based.
RNG stands for random number generator.
Yes, which is luck.
Which is luck.
Basically.
Basically. In this case.
This is Check Knight. Not much different than the American name, Checker Knight.
True.
Or Checker Knight.
You're gonna go for this jump?
I'm gonna go for this jump.
He's gonna get it? He's
Nope.
not.
David, my friend, would make fun of me right now.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully he's not in the crowd.
Yes. Is he here?
Is he here? Where does he live?
Where does he live? California.
Oh, maybe. PAX West.
Probably caught a bus. We're gonna do another charge slide in this level. This is the big charge slide that we were talking about before, where you just hold charge as you run through boosts, and then you basically just change your momentum. We're gonna do that in a second here coming up. What we do is we hold a boost, and then we hit that there's a little bump in the road, and we hit that bump, and it makes it so I'm still holding charge that whole time, and you can just fly through that level, or fly through the end there and chain all those green boost pads and just gain a nice bit of speed. And then here we go. This is the second to last level. Now, this is my favorite category of the game, but there's a lot of other categories. There's any percent for each 3 of the modes: City Trial, Air Ride, and Top Ride. And that's just, oh, I missed it. That's just getting, I believe, 100 checkboxes, and then it plays the credits.
Yeah.
So in this game, there's, little things, little achievements, basically, to do in the game, and you get checkboxes.
Yeah, sorry if you were here for City Trial.
Yeah. No City Trial. No City Trial today. But City Trial is fun. City Trial is the adverse of this run, where it's nothing but luck. For the most part. It's very random.
Pretty cool.
But that's why it's fun.
Yeah, kind of like the CarPGs.
That's
RPG
true.
games.
Like Road, what was it?
Whatever Kona
What's the
ran.
one Kona? Yeah. any Konosumi games. But yeah, that's why I like this game. Don't laugh.
Just smacked it.
Yeah, I know. The sound design's so great.
Yeah. You're so like isolated too.
Oh, I didn't get hit by the Gordo. Oh, I missed the thing again. All right, I still had enough speed there. I'm gonna go for a dirt dash.
Okay.
All right, that wasn't too bad.
I see what we call it, a dirt dash.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So
go through
that's
the dirt.
You go through the dirt. So there's like rough patches of grass that slow you down.
Yeah.
Or dirt, or gravel, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then this is the final level. This is the one we're just gonna do 40 spin dashes in a row. There's no enemies to kill in this level to go faster.
You can use the random power up though, right? remember seeing a 1-star with like a bomb.
Yes, that's for bulk star.
Oh, okay.
Which is what we do in no dupes. But for this, we're just going to spin against the wall 40 times in a row. And I'm going to mostly use the D-pad, but then there are some, like that corner that I have to use the control stick. Why? I don't know. Why it works for that and not the D-pad, I don't know.
Personal preference?
No, it just doesn't work.
Oh, even David does that?
Even David does that.
Okay.
Even the king. Like, it'll kick you off. It's all about the angles.
Yeah.
The Air Ride mathematicians can tell you, but not me. I'm but an Air Ride peasant. We get to hear this nice sound over and over.
Yeah.
This level is very cool, though. Oh yeah, and then if you release at the right time, you can get your spin dash to release into a ramp, and then you could do a nice big jump there. Oops. Also, with the release, you want to release the D-pad. Oh, there you go, like that. You want to release the D-pad and the control stick slightly before you release the A button to get the best release off of the wall. It's a little technical strat there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's being picked up, but like from my headset, I hear his like GameCube controller inputs, and like at the corner of my eye, seeing him like release.
Yeah.
At the end.
Yep.
At the end of a.
Oh,
when he
that
pushes
was
off the wall. He does it in real life.
Yes, I if you watch me, I'm tilting my head around every corner. Okay, and we're coming up on time, I think.
Yeah.
As soon as I cross the finish line here.
Grand finale.
Oh, I was trying to get one.
Oh,
time.
That's fine.
Thank you. And that was Kirby Air Ride all tracks. That was all 9 of the tracks. And that was it. Yeah, thank you for watching, and
thank you,
thanks
PAX.
for being here. Yeah, thank you, PAX. Goodbye.
All right, that was a really cool and really high-octane run of Kirby Air Ride all tracks. There's a lot of really cool and fun categories that come along with the Kirby Air Ride game, and that was one I hadn't seen before, but I was really happy to catch it live when I was there. For everybody who's still watching, we have a few runs, as you can see, left on the schedule here for today, so you won't want to go anywhere for too long, but we are going to take a little break here, so feel free to stretch, feel free to hop on your stars and run around, I guess. I don't know. I got nothing better than that. And we'll see you back here in a few short moments. All right, welcome back to the GDQ at PAX East Showcase, where we're featuring speedruns that we had on the speedrun stage as a part of PAX East 2023 in Boston just a few weeks back. We just got done with an excellent run of Kirby Air Ride All Tracks by Pearstrike, and we're going to be moving right along in the schedule here in just a moment. Just wanted to, of course, remind everybody that the Hotfix content goes pretty much every day for the most part. For examples, tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to be having Bargain Bend, followed by Tiny Tree Fort. Bargain Bend being a show that features speedruns of games that you could purchase for $20 or less, and Tiny Tree Fort being a continuation of a series that was started by the staff members and people involved with the Fatales events, be it Flame or Frost, and showcasing some of their featured runs and runners of that community. So please go ahead and check that out, as well as any other Hotfix content we have. You can find more info at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, I think. If not, just gamesdonequick.com and then click on the Hotfix tab. You'll see it there. But without further ado, it's time to jump into some more speedruns here. The next one that we featured as part of our PAX East schedule was Mega Man 4 Any Percent by Mr. Cab 55. So please enjoy that run.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to the speedrun stage here. We've got Mega Man 4. I'm Mr. Cab. We've got Richard on the couch.
Yeah, also known as Augendrocker.
Augendroch.
And I'm Witherman.
And Witherman.
Our first robot master.
Let's go.
Witherman not actually an evil Robot Master, but here today anyway. So we're going to play Mega Man 4 NES game. First game where Mega Man has the Charge Buster, and we're fighting the new villain, the mysterious Dr. Cossack. So, if timer's ready?
Yep.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good luck, Cab.
Let's do it.
All right, we're going to be getting a very important tool here in Pharaoh Man, aren't we?
Yep, there's 2 routes for this game, Bright first and Pharaoh first. And as Shelly likes to say, we're doing Pharaoh first because it's faster. But in Pharaoh Man stage, we do get the balloon item. If you're familiar with Mega Man 2, you might know about item 1. It makes little floating platforms, so we want that. It's very nice. Yeah, Cossack Balloon is an essential tool for the run, and that's why people start chicken out here.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Cap does not want to get hit here. If you fall through that pit, you have to play through the rest of the stage normally, and you do not get balloon.
If you get hit there, you reset the game. There are backup strats that beat the game without balloon, but we want to see the game fast.
All right, and this is going to transport Cap to the later parts of the stage, so some of the platforming won't need to be done, but again, that balloon being very important later on in the run.
All right, so this is an NES game, so we're going to immediately go into a little bit of lag management here. It doesn't look like much, but we want to land on the left side of these platforms and not see those bullets come out. Naturally, I say that and then I miss all of them, right? Marathon luck.
Yeah, lag reduction strats are super important in a lot of the NES Mega Man games, especially the 3, 4, and 5, I would say, are the trilogy of laggy games. And those are the 3 that you would need to use the lag reduction strats the most in the classic series.
Mega Man 3, I always swear, is crafted from the pure essence of lag.
I can't believe that game released in the state it did at some points. Like, the game comes to a complete crawl.
Well, as much as I'd love to talk about Mega Man 3, we're about to face Pharaoh Man here, our first Robot Master.
The Cab utilizing this charge shot here. This is the first Mega Man that we've seen this in.
Mm-hmm. Pharaoh Man's actual weakness, oddly enough, Bright Man, the other weapon that you can do first, but even then you would fight him with the Buster. Buster's just faster. So we're hoping he stands still. If anything, maybe just jumps here. Just stay there, Pharaoh Man. Just stay there, please. It's being nice. That's good, actually.
All right, Cab trying to find a pixel right in the middle and going to be jumping right as those particles leave the screen.
See if we got it.
Yeah, if you did, there's a little bit of a animation skip there. Again, it is very precise, and so it's very difficult to do.
Yeah, it's every Robot Master, if you're standing in the exact center, he just sort of teleports in the middle of the screen, saves like a second. So, of course, across the whole run, it's really like 8 to 10 seconds. Okay, good, we didn't select continue. Into Bright Man stage. So another stage that's really just Buster heavy here. Although halfway through we'll switch to Pharaoh Man's weapon and maybe not see Buster again for a long time.
If Pharaoh Man's weapon, the Pharaoh Shot, is one of the most powerful Robot Master weapons in the classic series, it's really comparable to a lot of the other diagonal throwing powers that Mega Man's had in the past.
Good, we got a fast grasshopper here. These grasshoppers can, conveniently enough, go slow or fast. We got 2 fast ones. If they go slow, sometimes there's things we can do to mitigate it, but you usually just have to kind of sit there and eat the time loss. Mega Man 5 reference. Oddly enough, Mega Man 4 and 5 actually have the same 1-up drop rate. We just see a lot more of them in 5.
Is it just because there are more drops?
Yeah, you end up defeating more enemies in there. There's a slow one, but we can make that jump.
Yeah,
Well,
again, these are insta-death spikes.
Just gotta get to the very edge of those foreign TVs. You know how it works.
Well,
foreign to you, anyway.
Fortunately, we managed to make it to the checkpoint here. Not too far of a setback.
Let's just take that hop this time. We got more slow ones. So we want to take that hit there. You can see the game is just really struggling here to keep track of everything on the screen. There is a strat for that screen that uses the balloon and tries to skip as many of those grasshoppers as possible to try and save on lag. It is insane to actually do it and save maybe like 2 seconds.
You're going to be seeing Cab making sure that he gets to the front of these platforms here. You don't want to get caught if you're on the left side of the platform there. Mega Man could get stuck if you're just doing the walking animation.
Yeah, you can slide off the edge if you're on the left side just walking forward, which we do on that one platform. It was the second onto the third one. We just kind of popped up to the top. It's a really easy clip. It's actually really helpful to do because it's very easy to trigger that platform without landing on it. Anyway, here's Brightman. Let's show off why the Pharaoh shot's so good. You hit one over your head, and it doesn't use weapon energy. So we get these 2 hits in a row for the cost of 1. Come on. One other thing that's not obvious that we did there.
There was HP management going on in that boss fight.
Yeah. It was the third shot we fired an uncharged Pharaoh shot at him that put him onto an interesting hit point value. Brightman only uses the Flash Stopper at 16, 8, and 4 hit points. So as long as we keep him off that value, we'll never see it.
Yeah, and you won't freeze the screen that way, and that saves a bunch of time.
Getting stuck is bad. On to Ring. So Ringman stage starts with this nice vertical section, which is one of the reasons we got Balloon first. You can do this with the Flash Stopper, but then we don't get to make these nice little jumps up the right side.
Cossack Balloon is such an interesting tool. Every classic game seems to have like its own like unique gimmick, and Cossack Balloon is one of my favorites. You get it so early on.
You see those balloons disappearing? I believe that's 2 frames, right?
No, this one's like 16 frames.
16 frames?
It's a literal eternity to some of these frame perfect tricks.
I was trying to give you some compliments there on your
Alright,
gameplay.
it's frame perfect.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go to Pharaoh shot. So like you said, this one's, come on. A diagonal throwing weapon. Again, this screen's just super laggy. Ringman stage is also the stage of mini-bosses. This is the only one we actually tried to kill. We already skipped the first hippo. Here's the second hippo. Just gotta stand here and wait for it. Just very nice. They just let you keep going, go about your business. Thinking about it. My control. Oh, whoa.
It's fine.
That was scary.
Speed noises.
It wasn't scary at all. Oh, that was a little bit scary.
No worries. Know your backups, everybody.
You just wanted to show off Flash Stopper here.
It's interesting that the platforms aren't affected by Flash Stopper.
There. Sometimes you gotta remember as a speedrunner, when you get out of rhythm, just pause and keep going. Also, it's nice though to have that death because then we do get all our health back. This stage actually has some pretty tight health management. Sometimes you get to that last enemy, crashing into the rings does 8 hit points of damage. You can still get damage boost through it from its little ring shot, that only does 4. Much like the ring boomerang itself here. Again, you want to hit him with the shot over the head. And that's that.
That was a very clean fight.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Killing the robot masters in the middle of the screen is also important, as important as being centered there. The fanfare, the little victory fanfare that we all know and love, starts when the last little explosion bubble leaves the side of the screen. So killing robot masters in the center of the screen makes that faster. It's a little laggy at first, but it's much better than, say, killing Pharaoh Man all the way in the corner. Oh, Dustman.
It's very important you got the ring boomerang before this stage, because getting through those garbage compactors with the ring boomerang makes it so much easier.
So you can do this stage with Pharaoh shot, and it's pretty tight to get the diagonal shots here. And there's enemies that are supposed to pop out of those pits, but we use Flash Stopper, so we never see them. More tight jumps.
Alright, and for these, you'll see Cab slide on the first block that appears, and then jump off the second block that appears.
We actually call this the lag screen.
There's a little bit of lag that you might notice here.
Just a little bit. Pharaoh shot on that screen saves all of 2 seconds, and it's immensely more difficult to do. So let's tempt fate with the death count here and use Ring Boomerang. You can manipulate the Ring Boomerang to kind of clear these out really fast. And we're talking about Mega Man's slide height here.
I don't like it. There's a really tight sort of get through that last crusher that you can do. You have to wait for the crusher to almost be all the way down on Mega Man's head. And in this game, Mega Man actually knows how to bend his knees a little bit and not get crushed immediately, unlike Mega Man 5. There's a drop. Getting drops in Mega Man when you're trying to speedrun is always terrifying because they're waiting there for you to just ruin your rhythm and trying to slide and jump. This is Dustman. Dustman sucks.
Yes.
He sure does.
When Dustman is, well, using his suction ability, there
it
you
is.
go. The only way to get rid of it is to crash into him. I think I only have 8 hit points left, so I can't take another hit here. This is why Dust sucks. There we go.
As you can see, those corner particles have to go all the way across the screen.
See, Dustman is a major source of RNG here and in the refights. Spoiler alert, it's a Mega Man game.
But who is Cossack?
Yeah, why are the
who
robots?
possibly could that be?
Well, we finished off Dr. Wily in Mega Man 3,
Yeah,
remember?
of course.
This is the mysterious
That's why I'm
Dr.
wondering
Cossack.
who this is.
Well, he's mysterious, we don't know.
Yeah.
He just has 8 robots.
All right, the beginning of Skullman stage here, I believe we're going to be seeing some utilization of the balloon.
Mm-hmm. The one human viable zip in this game. There is a task skip of the refights. Let's see, we want...
Cab needs to get hit here, and then
nice.
Step through there. You know, by this time, the developers knew that there were, you know, possibilities of zips in various Mega Man games. So, you know, they kind of put that into account here. If you were ever in a wall and you weren't in iframes, then, you know, you would die immediately. But very nicely done from Cab getting hit by that enemy.
Mm-hmm. Best music in the game here. I always feel like Skullman and Drillman are low-key some of the best music in the entire series, but by the time you get here, you're going through the stage so fast, you never really get to listen to it. And welcome to Brightman. So a few notes on Brightman. Obviously, it's only using 4 points of ammo every time we use it. I don't want this guy getting fired. There we go. It lasts only a few seconds, but if you're sliding, the timer for it like kind of running out doesn't run. So you'll see a lot of people sliding a lot, not just to go fast, but to keep Bright active. And especially in later stages like the last screen of Drillman stage, based on how long it goes, you can kind of tell how good your sliding was based on if you can actually get to the end of the screen or not. This is Skullman. This is already kind of a bad run, so we're just going to give Skullman a minute to collect his
How's
thoughts.
everyone doing?
We good? See, Skullman's actually completely reactive to you, so if you don't do anything, you just have a staring contest and find out Mega Man blinks a lot. So if you move, Skullman shoots. If you shoot, Skullman jumps, which is very nice for getting him into the middle of the screen. I don't think I have it. I should turn right. There's little things you can do to get centered, but yeah, that's a skull fight. 3 robots left.
Yeah.
Skull Barrier is actually a pretty good weapon that just doesn't have a lot of speed uses. It's the classic shield weapon. It doesn't have a high ammo cost. It kills a lot of things, but we have Flash Stopper, and we love Flash Stopper. So Dive Man is a stage with a lot of fish, a lot of whales, a lot of stuff running along the bottom of the screen, and we get to watch it from afar. Shouts to Almond City and the Almond Boost there.
Speaking of Almond City, if anyone didn't watch the SGQ 2014 run of this versus 15 versus Chelney, then be sure to watch that. That is one of the closest races I've ever seen.
That is a great race. Chelney and Almond City both great runners of this game. One slide across that platform. One other thing we haven't touched yet that I think it's on the list of things you're obligated to say if you're speedrunning Mega Man 4, 5, or 6. You can't jump out of slides underwater. So you have to be a little careful with your slide management there. You can't, when there's like 1 or 2 tiles left, if you feel confident tapping left to cancel the slide, you can go for a few more. But it's tight. Very easy to fall off onto those spikes. That was supposed to be a whale. And this is one of the screens where you can use Skull. It looks like I slide right on top of that Stingray, but Mega Man's hitbox, it's this really tiny line and it doesn't actually touch the floor. So you can just go right over it. Which weapon are we going to?
Cav just wanted to show off the menu there. We have a lot of abilities at this point.
I've got dust in my head now for some reason.
This is a dive man, but you wouldn't know that by how he attacks. He's more of a driller.
Yeah, and you want to stay close to him because there is another attack that he can do.
Dive Man, if you're far away from him, will fire torpedoes at you. If you're close to him, he'll do that sort of corkscrew drill attack at you. With the exception of the very opening of the fight, he will always run at you. And after every third attack, he will do the other one. So that's why he fired that one torpedo there. But Skull Barrier stops them all. So as promised, Drill Man. So Dive Man drills, Drill Man dives. I didn't name
localization team.
This Dr. Cossack guy really is mysterious. He's naming his robots incorrectly.
We'll have words with him later. So, no, next stage is going to be the last time we actually use Flash Hopper. There's just a lot of enemies in this stage. Let's get that.
You don't want to get that one?
That one smells funny. It smells funny. Sometimes the bats just get in your way. So, yeah, we got a little bad luck here using Flash late. More drops, so we can't just slide out of the way, but it's good to know you can back boost off those bullets. This next screen is the one I was talking about. If you're at the very, very top of the leaderboard, you can get through the screen on one flash from here. We're not, and we have an extra flash to use, so this is going to be interesting. Know your backups. You don't actually see that very often in like live settings when someone actually gets to pull out Skull Barrier here, but it does destroy all the rocks, pretty much everything else in there. You just have to be ready to mash it out and get ready for it. So we get a musical cue here. That one.
You want him to keep jumping up like this so he doesn't dive back down?
Now he gets to wait around for a little minute. It's about 4 seconds every time he dives down. Of course he gets all the way into the corner. So again, we gotta wait all the way until it gets... Actually, the diagonal one made it last. We're almost there. Of course, Drill Man also gives us Rush Jet, which feels very strange for have a speedrun where we get Rush Jet so late and we just don't even use it for a long time.
But look at how cute Rush is right there.
Best boy.
The fantastic sprite in this game. I love those transitions between each Robot Master when you get the powers in this game. It's one of my favorites in the series.
Rush wagging his tail for weapon get is great. So this is Toadman. If you remember Nintendo Power and Game Pro, you might remember that they say, go to Toadman stage first, and here we are going there last. Toadman...
Save the best for last, really.
Yeah. He has a devastating weapon attack there, right? It hits the whole screen, it's terrible. All you have to do is, well, just keep shooting him. But his stage is actually one of the harder ones in the whole game, unless you come here with Flash. Get a little bit of caution here because we can't jump out of slides with really, it's not underwater, it's with foreground tiles, which those little waterfalls on the edges count as. So we can't jump out of a slide if we're at the very edge of the platform. Here's a snail. Hi, Snail.
Bye, Snail.
Go over the top here and save one more right just in case. This Snail. Good, we got the back boost. I'm not scared of spikes at all. Don't worry.
Nobody's ever died to spikes.
Nobody's ever died to spikes on a stage in front of a bunch of people before. Ever.
Never.
Alright, you'll see Toad kind of just existing in this fight.
So if you have the Buster and you're doing the old strat from like Nintendo Power Days, it really is just get in here and shoot him. Don't let him ever use the Rain Flush. It's not that bad, but we're going to use Drill Bombs. That's 8 robots.
We're going to be seeing Mr. Cav here going into the Cossack stages. Will we find out who this is?
I mean, he's got a castle, he's got 8 robots. Do we know anybody else who does that?
No, not anymore.
Maybe the audience knows.
Maybe. Do we have to do Doc Robots this time? I don't have a follow-up either, it's okay. Shouts to Rush Marine, not seen in this run.
Also very cute sprite, though.
When you have a bad water level, make the call to 1-800-R-Marine. Don't actually call that number, I don't know what's there.
Now, Dr. Cossack is notorious for having one of the most dangerous weapons ever created by humanity. We'll be seeing it in the very first screen on the Dr. Cossack Citadel.
It's true. Not seen on the screen. There's an E-Tank here. Free tank.
The Slinky.
Pretty much, not required, but in marathon runs, any kind of race, one of the best safeties in there. A lot of people don't even know it's there. I like this stage because we get to see the Buster again. We haven't like really seen Mega Buster in action since Brightman stage.
And now you're shining bright with it.
Oh no. Well, let's hope we don't get too many drops. Back boost. Damage boosts in most Mega Man games send Mega Man backwards. In 1 and 2 and 11 it's a little different, but we won't get into that too much here. A little low, but we made it. So I always forget what the name of this boss is. It's like Mothula or something. But it has this little gem that has a very tiny hitbox that we're going to shoot the ring boomerang at, which has a very tiny hitbox, and somehow we're going to get these 2 pixels to collide with each other. There we go.
That is incredibly impressive. Yeah,
Nicely done, Cav.
The ring boomerang's hitbox is a single pixel, and the boss only has 1 pixel you can damage. So having those 2 collide that many times repeatedly is actually kind of nuts.
That is a really hard fight. I could never get those 2 to hit as a kid. I actually wrote Nintendo Power. That's a true story.
They ever respond to you?
They did. They said use ring boomerang.
Aww.
So we had the whole panel here yesterday on learning to speedrun. I just want to keep talking about speed noises, speed cues, and stuff like that, and say ba-dum-ba-dum. Ba-dum-ba-dum. Hey, I made it.
Nice.
If I don't say that, I will not make that jump. You have to go really fast there, or that top enemy will just come and knock you off the ladder.
You're gonna see Cap use damage boosts here, so that you're not using balloons near the top of the stage.
Let's play that one safe.
Not worried at all. Easy spike room.
Easy spike room. This is the last stage where Balloon really shines, but it's slightly faster, especially in those last couple of vertical rooms, than using Rush Jet kind of as intended, I guess. And we still have a little bit left over. Good. There's actually even a few more balloon strats, like in this screen. If you're really good, you can jump with 3 balloons right through the middle of that little claw pincher thing. I don't know what to call it on the ladder.
It's important to note that throughout the Cossack Citadel as well, the weapon energy doesn't actually replenish between the stages. So that balloon is going to be gone for a while.
We got a 3. So this is Square Machine. It can only be damaged when it comes together slowly like this. Oh no. And it will always kind of go 3, 2, 1, and then come together. We got the 3rd hit, and that's good. You can get 5 hits on a cycle, 4 is more common. Here's a 1, we got a 3-1. That's actually still pretty good. And we're gonna blow it here. There we go.
Nice.
Damage boost on purpose. Square Machine's one of those bosses. Honestly, that free tank in Cossack 1, that's the place to use it if you don't want to eat a death in a marathon or a race. Still just dodging around, trying to get up there and get those shots in on the first cycle. So this is Cossack 3. Who likes auto-scrollers?
I love auto-scrollers.
There's dead silence in the crowd right now.
This gives everyone in the audience a chance to look at their phones and see what else is at PAX for the rest of the day. It is the final day of PAX East here.
Ooh. And we got more stuff coming up left. Usually this is the spot where speedrunners like to joke about. Read a donation now. Go check on, what was it?
Stay hydrated?
Stay hydrated. I think my favorite is still the looking at the pamphlet to order new washing machines. Shouts to Mario 3 and donations from the World 4 airship. Instead, we're just kind of here, and I'm terrified that my down button's going to betray me and make Mega Man slide off a ledge. There's Ring. I did want to take this moment here. Well, first of all, once you see the unhappy face on the clouds, you can't unsee the unhappy face on the clouds.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
But as long as we're here, if anybody does want to get into Mega Man speedrunning, I highly encourage you, check out the Mega Man leaderboard at megamanleaderboard.net. Come join our Discord. Most of us don't bite. We actually have a Mega Man 2 zipless tournament coming up. I think that starts in May. So that's a great place to get started. So we just kind of wait for this screen to go by and get some ammo refills.
Yeah, tournaments are a great way to get into speedrunning. I would highly suggest anybody that's been interested in getting into Mega Man 2, check out the Zipless tournament. It's going to be super, super cool and very beginner friendly.
Yeah, Zipless for that game is kind of underrated. It's getting a lot of attention lately, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, what got me more into speedrunning was that 46 Robot Masters tournament back in 2016 now? Jeez.
Was it 16?
Yeah, it was.
Wow, I'm getting old. Not talked about on that screen, those platforms actually do lag the game a little bit, so we were trying to not be on them very much. Also, shouts to Chelny one more time here with the moonwalk. We're going to just hold left.
Nice.
Alright. We didn't fire the first arrow shot off the top of the screen, that's good. So these are the cockroach twins that first... Ooh, okay. Nobody ever worried about spikes on the floor of a room before. But that's a strat. That killing shot you saw go all the way through, down, get the first hit on the second one. Saves a couple of seconds as long as you can make that connect. Alright, so this is it. The final battle with the mysterious Dr. Cossack.
We will find out who this is.
Who the audience definitely thinks is the final boss. So again, just marathon kind of race strats here. We're going to get this Pharaoh shot drop for no reason. We might need it later, you never know. There are 2 paths through this stage. You need to gain some height to get to the faster one. You can use Rush Coil, and it's not that much worse in a gameplay perspective, but whenever you select Rush smiles and shows off the little springboard on his back, which wastes another second. So we're going to do that instead.
But most importantly, Rush smiles.
That's true. We should select Rush later anyway. Another free E-Tank here.
Not the Slinky.
More Slinkies. Slinkies are weak to Drill Bomb. Did you know that?
That's crazy.
son brought home a Slinky last week, and it is still tangled.
Maybe you should use Drill Bomb on it.
I should give that a try later.
That'll just make it disappear, though.
That's true.
Oh well. So this is the US cart instead of the Japanese cart, so one of the only gameplay differences is that Dr. Cossack is going to just sit there for a minute. The timing difference isn't really that significant between the two versions, so it's not a big deal. Otherwise, the Cossack catcher will try to move and stop moving as soon as we slide. Well, he'll move vertically still. So a lot of this fight is just kind of standing in the corner, sliding against the wall, and making him stop moving. When he gets down to 2 hit points... Hey, Proto Man's here. We made it. Dr. Wily!
Dr. Wily? What?
Dr. Wily!
Unbelievable.
Oh, no.
However did this happen?
Well, the good thing about Wily 1, it's not all about stopping Dr. Wily, because this stage has one particular enemy in it. It's every single enemy in that stage. It's all about the Mets.
It's all
about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets. Let's go, Mets. Get a home run, baby. Let's go, Mets. Boo. Tough crowd. Whoa, those are fighting words. Seriously, though, the real joke here is that we're actually in the sewer, and all the Mets are in the sewer. So, yeah.
Asdrubal Cabrera right there.
Oh, wow. I was going to go for Don Clendenin somewhere in here. There's 2 types of enemies in this stage, well, 2 types of Mets that are above water. The ones that just kind of hop around, and the ones that spin there. Threw up my timing. It's fine, it's fine. Fortunately, as I think a lot of the crowd has insinuated, the Mets are not a dangerous team. We do have another water section here, so we have to remember, don't jump out of slides underwater, though we do get the Mets with flippers. Come on. There's a boy rush. So this is a Mega Man game, so we are legally required to have some screens with disappearing blocks.
Disappearing block.
There was one.
There was only one there.
Alright, I'll be on the screen a little bit longer. There. You got to see 4 blocks on that one.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Now, are those the only disappearing blocks in the rest of the game?
That was it. Only 2 screens. So Ring Boomerang gets a lot of use in the last few stages as the weapon that kills bosses. This is the biggest Met.
Shoutouts to Bartolo Colon.
It's either Bartolo or Movan. Both beloved. So Big Daddy Met here can go fast, slow. We want at least 1 slow cycle just so that we can actually get enough hits to kill him in 3 cycles, because otherwise he could sit on the ground. I'm glad I had that little extra pixel on the side of the screen there. But that's a 3 cycle. We're out of here. Wily 2 as a stage. My foot's in a microphone cable somewhere in here.
That adds a little bit extra difficulty to the run.
Wily 2 is kind of Rush Jet the stage. I like to joke that every Mega Man game with Rush Jet has one stage where you basically call out Rush Jet and never put it away. Especially in these NES games where you have to pause and menu to rush separately, as opposed to like Mega Man 10 and 11 where you can just fast swap to them all the time. Okay. Easy stage. So Rush Jet, we get to... This isn't Mega Man 3. They fixed the damage transfer problem. Don't hold up on that ladder on Rush. You will have Mega Man slide off to the side on Rush and not be able to climb the ladder and say hello to the pit. But otherwise, yeah, we just keep Rush out here as long as we need him. There we go.
Nice 1-up.
It's just about making sure you have Rush summoned in a place where you can still get away from him, or still summon him again later when you need him. Look right there so you have more than 1 frame to jump off him. You like to reference the race from SGDQ 15? This is the Chelny room. If you watch that video, you'll find out why. So we're just going to ride rush across here. You can get a few one-tile slides on those blocks and it will speed things up. One more thing you might have noticed about Mega Man 4 by now, the life meters take forever to fill up, except this one. So by hitting him with the Rain Flush, the whole life meter animation just kind of stops. He takes 1 point of damage. It's actually faster to go through the menu to do that. We hit him with that drill bomb because it destroys his hitbox for some reason. So we just stand back there, easy
right
fight.
there. Yeah, nicely done.
Alright, just refights and the Doctor himself. So there was an old route for the refights that started with Pharaoh first. A lot of the tech around that still here, but there's a slightly faster route. Even if you're not doing the exact ammo management for it, it's still slightly faster. Baron Haynes did some research looking into it, another Mega Man speedrunner, and it's about a second faster to go this other way. So like a lot of classic Mega Man games, the early ones especially, when you have robots that have soft weaknesses that they only take maybe like 2 or 3, not the full 4 points of weakness damage from, you can kind of chain them together in refights so you can minimize the number of times you have to go to the menu, which is really what you want to do in this game. Nobody wants the menu. You do have to fall all the way down though. So we're going to start with our favorite, Dust Sucks again. It's actually really good because the old route did Dust last, and you saw earlier we had to like completely stop bodying Dust because we didn't have enough hit points left. Whereas now we do it first. So don't have to worry about that hit point total anymore. Toad second. Most of these fights are actually going to end up being the exact same. It's just instead of ending the center of the room, we want to end on this teleporter over here. Ring is slightly different. Bright and Ring earlier in the run, you could hold B going into the room and Mega Man would charge the Pharaoh shot over his head. We can't do that here. So we're going to open with that uncharged shot, which is a lot weaker. So you just have to plan for that. And now on to... This is where the old route actually started with Pharaoh. So we used Buster the first time. His actual weakness is the Flash Stopper and Bright, which we have all of. We're going to use Dust instead. Dust, again, faster than hitting him with just freezing him in place and hitting him with Buster shots with uncharged from Flash. The Dust does 2 points of damage. Easy fight. Slide through those. I think the only one different from here is actually going to be Bright, because we actually have his weakness this time. B button, work for me. There's a boy Skull. So dive's the same. We want to not waste Skull Barrier in this fight, so we can use it again in the next room. So Skull, it turns out, is the soft weakness of Bright Man. So again, we want to avoid 16, 8, and 4 hit points. They start with 28, so we want to hit them with 5 of these. If we didn't have enough, we'd hit him with only 3. And then onto Rain Flush, his actual weakness. That. And here's Drill again. So Drill, if you remember, can go under the floor. You can't hit him when he does that unless... Hit him with Rain. It doesn't look significant because it's only 1 point of damage, but... Dive only does 3. They have 28 hit points total, so there's going to be 1 left over most of the time, so Rain Flush actually removes an entire hit. And that's all of them. So Wily machine makes this great sound. Everybody loves it when you hit it with the ring boomerang and you hear that dink noise the whole time it's inside of the body of the machine. Nobody ever complained about that sound before. Only one more of it, though. So just like Taco Trash, the boss in Wily 2, if you hit the Wily machine with a drill, that will hit this hitbox or this phase 2. It refills immediately. Oh, unfortunately, we're out of Rain Flush, so we can't soft lock the game by killing Dr. Wily here. If you hit him with a Rain Flush there, this just disappears. Game soft locks, you can't move forward, it's weird. The game insists we let Dr. Wily live for some reason. So on to the final stage. There's really not much here. It's just some caterpillars to refill ammo because the only thing that hurts Dr. Wily is Pharaoh Shot. Ring Boomerang does technically also do 1 point of damage, but if I'm pulling that out after picking up the Pharaoh Drop in Cossack 4, something's gone really wrong. We're just going to, again, use that fact that Pharaoh Shot can be held over Mega Man's head, do an extra shot without using any ammo, and just hold B entering the room. And hope for fast cycles. If you get lucky, you can get double hits in each cycle.
And time's going to be when the health is gone here.
Mm-hmm. So 2 more hits.
1 more hit until time.
That's the one we wanted the whole time. 41 with those deaths. That's pretty good.
Very nicely done, Mr. Cab.
A fantastic run, Cab.
Oh, thanks. And thanks everybody here. Thanks GDQ staff, and thanks to Tech for making this run happen. Yeah, and thanks everybody for watching.
Have a good rest of your PAX.
Let's go. We got Mario 64 next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's stick around for that.
All right. Yes. What an incredible, incredible Mega Man 4 run. Really well done. You know, we had Mega Man 2 as a part of the Speedrun Gauntlet one of the days, and that was some difficult stuff. So that is just an attestament to Mr. Cab's skill at that game. Really well done. We are going to be rolling right along with our last 2 runs of PAX East coming up shortly, but we're going to take a quick break first. So make sure that you, hit the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you need, take a walk, and we will see you on the other side in just a few moments. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the GDQ at PAX East Showcase, where we are showcasing speedruns that took place as a part of our PAX East presence this past in this past few weeks in Boston, Massachusetts. We have 2 more runs, just 2 more runs left from the excellent showcases that we had. The next one coming up is Super Mario 64, 16-star, no LBLJ by Ryoken. But before we do that, just want to, of course, remind everybody that if you happen to be watching live on Twitch right now, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support games and quick hotfix. Please consider subscribing if you are enjoying the daily speedrunning content. We appreciate it. Without further ado, though, I think it's time we jump in, but not long jump, just a regular jump in to the Super Mario 64 16-star run by Ryoken.
How are we now? We good? Okay. Hi, gamers. This is a little niche title called Super Mario 64. Didn't really have a wide release in the US or Japan, but this is a speedrun called 16-star. We're going to collect 16 stars as fast as we can. I guess we're going to have kind of an intro because we have a little bit of cutscene in the beginning. So I guess we're gonna start the time when the screen hits black here. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I didn't even pay attention. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Sound good? Sound good, everybody? All right. All right. Let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we have a little bit of an intro here. He gets invited over for some delicious cake. So, but unfortunately for us, everything goes awry. So We're gonna have to figure out what's going on. But hi everybody, my name is Ryoken. I was here last year actually. I speedran Mario Party Superstars on Switch, which is a little bit of a weird one, but I transitioned over to some other games. Mario's been kind of a priority. I got to learn more about it at a event last year called PACE 2022, held by the Global Speedrun Association. Shout out Milo, shout out Genix and Widdit for inviting me to the Mario crew, and just kind of re-fell in love with it after that. So yeah, the first strat we're gonna go for, or at least attempt, I get it most of the time, sometimes I miss it, is called Lakitu Skip. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go up to here. I'm gonna try and align this a little bit better. And we got it, cool. Nice. So we skip Lakitu there. That saves about like 7 seconds.
Awesome.
And then we're gonna try a bomb clip. I told myself I at least have to get one, Lakitu or bomb. So if we mess this up, I am feeling A-okay, but bomb clip is still cool to show off. So first start is Bob on Battlefield. We're gonna do a long jump followed by a couple of dives here. And we're going to grab the bomb. I'll line this up. Do a jump and a second jump. And we got it.
Great job.
Let me tell ya, those nerves, they're gone now, baby. Let's go. Okay, cool. That actually is kind of a hard trick to pull off. There's going to be some other tricks that we're going to do here, but that one was, it's it's really, really tough. When I was doing 16 star, I actually opted not to do bomb clip because I just felt like I couldn't get it. And then one day, someone came in chat and they're just like, just do it. And I'm like, all right, I'll do it. And then eventually, after a little bit of practice, I got it down. So now we're in Womp's Fortress, which is the next really cool. This is probably one of my favorite stars to pull off when I actually get it. And I didn't get it there. So we're just going to go and do a backup here and grab another star.
Know your backups, folks.
Know your backups. Yes, yes, know your backups. All right, gonna kick up here. No, we're not. Nope, hold on. There we go. All right, let me grab that. All right, next is gonna be one called Candleless, and we're gonna do it until we get it right. So there's no more backups. We did the backup. So Cannonless is really cool. We're gonna basically clip into a wall and hit a star's hitbox without using the cannon. Okay, get up here. Do a backflip. And do a punch, and we're gonna walk over to the plank. Right and left, down, and we got it.
Hey, nice. That is a very, very tough star to get.
Yeah. It's definitely hard when you're starting out, but when you do that, like you kind of wedge yourself in the corner of the wooden plank and do the backflip and punch and all that. It's kind of easy to set up. It looks hard. It definitely looks hard, but after a little while you can get it. All right, so we got a couple more stars coming up here, so we're gonna go up to Old Womp. This is jumping up on that platform loses just a little bit of time, but it's a little safe for somebody to do that. So we just gotta do 3 ground pounds on this guy. If we do a ground pound midair while he's falling, then we can get him a little faster. I was a little too early on that. That's okay. And then I think we're at the star's hitbox, maybe? If you're at, yeah, okay, I think so. Yeah, cool. Yes, nice. So if you're on the star's hitbox, it does save like a little bit of time there. So that's so fun. So fun. Okay. Next, we're going to get on top of the fortress. There really isn't too much more there to it than that. Just get up there.
Just good, fast, clean movement for this star in particular.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. One thing I didn't note, at least with the bomb clip, is when you jump up to collect a star and do a flip in the air, it actually collects the star faster. If you do it enough throughout your runs, it'll save you a little bit of time. So next one we're gonna do, I don't do Owless, I'm sorry. It's so hard. It is such a hard trick to do, but it's so cool to pull off. But you're not doing Owless only wastes about like, you know, like 10 seconds at most, so it's not too bad. So we're just gonna take the owl and get into the cage, and that's the last star from Juan Torches. All right, another one of my favorite stars in the run is coming up. We're gonna go to Cool Cool Mountain.
This one's my favorite. I love this star.
And we're gonna do Little Penguin Lost, super fun. While we're letting that star go through and we're getting into the next stage, just want to say I love Mario 64. It's such a fun run to do. If you're ever thinking about getting into it, just all you gotta do is pop the cartridge in and do it. I learned through watching a lot of YouTube videos, and eventually I kind of like, you know, reached out to community, and they were all super kind. So we're just gonna grab the penguin, come down here, fly over here, drop it off, nice and easy.
Oh, I love the movement on that one.
It's so fun. I love it. It's so fun, but the Mario 64 community, though, is wonderful. They're some of the nicest people I've ever met, so
oh, yeah.
If you're ever thinking about getting into it, go for it. All right. This one isn't, it's not hard, but if you're not careful, you can slide off the stage, so we're going to be a little careful here. So wall kicks, there we go. You're gonna kick up there so we don't take any damage, and then we're gonna wall kick up here. And do that. Oop. Do that. Oop. Never mind. Try to get that somersault in, but oh well. Cool. That's the last star in Cool Cool Mountain, and next we're gonna take on Bowser in the Dark World. So. What I do recommend for this stage, I'm not going to do it because I feel like I can't do it fast enough, that's fine, is there's red coins in each Bowser stage. Getting Bowser in the Dark World red coins are actually faster because it saves you a visit, in another world. But I'm not going to go for it this time just because I PB'd the other day, 1845, and I did it without doing red coins, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes me feel good. I'm not going to do red coins during this run, so...
And that's a good point, too, as well. If you're looking to get into this, there are so many different routes that you can take just to learn the game. And then you can start taking on some more of the complicated strats like Bomb Clip and red coins in Dark World.
All right. So far, so good. If we wedge ourselves in a little space here, we can just jump over here. Oh, a little too fast. A little too fast for the speed run. And we have our first Bowser fight. He only requires one bomb hit, so let's see if we can get this throw first try. It's not too hard. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, come on.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy. I spent 3 weeks practicing this. I was like, oh boy, I'm going to run this. Awesome. And I've been practicing every day after work. Every day I'm like, I gotta get this, gotta get this. All right. So next we're gonna go back into Dark World. If you collect the red coins, you don't get this message, but since we didn't, we have that little message. It would save you a little bit of time if you jump back in, but it saves a little bit of time to jump into Dark World, then exit the stage, and then it puts you back in the lobby. So now we're going to go into Basement where all the fun happens, which we'll see. So there's a couple of different things we're going to do down here, but first we're going to go into Shifting Sandland. We're going to do Talon Star, and then we're going to do Pyramid Star. So Talon Star, we're just going to do 2 jumps here. Dive. You want to kind of stick between the right-hand side there. I think we did okay.
Nice.
I think we should get it. Yeah, we'll get it. Cool.
Beautiful.
It was a little slow setup, but that's okay. All right, and we're just going to slide here. Collect that star.
Nice, and hit it first try.
And hit first.
Awesome.
I sometimes miss that. Sometimes I miss that. All right. All right, next one is really easy. It's just fun to do. I think I was on a hard PB pace the other day, and I died while doing this one. So we're just gonna do a triple jump up here, do another triple jump, and just walk him again.
The movement on that star is fantastic
I love
as well.
It. Oh, it's so fun. So if you're not careful, you can fall into the sand and die. So,
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So where we would normally not go here twice, if we got Dark World red coins, we're going to do 2 stars here in Lethal Lava Land. There's red coin here, which is really easy. And then there is Boil the Big Bully, which for some reason gives me nothing but problems. It's not even a hard star. I just... Oh boy, here we go. Okay, it's fine. There we go. Okay, well that wasn't too bad, but it was a little scary. All right, I actually died to this over on the practice. Okay, we didn't die. Great. I fell down. Those platforms fall down, and I was practicing the star, and I just completely missed and died.
Yeah, Bully is a little tough sometimes. His positioning can be kind of rough. So usually we skip that if you do Dark World Reds.
Yeah.
But here we're just going to go for Bully and red coin.
Yeah, if you're positioned towards the lava and do a ground pound towards the bully, you'll actually get him, and he'll just fall off. He'll just hit him a bunch of times. But for whatever reason, I struggle with that. So I'm like, with red coin, or with doing red coin in Dark World, it's just way easier. But yeah, that's red coin Lethal Lava Land. I didn't even get to explain that. You collect the red coins. There you go. Easy. Just gotta be careful. All right. So we have Toad Star coming up next. When you collect 12 stars, Toad will spawn here. Just talk to him. He's got a lot of things to say. I'm not reading it. But he gives us a star anyway. What a guy. Let me do a little flip. Collect that star real fast. He'll ask us if we want to save, and we're not going to do that. One thing I didn't mention is saving. So if you save, it actually gives you a little bit of a lag. And it does eventually waste time overall, so we want to not save. But I will be saving on the 15th star here, so I'm going to try and see if I can get this trick. Okay,
Nice.
cool. Yep.
Nice.
There's another way to set that up, but the way I just did it's a little bit faster, so. All right, remind me to save on the 15th star because the next one we have coming up is MIPS clip, and if there's a way we can kind of like soft lock the run, but if we save, we can just reload. So this next one is pretty easy, but we can't have bad boulder RNG. Sometimes the boulders come towards us. Looks like we are going to be a-okay there.
Nice.
You just do one of those. Oop, right there. Cool.
Awesome.
What's that thing I have to do again?
Save.
Thank
Make
you.
sure you save, please.
Let's make sure not to hit save and quit. Okay, save and continue. That sounds like fun. We're going to do that. All right, MIPS clip. This is hard. So I'm going to be focusing on this. Basically, we're going to use MIPS, a little bunny rabbit, to wedge ourselves in between a door that we're not supposed to get into yet. Okay, MIPS. Oop, all right. So we missed him. That's fine. We're just going to do one of these. There we go.
Nice. MIPS can be notoriously difficult. So.
Yeah, MIPS is a run killer for sure. MIPS is a huge... Oh, okay, not that way. No, maybe we'll get him. You also have to be careful not to collect that star too, but if we wedge MIPS in between the door... I think this is a little too far. We'll see. Okay. Okay, that was a little too much. This is a little hard to pull off, but we will get it. I think that's it. Nope. This is this one and BLJs, and we haven't even done BLJs yet, so I'm like, okay. Just lining this up can be kind of something. Dun, 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 dun. Going to collect MIPS.
So this is a 2-part clip as well, folks. So we'll clip through this door and then the star door.
Okay, well, we clipped through the door, but that's not what we want to do. All right. I think that's good.
Yep.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Cool. The next one's not too bad. Usually, once you like wedge it in the corner here like that, we can just clip right through.
Nice.
Yeah, super easy. I'm like, once we get through that first MIPS, like everything is a-okay. All right, next is Substar. So we're just gonna be swimming through. There is a way to swim faster. You just kind of have to time your A presses. There is, I don't remember what song it is, but there is a song that you can kind of like line up the A presses to that helps. There's also a little bit of lag reduction here that we're gonna do with just moving the camera. So when we move the camera over here and swim, it's gonna give us a bit of lag reduction. If I can keep swimming, that'd be awesome.
Now, Ray, can you go into the reason why we're only collecting 16 stars for this particular category?
Wow, you're putting me on the spot here, man, on this category. 16 star?
Yeah.
So 16 stars is all we need. So once we spawn MIPS at 15 stars, and that's how we get into the Bowser stage, Didar docks. And then since we clip through there, after we beat Bowser in the Fire Sea, we have the key to go upstairs, and then we can do BLJs and get into the last level. So yeah. All right, this one is a little tough. I'm gonna try not to be quiet. Oh, okay, we got a little bonk there, a little bonky poo. That's fine. Okay, if we move the camera over here, okay, maybe a death. Nope, no deaths. No deaths today.
Nope.
But believe it or not, I'm still a bit of a beginner here. There's a lot of strats and stuff that I don't do that, that I don't do that are kind of hard to pull off. So I love this run so much. This run is for anybody, and there's like all skill levels here. But yeah, I'd still say I'm in the beginner phase. There's lots of great runners. I don't know if anybody saw, but Green Suigi broke the world record for 16-star with LBLJ, which is what I don't do. But he smashed the world record and basically rendered 16-star runs nearly complete with LBLJ at a 14:35, which is insane. Shout out Green Suigi.
Incredible run.
All right, we got one more after this. BLJs are next. Lord help me. They are tough to pull off, but they're so cool when you get them. All right, let's see if we can get this first try as well. There we go.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
Sweet. All right, BLJ time. Let's go. Get those wahoos ready.
Yes, we will need them.
Yeah, some runners that I'm really digging right now that I love watching mostly do 120-star. Shout out Callie. Callie's great. Genix7 is wonderful. I love Cheese too. Cheese is so nice. I got to meet him last year. He was just wonderful.
Yeah. And the whole SM64 speedrunning community in general is fantastic. I mean, I'm one of Ray's mods, and I've been watching him practice this now for the last couple of months, and just the outpouring of support from the SM64 community has been great.
Okay, not first try. That's fine. Second try. Yeah, this is the hardest trick in the run.
Yes.
Even top runners can sometimes struggle with this. We'll get there. In the meantime, how's everybody doing? Get comfortable. Pop some popcorn. It might be a sec. This is the hardest trick in the run for sure. That should be it. Just kind of jump. Give it a couple, just let it go. I don't know if the pillar killed my momentum or not, but we'll see if we can make it in. If we don't get it in here in the next few seconds, I'll try again. All right, let's give it another shot. Yeah, see, if you're angled at a certain way, you can mess that up, so again. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. I think that was a little too slow. We'll try, but I think that was a little too slow. All right, yeah. This is one I practiced for hours, and the only thing that I could do it perfectly to was, oop. All right, let me reset this up real quick. The only thing I did it perfectly to was Kelpie G music from SpongeBob. I don't know what it is when I played it. I was like, oh boy, yeah, I can get this every time. Oh no!
Oh no! Channel the Kelpie G.
Channel the Kelpie G. Man, this is rough today. Wow. It's coming. Don't worry. That's why I say I'm still a beginner runner.
It's still faster than collecting the stars you need for the door.
Right, very much so. My angle was off. That's not it. Sorry. See how fast we're going? The game doesn't know what to do. But yeah, if you don't angle it properly, it will put you in the wrong spot. We want to try and get to that wall or the door. So let's go. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah!
Took more tries than I was hoping for, but hey, that's okay. No problem. No problem. All right, we got one more. This one's usually relatively easier, so let's see if we can get it. Come on.
There we go. Yeah.
All right. Last stage. It's my final moments with you all. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you, GDQ, for having me do this run. This is so much fun. I love speedrunning so much. It is such a blessing to be able to come out and do this again. So I have big shouts to GDQ. Oh, I think I made it a little too far. I just want to spend more time with you guys. That's why I messed that one up. That's why those BLJs weren't top notch, because you know what? I just love spending time with everybody here. Hello, what's happening? All right, we're gonna do a little bit of a difficult movement here. Something I'm still kind of getting used to. We're gonna be jumping through these platforms, not waiting for that one. All right, that's good.
Nice.
All right, if you can tap B fast enough, you can grab onto that pole. I can't. I'll be honest with you, I just can't. It's really tough, but if you spam it fast enough, you can actually latch onto that pole. So let's do this. Last Bowser stage. Once we get through these platforms and go through that last warp pipe, it's almost over. Let's hope for some perfect Bowser throws.
Yes.
All right. Alrighty. Let's get a countdown for each one. We got 3. One.
Nice. 1.
All right.
Ooh, close.
As long as it's close, that's all I care about. The last one is the most important. 2.
2.
I think it was a little too far. All right, a little too far.
Those throws are very, very tough to line up.
Especially when you're in the middle of a run.
Yeah.
I'm building up the hype. I'm building up.
Yeah,
that's what you do. I'm building it.
We got the
All
left
right.
side. We got the right side. Now it's just
We'll
the
try
middle.
to take this one a little easy. Oh my goodness gracious! Come on. This is another thing that I swear I practice so much, and I'm just like, yeah, I can do it, and then I just do it. Anytime I'm not on PB pace, I swear. All right, there we go.
There it is, and that's 3, folks.
That's 3. And we're gonna have a little chit chat.
Time is when he collects the star.
There you go. Oh, cool, underestimate, sweet. All right, and time. All right. Oh, that was so much fun. I love this game.
Awesome.
I love this game so much. Those BLJs hurt. I gotta admit, those BLJs hurt. But yeah, this was, God, this is so wonderful to do. Once again, Mario 64 is just such a welcoming community. There's a lot of extra things you can get and use to help you practice. I practiced on a broken $20 Amazon controller, an original copy of the game, and a pocket full of dreams.
Yeah.
So anybody can get into this. It's not too difficult. Even if you don't think you can do all the fancy stuff, you can.
Yep.
You just got to practice it. You can do it.
Absolutely.
But my name's Rayoken. That's RAY0KEN on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch. I stream almost every day. I'm doing a lot of speedrun stuff. I think I'm going to be switching over to 70 star and 120 star soon. So if that interests you at all, come check it out, say hey, and yeah, that's pretty much all we got, so thank you all for coming. We got Sonic Adventure coming up, the last run of the day, so build up some hype for that, please. Alrighty, that's it for me, so thank you all so very much. I appreciate you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, well done to Ryoken there for that excellent Super Mario 64 run. That is not an easy run, as I'm sure people know. There's a lot of nuance to it, and Ryoken just making it look a little easy for us. So I love that, and I very much enjoyed the run. For everyone who is sticking around, we have one. All right, guys. Sorry, I just had to. I had to fight off an alien invasion at just my house. Apologies for absolutely disappearing there for a second and then coming back. But I assure you, everything is okay. I promise. I hope that you all had a wonderful little break before we got ready for our last and final run of our GDQ at PAX East showcase, which is another doozy. Wanted to remind everyone before we jump right into that run that SGDQ 2023 is coming up. It's going to be in person in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Registration is now open if you're interested in going. You can go on over to gamesdonequick.com to get some more information on that. Registration is going to be open until May 3rd, and the games list can also be located at gamesdonequick.com or by pressing !SGDQ in the chat for more information. The schedule for the event will be coming April 11th, so just 2 days from now. But finally, we are here to the finale of our GDQ at PAX East showcase, which is going to be Sonic Adventure, Sonic Story. Can't get more Sonic than that. And it's going to be run by Witherman.
Hello. What's up, everybody? Hello, PAX. Welcome, everybody, to Sonic Adventure. You guys just checked out 16 Star for Mario 64. First 3D Mario game, super sick run. Welcome to Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast, Sonic's first 3D game. I love this run, and I love the community, and I'm really excited to introduce everybody to myself and everybody. My name is Witherman. I'm here on my little casting bench with Venom, Spacebar, and Alpha. Y'all want to talk a little bit about yourselves before we get started?
I'm Alpha Dolphin. I am currently speedrunning a lot of Sonic games, but mainly this one. This is not exactly the version that I speedrun on, but I know this game pretty well. This is an awesome game, and I'm very glad to be here to commentate it with my buddies. Yeah.
I'm Spacebar. You guys might recognize me from the Super Monkey Ball run or the Sonic Frontiers run. I'm here again. This is my main game. I played the PC version though, but I am extremely familiar and so excited to be here.
I'm Venom. I run both the PC and Dreamcast version as of lately. Been running this game for a few years now, and it's been my main game.
All right, there's gonna be a lot of times I'm gonna ask the crowd to repeat after me. We're gonna say the English words alongside the Japanese Sonic. So everybody, alongside me, we're gonna say "Let's get down." 3, 2, 1. Let's get down. And time starts now. So as most people are familiar with the DX version of the game, we're going to start off with the biggest difference immediately between DX and Dreamcast. Cutscenes! Everybody, pop off for cutscenes. Woo! As of the end of last year, we have a few tricks which are very different from DX to skip cutscenes, as we can't just press the start button. So while we do have to watch a few of these, a couple of them we just don't. So we're going to be showing off a couple of those as early as after Emerald Coast.
And so as the start of this game, you first encounter Chaos Zero. We actually get to see a little bit of the story thanks to the cutscenes. Chaos, obviously, the incarnate of destruction, who wants all the Chaos Emeralds to turn into perfect chaos and destroy the city. We cannot let that happen.
Sonic Adventure starts off with a little bit of political commentary. The police seeing something they don't understand, they shoot before asking questions. So as this is the first 3D Sonic, and all 4 of us here have a history with Sonic, I'm going to ask some questions to my fellow runners real quick while we got a little bit of time. What is everybody's favorite and first Sonic game?
Probably this game, honestly.
For both?
I'm a big fan of the 3D platformers version of Sonic Sonic the Hedgehog series, so yeah, that probably is.
I remember I was a young kid at the time, bought a Dreamcast, one of my first consoles, loaded up this game. I thought the graphics were absolutely incredible, and still to this day, they kind of hold up. Like, you see the graphics on the Dreamcast, and they are really one of a kind.
This is before the year 2000. Yeah, this game looks amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to think that this was made before the year 2000.
Very nice 16 on the boss there.
Thank you, thank you. The Chaos Zero, the tutorial boss, mainly meant to show off that you can homing attack. Now, despite that, we don't homing attack him a single time. There's a couple funny things in the end of this cutscene. Eggman, whenever he laughs, just looks really silly. And in the cutscene immediately after this, if you move the stick at the right time and use the spin dash button, you can get Sonic to sit in the chair on the beach incorrectly. So I'm going to be listening out to see if I hit the spin dash between the cutscenes. And there it is.
Nice.
Hello, Sonic.
So the game starts off as usual, Sonic hanging out by the pool, everyday life.
Just having a good time in general.
And all of a sudden, who's that? A plane crashing its tails.
And there's the pose. There was the pose. Famous one.
And we are now going to be getting into one of the most difficult stages in the game, actually, Emerald Coast.
So as you may notice, Witherman is going to be doing a lot of spamming, it looks like, from the X and the B button. Why that is a thing is because chaining spin dashes over and over again helps you maintain all your momentum that you get from the initial charge of a spin dash. So this is looking a little bit silly, but trust me, this is really fast.
Well, you haven't seen anything silly yet. There is a technique in this game that I've coined silly hopping. We'll be seeing a little bit of that near the end of the game.
So Sonic has a pretty unique way of moving in the series overall, and as you saw yesterday in the Sonic Frontiers run, there's a lot of magnet dash type of movement involving dashing, and games like Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure 1 have the original spin dashing style of moving around. But this game in particular, I think it was their first go at the spin dash, and they didn't really put a limit on it, so that's why you can kind of spam it like that. If you've ever seen Sonic Adventure 2, you'll notice they have a default charge up time for the spin dash to kind of disallow you from moving this fast. How could they do that to us?
That was a wonderful Emerald Coast, by the way. Give it up for
Thank
Emerald
you.
Coast. That was beautiful.
Drum solo.
So to skip a couple cutscenes in the game, we're going to be soft resetting. Skipping that cutscene causes a little drum solo to happen. And during that drum solo, the game is trying to figure out where we are.
But by soft resetting, we skipped that long cutscene with Tails pulling out the Chaos Emerald and telling us to meet him in the Mystic Ruins. This is going to be followed by a little bit of hub world movement in dead silence as the game is really upset with us.
So as of now, we're gonna go into the train right now to go reach Tails' workshop, which a surprise is waiting for us essentially there.
And the game may have a surprise for us, but we have a surprise for it. We're also going to be jumping right off the cliff and not letting Eggman finish his monologue.
Rude.
Sonic.
Goodbye, Sonic.
Welcome back, Sonic.
So this is the Egg Hornet boss fight. I don't actually need to do any of this. I can just do this and nothing's going to really happen. You just want to run up to this gate and then you hit him with a Smackma. Now listen to this cutscene whenever Eggman is exploding. Whenever he's exploding is like the most ridiculous sound effect ever.
Oh, yoink. And he's already somehow not holding it.
He's just waving.
Oh, also, every time Eggman throws a Chaos Emerald at Chaos, he misses every time. Watch the Chaos Emerald closely. I'm a big fan of Chaos 1. We never get to fight this version of Chaos in any story, but I really like this design for him. It's the first time we get to see those kind of like weird bones he has. Those bones actually share the same texture as all the walls in Lost World and the Mystic Ruins. I have nothing to add to that, I just think it's funny.
I didn't know that, that's interesting.
He also gets extra toes in this form. A funny thing about SA1 on the Dreamcast as well is that sometimes you can just play during the load screens. So there's going to be a load between when this cutscene ends, it's going to be coming up in a couple seconds, and when the game unpauses. So I'm going to be buffering a spin dash on the very first frame this cutscene ends, and I should be playing before the game even shows us. So now we're go ahead.
Yep, here we're grabbing the Windstone to drop it in to enter the second stage, Windy Valley. That is a little bit far of a toss, but luckily the game knows where it belongs and automatically puts it in for us.
Now my right trigger is crying in fear as it sees the Windy Valley stage logo show up. You'll see why. I'm quite abusive to my right trigger in this stage particularly.
So there's normally a skip that you can do on the PC version of this that you cannot do, just like a lot of other areas of this game on the Dreamcast. So Wither has to create a different route that's unique. A lot of situations like that that make this game its own. Good job on the trampoline skip there. It's really tough. You have to go into ball form as you touch the number pads there and let yourself fall off the number pad and do a homing attack at perfect timing. Very well done to hit the spring there.
And here we go. Here comes Windy Valley 3. My right trigger shaking in fear as I begin. Sorry, buddy.
This is an extremely cool trick that was found within the last year, I believe. You kind of use the gravity along with the natural adjustment of the camera to get this weird gravity skew that allows you to dodge a bunch of kill planes and fall directly to the end of the stage.
Beautiful.
123, that's a really good time for Windy Valley.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Wither had to go through 2 different kill planes, and yeah, that trick is not easy. Not at all.
Yeah, it looks really easy when you're falling, but if you try that yourself, it's really particular. If you notice I did a homing attack during the hello dude. I did a homing attack during the middle of that to try and get past another kill plane which shows up, which isn't actually in DX. I've been clipping that one recently, and that one's been really annoying. But I'm getting past that. We're going to be heading into a very beautiful time of day. Sunset in Station Square is gorgeous in Dreamcast.
Could say hi to Big the Cat in the street here, I believe.
No. So if that guy shows up, you just lose a second. There's nothing you can do about it. When people are talking about the man holding you down, that's him. So now we've grabbed Sonic's very cool shoes that he found in the sewers. They must smell amazing. And we're going to be coming up on a trick that I actually cannot say the name of, so I'll just say the acronym. Entering into Casino, you normally have to hit a button that's on top of Casinopolis. But it's a lot easier to do in DX, because DX has something called free camera. But we have no camera settings whatsoever in the original version of the game, which is why I play on the Japanese version, because for whatever reason, this version of the game is just a better camera. But regardless, hitting that button is still nearly impossible on the Dreamcast version of the game without charging up a lightspeed dash, which takes forever. So instead, we just say the name of the trick, FTB, and go through the door. I cannot believe I died.
Squeefy's crying right now.
Squeefy is sobbing. It's okay, this trick was found like not even a month ago. Hey!
First try.
Now if you were here for the Frontiers run, you remember we love pinball. We love it so much we don't play it. That's here too.
Yeah, so this is Casinopolis, and what they want you to do is get 400 rings using the various versions of pinball. But we don't do that. We just kind of cheat our way into the vault, take that emerald, and get out of there.
I'm a big fan of the 0 right there, showing how many rings we had to get to steal the Chaos Emerald.
This right here is one of my favorite parts of the story. After we go and collect the emeralds, we trip on the floor and accidentally drop them right in front of Eggman.
Also, the ice key is here. That's nice. Hey, there's the button. The door's still closed. Oh my god, they actually did just drop it. How many times have these guys saved the world at this point, and they just go around dropping Chaos Emeralds in front of Eggman? After a long, very fun night at the PAX Airbnb, Sonic and Tails wake up in the middle of the street, basically not sure where they are.
Sonic, go to Emerald.
And they realize they're both missing their wallets and the Chaos Emerald.
I guess we're just going to have to go collect some more and definitely not give them to Eggman.
Yeah, that'd be silly. We definitely shouldn't get into a fight with one of our best friends over literally nothing and drop another one in front of him.
Hoping we don't see that in about 10 minutes from now.
That staircase is
nasty. There's something about Mario 64 and Sonic Adventure and just having the worst staircases known to man.
Yeah, there's one part of that staircase where if you hit it, you just lose all your speed, and you have to waste a couple seconds just to get around that invisible wall.
So I know that there is a pretty extremely difficult trick to do to skip this ice key on the PC version, but whether I believe on Dreamcast it's not exactly possible.
Not yet. We've been looking, but at the moment there is no way to skip using the ice key. But if you have an idea, join the Sonic Adventure Discord. Sonic Adventure as a speed game, Sonic Adventure 1, has only really been ran since 2019 and only taken seriously since like late 2022. So this speed game has a ton of untapped potential.
Nice door
Beautiful clip.
So only 20 seconds in, we've actually already skipped 2 acts of this stage. There's a section, they want you to do this whole little puzzle and climb to the top to drop a bridge, but you know, we skipped that right through the door in less than a second.
So this is Ice Cap clip. This is one of the hardest actual clips in the game. Sometimes it doesn't work. That time it did.
So another thing that makes this trick a lot more difficult.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, go ahead.
Is that the camera is shifting as you're trying to do the clip out. So you have to adjust.
I definitely might end up snowboarding. I'm not exactly sure where I'm at. I made sure to count to 6 a little bit faster than I normally do so I can try and like save this, but I am not entirely sure where I am. I've been falling for a while though. Oh. I'm dead.
No, wait, maybe?
No, I don't think I'm gonna get back in from this. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, whoa, no, this way. No, Sonic, this way. No. That's okay. Now we get to hear the best song in the game.
True.
We don't actually normally get to hear this in Sonic's story.
Or see the snowboard pretty much anywhere in the run. Other than Phil's story, you don't really see the snowboard section or ice gap, so this is actually quite refreshing and nice to see.
And that's okay. Now that we're at the snowboard section, I actually have more to show off. It's not like the section's completely all doom and gloom. We have unique tricks specifically for snowboarding. If you've ever played this game before, you know that you can do tricks off of the ramps. But what you probably didn't know is that there are super tricks. It is an intentional mechanic with unintentional consequences. And since I failed the last ice kip, I have another one that I can try here too. Shoutouts to Venom, who's next to me, for bringing this trick to Dreamcast. We're gonna ride on this wall over here, hope not to fall off. And we're just gonna launch ourselves off. We're back to that tunnel that killed me last time. We'll see if I can make it to it this time. And there we go.
That was awesome. I've never seen that one before.
It's really cool. Sticking up there is a little bit harder than it looks, just because the snowboard's very funny. Also, don't say anything. I know I missed the dash pad.
I wasn't gonna. Hey, just like that, another emerald.
Well, that happened. It's okay. Thank you, Sonic. That makes me feel a little better. Now, if y'all have been enjoying the run so far, and you're like, okay, this is pretty similar to something I've seen before on PC, get a load of this. I'm gonna show you something that you've definitely never seen before in any category. You gotta be super deep in the community to even know that this is possible, but this is very, very, very relevant for this run. Goodbye, Sonic.
Beautiful cutscene, Skip.
So awesome. It's one of the only times you actually get to utilize Sonic's wall running.
Yeah, wall running is not easy to initiate. There's a very small slope on that mountain that we can use, and then like kind of curve up. But yeah, now both Sonic and Knuckles dropping their Chaos Emeralds right in front of Eggman,
That's the thing. We said we didn't want that to happen.
Who was just like a creeper, hiding in the pool, waiting for this to happen.
That's with both hands. It has more power to it.
Oh, he's got the head nod too. He's into this one.
Totally just vibing.
I love Sonic's facial expressions here.
Then Knuckles loses it. Eh, whatever.
これで4個目じゃ。カオス。
Ooh, lag. Starting early.
What will you transform into this time?
Oh no, it's Chaos Snore. So, would you all like to do the honors of explaining Chaos 4?
So essentially, this is a water fish in the water that we'll be fighting. It is normally seen in the community as a type of auto-scroller that also involves a little bit of RNG on the 3 first hits of this exact boss. So essentially, there's multiple attacks that Chaos 4 can do. There's one called Somersault, which is just Chaos flipping pretty much like a dolphin doing a backflip.
Shout out to Alpha Dolphin.
Shout out to Alpha Dolphin. There's one attack that is exactly what Chaos 4 did right there, which is pretty much a pulse wave. And another attack that will waste around 9 to 10 seconds if we get it, which would be really, really unlucky, as we're already 2 whole hits ahead of us. And it's blue balls. So Chaos 4 has the possibility of an attack where he just splits into multiple blue balls, and every time that you get it into a phase, you will lose 9 to 10 seconds. That can happen 3 times with manipulation, so you can lose to around 30 seconds just on this boss alone. This can be a nightmare to a lot of runners.
Yeah, this stage has costed many world record runs across multiple versions of the games. And unlike Sonic 3, you definitely do not want to get blue balls.
Lucky for us, we avoided all of that. So besides that, it's just a counting game. Chaos will swim 3 times, and then do an attack, then he'll swim 3 times and be vulnerable.
2, 3.
That final hit, however, he does 3 attacks.
2. Up 3. Woo! 1, 2, 3. Woo! How do we feel about pre-rendered cutscenes? All right, one guy. Now for 98, this actually looks like fantastic. The CG in Sonic games has always been like way, way upper class. Like even for games that aren't as necessarily popular, I really want you guys to go back and look at Shadow 2005's intro, because that intro is gorgeous and very funny.
This is one of my favorite songs from the game.
I love Egg Carrier. Egg Carrier is such a cool locale.
The song is actually called A Song That Keeps You on the Move, and it definitely does that.
Alright everybody, give me your best OK Knuckles in. I'm gonna start to count down in a second. Alright, 3,
2, 1. Okay, Knuckles! No, trees.
So, moving on after this cutscene will be one of the hardest bosses in the game, known in any video games that pretty much existed, in my opinion. It's
That's a
it's
fact.
pretty hard.
This is maybe the hardest stage in any video game ever made. If I honestly have no clue how we beat it in the run. This entire game is not marathon safe because of this stage coming up. Venom, thoughts?
It's my beloved.
We are, of course, talking about the one and only dreaded Sky Chase. I'm going to be performing a very, very difficult strategy in the first couple seconds of the run, or of the stage. I'm going to need everybody to lean forward. I'm going to need everyone's energy for this one.
Yeah, we might need complete silence for this. It requires extreme focus. Frame perfect.
I'm ready.
There's also been some labbing pretty recently by myself for skipping this cutscene specifically. We can skip it with Tail Story, but Sonic is still being labbed out currently. Does seem possible though.
Will he get it? He did it! Beautiful!
Well done.
And now we wait.
Thank you. So if you go to the top right corner of the screen, you can't die.
Can't even get hit, really.
I mean, you might, but you definitely won't die. This works in every version of the game. If you want to impress your friends with your speedrunning prowess, hold upright on your controller for a little bit. They'll think that you're like the best person that's ever played the game. All right, so how's everybody doing? How's PAX been? I've been having fun. I hope everybody's been enjoying the GDQ booth. Hope everybody's been enjoying the speed runs. Sonic Frontiers run was very sick. Glad I got to commentate that. Good job, Alpha.
Thanks for commentating my run too. Appreciate it. And I'm glad to be here once again to commentate yours because I mean both are very awesome games, but this one is definitely I think one of my favorite games of all time, and I think all of us here is probably one of our favorite games of all time too.
Oh
so
yeah.
Very nice to see it.
Sonic Adventure is my favorite game of all time. The Dreamcast, one of my favorite consoles of all time. It's got such an amazing library. It's kind of a toss-up if I like the Dreamcast or the GameCube more. Both of which are fantastic, and both of which have Sonic Adventure. So like, peak fiction.
Yeah, the reason I love Sonic Adventure so much, and this one specifically, is it's really unique compared to the others. Or you get 6 different perspectives of the game through different stories. And I'm a big story guy, so I like, getting attached to the characters and going through and seeing it from different angles. It's really cool. And all the different movements that are in this game, it's like you have 6 different characters that play on the same world, but none of them
play
are
the same.
Yeah, they're so completely different.
We're talking about stories. Shoutouts to Gamma, the only death in Sonic that matters. Spoiler alert for a 20-year-old game.
I didn't get to that part yet.
I'm so sorry. CAG runners in shambles. Oh boy, Twinkle Park.
Oh yeah, this is a very nice looking Sonic right there on the plane.
Yeah, for some reason, they left the Sonic Jam / Sega Saturn models for Sonic and Tails on the plane during the beginning parts of this. This is the only part of this Sky Chase where you can see their regular models. Thank you for the single clap. Okay, now we're coming up on the actual, really real hardest part of the run. There is a cutscene skip which was found recently, right after we talked to Amy before Twinkle Park, which is obnoxiously difficult. It saves a huge amount of time. I'm going to attempt it maybe twice, and if that doesn't work out, then we're going to go grab our best friend Burger Man.
Hello, anime child.
なんだいないのか
Sonic hates children.
大丈夫かな
Nice.
Quick swim in the pool.
Sorry to all ear users out there.
Let's get down!
So right after this cutscene with Amy, normally we were to be headed to Twinkle Park because something pretty unclear happens to Amy, which we're not really aware about at this exact moment, but we'll see very soon.
First, I'm going to stop and grab the crystal ring, as it makes... So the crystal ring is interesting, as it makes your lightspeed dash simply just take less time to charge, but it also summons less of those particles around me when I spin dash. The most important part about grabbing the crystal ring is that the lightspeed dash is used in the final stage of the game, and it's also used... every time you spin dash, it saves time because it prevents lag from happening. That's the most important part of grabbing the crystal ring on Dreamcast.
Yeah, there are actually variations where people don't even grab the crystal ring on the PC version because you have to do less charges to your lightspeed dash. But in Dreamcast, you use it quite a lot more.
Gonna give this one more shot. Okay, one more. Okay. Let's just drown, it's funnier.
So what Wither was trying to do there was climb up the building and jump through into that elevator room to then fall into basically nothing. There's a kill plane under there that then triggers the cutscene, kind of similar how you saw earlier in Windy Valley. But this is kind of the older cutscene method where you just wait until you're close to drowning and then walk into the cutscene from here.
5,
4, 3, 5, 4, 3. Oh no, Sonic!
No, Sonic!
Goodbye. Hello. Goodbye. Twinkle Park. I'm feeling 50.
Yeah, so there is an RNG ring capsule that you will be getting on this. This is actually quite a difficult stage. There's some skips here that can cost a lot of time if you miss. This one being the track skip and, whoa, full send TPSS? Okay.
Nah, we're fine. We made it. We're good.
That is way more difficult than it looks.
Landing there is really hard. If you hit the top speed in the air for the cars, the turning speed goes into a negative value. So to turn left, you have to start holding left. Then you hit the top speed. Then you have to hold right to keep turning left because the game's just forgot what direction you're holding.
So here we're coming up to a trick called roller coaster skip. So the game wants to suck you into an automatic section on the roller coaster there. Beautiful. But if you do a well-timed A press, just like Wither just successfully did, you get to skip the roller coaster. And yeah, that's a good 15 seconds minimum you just saved right there. Well done.
It's so much harder to do on Dreamcast than it is on PC version, because on Dreamcast you're stuck in a kind of loading animation there that throws off your homing attack trying to get away from the roller coaster.
So something that got told to me last time I ran this in a marathon setting that blew my mind is one of the other Dreamcast runners to do coaster skip listens to the Dreamcast itself. It chugs twice whenever you're loading between acts, and on the second chug, you can time the A press and always get coaster skip. Speaking of people dropping important objects in front of people, Sonic is going to commit identity theft because someone just kind of left their ID on the table.
Sonic, being such a good Samaritan, uses the key, then throws it back into the street where he found it. Speed Highway. This is a fan favorite stage. Extremely fun to play. Has such a good soundtrack. First thing we're going to do is skip a giant section here by crossing this gap between the buildings.
You saw nothing.
That was
Saw nothing. All right, so we're doing a new technique that's found where you can roll kind of through the edge of the building here. It keeps traction once you enter this final section. Sometimes it doesn't work. But you get a couple extra spin dashes, save like less than a second.
Or a little bit of spaghetti.
And in Act 3, you just go over the tops of the buildings that don't have any floors. And yeah, there's Speed Highway.
And now we're coming up on the most challenging cutscene skip in the game. This cutscene skip is not considered run viable, but I've been practicing it. I keep hitting it. I'm going to try it anyway because it's very funny. Hello, policeman. Oh, that's not good.
So there's an area under the floor, under this train station. It's extremely small on the Dreamcast. It is much more lenient on the PC version. As you'll see in just a moment, if the camera switches, there we go. See, look at this tiny little strip you're given to land on.
Missed it. There's a small little piece of invisible something that you can land on. Or that you can land like within, and then you can die while entering the train station, which triggers the cutscene. Instead, I'm just going to be opting to go up here and enter the station from the top. Actually, let's just go through the hotel. It's being a little bit difficult today. Typically, we don't want to go through the hotel because there's a lot of load times here. 2 little load times for that little bit of movement. That costs a lot of time.
どこ行ったんだ しまったエミーが
So normally when you skip this cutscene in the English DX version of the game, Amy calls this robot a hunka, because normally she calls it a hunk of junk, but it cuts off and she just says, "Let me go, you hunka." So this robot has been commonly referred to as hunka with the community from this point. People like to do a lot of standing around in this game, and then Eggman just kind of comes in and does what he wants. People just like to stare at him.
Yeah, somehow they didn't notice the gigantic floating ship above them.
Yeah, the floating mast just kind of showed up, beamed up Zero, and Sonic did nothing about it.
And Sonic, without a plan at all, is going to try to run on feet to catch up with the egg carrier. If only this was Sonic from Sonic Frontiers, he could just slingshot up.
He could just slingshot to the egg carrier.
And the DX versions, or most of the versions of this game, you don't really get to see trees or that beautiful of a view pretty much around the mountains and the plains right there, and it's actually really, really nice to see that.
We've now got the Light to Speed Wataku, which we must use to take out this singular enemy. This light speed attack is only used 3 times in the run, 2 times to the same enemy. Red Mountain's hard. I don't have anything nice to say about this stage. It's very cool, but it's very hard.
Yeah, a lot of the tricks in the Dreamcast version are pretty much the same as the PC version, but Dreamcast just makes it that much harder.
Nicely done there. The first section would be very scary.
Too far to the left. Or too far to the right. That's okay, we're just gonna do this again. We're gonna take the zip line this time. The zip line can cause a little bit of lag in the Dreamcast version of the game, so optimally we want to avoid the zip line altogether.
Yeah, this is such a uniquely designed stage, and of course has such iconic music. So another thing about these stages is, as you go through the different stories, you actually see different parts of the stages, and similar characters will enter the same stage, but travel through a very different area of it, which I always found really cool.
That skip that Wither just did is part of the reason why it's so much harder on Dreamcast, because on PC, the camera doesn't flip the way it just did as Dreamcast does.
Yeah, if you've ever played a Resident Evil game on PlayStation or Dreamcast, you'll know that the controls flip whenever you go to a different screen. That's what happens during that jump. You have 1 frame to completely switch your angle, otherwise you plummet and die instantly.
So you may have been noticing throughout the run, we tend to go on the incline and decline slopes in order to maximize the benefit of the spin dash jump. Slopes are kind of broken in this game, and when you don't have one, you kind of just stand on a rock and tilt it. So we make
That's
our
a
own.
slope now.
Yeah, make your own slope.
That guy's nice. Hello, Gorilla. Goodbye, Gorilla.
Hello, Elephant. Goodbye, Elephant.
This parrot is just spinning.
Yeah, this parrot.
Hello,
it looks
parrot.
like Sonic got hit in the head really hard in a cartoon. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
And now Tails is back to take us to the hardest part of the game.
Yeah, hardest part of the
Part two.
game, part 2. Blue Plane Boogaloo.
Twice as hard as the first one.
Thankfully on Dreamcast, we have no way to Alt F4 out of Sky Chase. Shoutouts to Mimic. We can, I guess, turn off the console, but I mean, that's silly.
In Sky Chase 2, it's pretty much the same, except now it's dark.
So I guess while we're here, this is a great time for us to talk about just general stuff about the run and the community. Shoutouts to the SAESR, SAESR community, Sonic Adventure Era Speedrun events. Everybody that runs a SAESR game, I love all you guys to death. I've only been running Sonic games in general for about a year, but I've already met so many fantastic people. I've already been so involved in the community. I'm really glad I decided to start running Sonic games. I love everybody I've met. Sonic Speedrun community is incredibly welcoming. I've just had such a great time since I've joined, and I've met these 3 great guys here. Now give it up for Sonic Games. Do you guys have anyone to shout out?
I'd like to give a shout out to Scube Master and everyone around the moderation team for Sonic Adventure across the games. The moderation team for the Dreamcast version of the game, because it's split on Speedrun.com for very obvious reasons. Totally different games, even though people like to say it's the same game, it's not. Just a beautiful community across, everyone being friendly and everyone. So shout outs to the whole SADX community, shout outs to the whole Sonic Adventure community. And yeah, that's pretty much it for us, or for me at least.
Yeah, I'll continue on that thought and just go some shout outs. I'm not going to name everybody, but just off the top of my head, you know, we have a lot of different areas of the Sonic community, and shout outs to like Hypnotics and Tethys out there, and all these guys that put in a ton of work to make these smaller events happen, and now give us this opportunity to be here on the big screen at GDQ. And shout outs to GDQ for all the effort that they do and all the staff here to make all this happen. And you guys, of course, in the crowd. I mean, I walk by, see how many people are here watching, you know, speedrunning. It makes me happy. So shout outs to everybody out there.
Shout outs to everybody. Appreciate everybody coming through.
Yeah, everyone took the words right out of my mouth for all the shout outs, but I'll give a double shout out to Sacer for basically giving this game not necessarily a pulse, but keeping the momentum moving for just Sonic Adventure era speedruns in general, both Sonic Adventure, Adventure 2, Heroes, Shadow, and more games that they're adopting as they go.
Yeah, and one final one. Huge shoutouts to Squeefy. Without Squeefy's contribution to Sonic Adventure, specifically Sonic Adventure 1 on the Dreamcast, this game would be in a very different place. One faithful afternoon, Squeefy was practicing and accidentally made a huge mistake, and somehow found cutscene skipping. So I want a huge shout outs to that. This game is in no way, shape, or form the same as it was because of that one day he decided to accidentally pick up the controller. So huge shout outs to Squeefy.
Yeah, that is so true. Once cutscene skipping became a thing, this game instantly became 10 times more interesting, and I can't believe it took till 2023 for that to happen.
Huge things going to be coming up too. You know, this game, it's only really getting started. Despite it releasing in 1998, it's only really had runs since 2022. You know, we're talking about how many times the Sonic crew has fumbled the bag of this game. Here's another huge example. Tails forgetting to put a landing gear on the plane. It really is just dumb luck that they survived this game at all.
Yeah, there was no coordination for Sonic to be meeting up with Tails here. Sonic just had absolutely no plan. So if it wasn't for Tails in this game, I don't know what Sonic would do.
Hard carry. Here we go! Here we go! Oh, thanks, Ethmar. Once again, Eggman's monologues have been cut off. I'm at 0 lives. Woo! Ooh. Very glad that I decided to do the cutscene skip there and get it first try.
Sonic just looks so annoyed. It goes from annoyed to all those facial expressions.
We do have more English coming up, so everybody in the crowd, get ready. Alright, give me your best. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Here we go. That was the wrong line, but thank you anyway.
I'm pretty sure it said come on, but you know. Here we go.
That's fine.
And out here we have the infamous Stage 8 Sky Deck. This is a nightmare for pretty much every single runner of Sonic Story ever.
Yeah. 0 lives.
Yeah, this stage is particularly difficult on the Dreamcast version because of all of the camera flipping and manipulation that goes on. Once again, you have no choice of camera in this game, unlike the PC version. Yeah, the stage gets really dark sometimes too, you can't even see.
There are a lot of areas in the game, especially towards the late game, where you have to start doing tricks blind, either because of the camera or the game just gets so dark. Definitely something you don't have to do in this game's younger, shinier brother, Sonic Adventure DX. What am I doing?
Yeah, you were good.
A little bit of hand spaghetti. Using fingers on triggers and 3 separate buttons can do that to you.
Yeah, that was just a couple pixels off from the kill play there, so it was very good backup.
Know your backups, folks.
So entering Act 2 here, there is a section where the wind tries to take you up and really mess with you, but if you go fast enough, you can kind of avoid it. There is a cannon coming up here that does have different cycles, but if you go fast enough, you... Oh,
I hit the call.
It's very hard to go fast enough on Dreamcast for that. Again, because of all the lag.
And hitting the Taz strat, that is extremely difficult to do on the PC. A little bit easier on Dreamcast, but still extremely difficult. And yeah, there's a lot that goes on in this stage.
Very close.
Very close to getting the early capsule.
Yeah, so basically you could do a spin dash jump, going over the top of an invisible as the ship is tilting, and if you touch the top of the capsule, you get the early capsule.
It's still really good for sub 2 on this.
Yeah, sub 2 Skydeck is definitely nothing to sneeze at. This is an incredibly difficult stage. Very unstable, very laggy. There's a lot of situations in Skydeck where you just have to be ready to press the button like 9 times, because those 8 other times, your input's getting eaten like Christmas dinner. The nausea elevator.
Another point for Skydeck being so broken, there's actually a mod for the PC version to actually fix the game from crashing going between Act 1 and 2.
Now we're going to be coming up on the Gamma fight, and I'm going to show something off here that's kind of silly. For some reason, I have no idea why, during this boss fight and at no other point in the game, Sonic's homing attack has infinite range. It is so broken in this fight that you can homing attack the wrong way, and Sonic will make a U-turn and come back.
Back again.
The game is so dark, the subtitles also got dark.
And there he is, E102 Gamma. Best character.
Love Gamma. Love that guy.
He really does have a very unique story. He goes through a completely separate thing than the rest of the characters.
Yeah, if you've never experienced Gamma's story, I would say that's reason alone to pick up this game. Gamma's story is honestly just one of the best video game stories, period. It's very short, very sweet, and very touching.
Yeah, big time.
Sorry, I've got to kill you now, though. Woo!
So at some point when we weren't watching, Gamma actually helped out Amy in the story, so you're going to see Amy return the favor to help out her friend Gamma. Very sweet.
Sonic gets so mad here. This is the only time he uses this animation.
Amy.
So as we were playing through the Skydeck stage, we actually, whenever you take out that cannon, you tear off the right wing of the egg carrier, which you can see in the pre-rendered cutscenes. So because of that, the entire egg carrier is now coming down for a crash landing. So we've got to finish up our business here fast. No way.
That's very close.
You can get through that door and save like maybe 2 seconds, and he just talks to himself inside.
スイッチは環境が怪しいな。
So on the DX version, normally you're able to hover to get on top of the captain's room and do a clip called the Captain Quarters clip. But on Dreamcast, you don't really have that specialty here, so you're gonna have to go right next to the throne right there that Eggman uses to pretty much just activate the button that is right under it. And the particles of the spin dash are really, really good for that.
So you can do Captain's Quarters clip on Dreamcast, but the way that it works is if once you get into the right position, it turns into a Mario Party minigame as Sonic spins in place. So it turns into an extra timing minigame on top of one of the most difficult clips in the game.
And here we are approaching Chaos in his best form, Chaos 6. We don't know how he got to this point, but he's really getting close to that perfect Chaos here.
Also, there's a frog in him?
Hey, what did Sonic just walk into?
Yeah, what's going on? Why has he got a frog in him? I've heard of having that dog in you, but this is ridiculous.
Hi, Big.
カエル君を助けなきゃ。あのカエル友達なのか。よし、俺に任せろ。カオスエメラルドは6個を集めた。復活した時分裂したカオスの尻尾も元に戻った。残るはカオスエメラルドあと1つ。お前の思い通りにはさせないぞエクマン。エメラルド6個の状態でもソニックごときを倒すには十分じゃ。いけカオス、奴を畳んでしまえ。
So remember how I mentioned the Lightspeed dash attack earlier? This is the only other time in the game we use it. Chaos 6 takes double damage from a Lightspeed dash attack.
So Eggman uses these freezer robots here that would be extremely effective in any other point of the run, but for some reason he only gives them to us here as the only condition of actually damaging Chaos. So thank you, Eggman. He might act like a bad guy, but he's got a good heart.
He had to repay the favor. Oh, nice. But he had to repay the favor for just picking up the Chaos Emeralds in front of us. He had to give us a chance. All right, here comes our final bit of English for the rest of the game. 3, give me your best yo Knuckles, and 3, 2, 1, yo Knuckles! Yeah, Sonic, continuing with not having a plan, jumps off the egg carrier while it's still in the air after Eggman.
Let's get a slow motion 3 different camera angles for that jump off the egg carrier there.
And for the second time in the run, Sonic is going to fall from an extreme distance right on his stupid face. So I know the subtitles say darn it, but if you listen, he says something we can't repeat. Now this is the single most difficult stage intentionally in the entire game, and also my favorite. I love Lost World. This stage is super, super difficult. I know a lot of Sonic runners really, really like this stage. This stage is a true test of how much you've learned in the game overall. It really pushes just every bit of movement Sonic has, even casually.
Definitely has the highest ceiling in terms of any level speeding up into the entire game.
Yeah, I really love this stage because of how it connects to Call, that floating orb that we've been seeing that talks to us the whole game. That's actually a ghost of an old Echidna sub-story that's going on. You see more of that in Knuckles. But yeah, you kind of just show up on this stage. It's not really planned, you know, like the rest of the stages we had a reason to go in.
Oh, I'm
This
gonna
one you
say
just find yourself.
hi to this guy real quick. No, please, no. Just trying to get my lives back, just in case. This stage is very difficult. That's okay. I just won't die.
Yeah, one thing I find interesting about the stage is you actually enter every stage in the game with 3 characters, except for this one. This is the only stage that only 2 characters enter.
That was a nice tunnel.
Thank you.
Yeah, that fire tunnel is really unforgiving because you never know exactly where the fire's going to be. It's all RNG.
Yeah, that looks like a door. No. You just go right through it. So this is a notoriously difficult room for any speedrunner on any version of this game, the mirror room. There is a lot going on here. A lot to skip if you can see anything, but yeah, well done.
Mirror Room is very difficult, and on Dreamcast, there's a few ways to manipulate the light, but they didn't quite work out for me, so I did have to do most of it blind. But thankfully, I've got most of it memorized at this point. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Yeah, being behind the boulder here is a little tricky, but you get some force damage to get in front of it again.
I'm
and you're all
scared.
good.
Okay, I could have got hit there. That was dangerous.
1998 rubber band physics is really something.
So here, this panel, and these are lined up, creates gravity on the wall, and you can actually do interesting spin dash using that gravity.
Oh, sick.
Oh, nice life. You needed that. Intentional. It's quite difficult, but... Oop.
Yeah, I was okay. Ambitious for me to try it from there. Alright, I'm getting rocked right now. This is crazy. This is looking like BLJ stairs. Okay, there we go. You want to do a spin dash jump off the side of that panel to make it up here. And then that's the end of Lost World.
Very impressive with no lives.
Doing that stage with no lives is terrifying. That is a stage that you'll see even top runners just die to. There's so many different things that can happen that just completely decimate a run in Lost World. Speaking of decimate a run, though, we do have Final Egg coming up. And if you've seen a speedrun of Sonic Adventure, I promise you, you still have no idea what's about to happen. Final Egg is very different on Dreamcast. Not only is every clip in the stage normally very different and significantly harder, but there is a trick that we go for in the Dreamcast version of the game for top-level runs that I would not recommend for any new runner, where you can skip the entire stage instantly by finding a debug capsule after the very first slope. It is a 9-second stage if you can pull off the ultimate silly hop. What? You may be asking, what is silly hopping? So, silly hopping is whenever you charge a light speed dash and then use the other button on the controller to claw over and initiate a spin dash. You then have 1 frame to release the light speed dash, repress it, and then press the A button to do a light speed dash jump, spin dash jump. I call it silly hopping because that name is horrendous. There's no way you're ever going to say that in public. Also, the Chow are dead. That sucks. Who would do such a thing? You know, Sonic's been through a lot, and this is pretty traumatic to just have dumped on him after he went through Lost World.
So just what the heck was all that about? You have to find the other stories to really like understand what's going on beneath the surface. But we don't have time to think about that now. Eggman's afoot.
Wait, Eggman is afoot?
He could be. Maybe he stepped on the chow.
わざわざ姿を見せてくれるとはな。今度は逃がさないぜ。
Yeah, and so out of nowhere has appeared a gigantic city off the edge of the Mystic Ruins that was not there only like half a day ago. But now there's a gigantic city there.
And coming up is one of the hardest tricks in the run. Not a lot of people ever got this in single segment, so get ready because this is...
As far as I know, only 2 people have ever actually gotten this in a single segment run.
Close.
Just a little bit off, just a little bit off.
We're gonna give this a couple attempts, and if I'm just like that, oh, come
was
on, man,
robbery.
That was ridiculous. I've seen this kill you in a lot of unique ways. That's a special one. Yeah, if I'm feeling like this is just not gonna work out today, then I'm going to head on over and do the stage linearly. But I'm gonna give this a few more attempts because this does save a ton of time. No! That does not count!
Yeah, one thing that you have to keep in mind is that you have to stay on the capsule right after landing on it, and it's slippery slope from there on, so super, super precise.
Oh, there we go!
Wait, hold on.
No!
Oh, no!
So, as you probably saw there, the collision of the capsule isn't actually lined up with the top of it. It can't just be really inconvenient to get to, it also has to be stupid. So, you have to land on the leftmost part of the capsule, but not too left, but not right at all. Just like that. That's why I love this game, man. That trick is so sick. It's super obnoxious, but like the first time you hit that, it's like a switch flips in your brain, and you're now addicted.
The longest stage in the game turns into the shortest game.
Yeah, and now all we have left is to fight Eggman in his final mechanism that he created just to fight us, and the Egg Viper. Interestingly shaped after Perfect Chaos.
Really?
Well, they're kind of like both snakes.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, you know what? That's pretty true. It's a precursor to Perfect Chaos in a way, being another snake-like object. Also, something I'm going to point out about this fight that you're not going to typically see in the DX version, this entire cylinder stage has very, very reactive lighting. So if Eggman shoots or does anything, the entire stage will glow to signify what attack he's doing. It's like the entire stage is made out of mirrors. I guess not on these lasers, but he does it on every other attack, I promise. Interesting.
So normally what you're supposed to do for this boss, when Eggman comes out of his suit, you're supposed to homing attack him, but there's, for every phase he's about to come out, you can hit him early. So that's what I'm trying to do for all these hits here.
Yeah, this boss is extremely difficult as a speedrunner and as a casual runner. It's really puts your mechanics to the test, and of course you're floating over no floor, so there's a high risk during this fight as well.
Yeah, that's what's known as an Eggman quick hit.
You're normally supposed to go through his little challenge where you homing attack his green dots and then hit him. But we can hit him a little bit early by doing a perfect spin dash jump. But it's very perilous, as said, because there is no floor and no real way to recover if you make a mistake. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so I'm going to be taking it a little bit safer from this point forward, as this boss is incredibly difficult.
Okay, that is most of the scary hits out of the way. The last ones are a different mechanic now. He'll be taking out these little flying saucers to jump on and hit Eggman for the final 3 hits.
Eggman has decided to turn to the Beyblades, as they've never wronged him. Until today.
There's 2 more hits coming up, and time is coming up when Egg Viper will crash right after the second hit, around 20 seconds after, when the fire lights up the entire air in the clouds right under us.
Alright, so time is going to be coming up pretty soon here.
So now, you guys are probably worried about Sonic moving because he's going to get hit, but we can do that at the very last second.
And time.
And that was Sonic Adventure 1, ran on the Dreamcast. Any final words or shout-outs?
The Dreamcast is the greatest console ever made. I love the Dreamcast. I love Sonic Adventure. I love all these guys here. Thank you so much for having us, GDQ. Thank you so much, PAX East, for having this event. And long live Sonic Adventure. Long live the Sonic Adventure era. And long live speedrunning.
Long live speedrunning indeed. Couldn't have put it better myself. Thank you to Witherman for an incredible Sonic Adventure run on the Dreamcast, a system I have no experience with, but now I really want. So I guess that's how it works, isn't it? Well, folks, that takes us all the way to the end of our GDQ at PAX East showcase. I hope you enjoyed the variety of runs we were able to help provide over those 4 days. Just want to remind everybody on our way out here, of course, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix, so please consider subscribing if you enjoy the daily speedrunning content. And if you happen to be watching these runs on YouTube, be sure to press the like button on the video and subscribe to the channel. You can come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in looking at our live content that starts weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Just want to remind everybody as well that we have more Hotfix content coming tomorrow. We have Bargain Bin as well as Treefort, so please come by and check out the variety of Hotfix content we have throughout the week. We really appreciate it. Other than that, my name is Konception. As I mentioned, I hope you all enjoyed this variety of speedruns. And we will see you next time.